All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm the only one here, but that's okay. This will change here soon. We just need to figure out where everyone is, figure out how to add people in, and then we'll be going. Right now, we just have to be patient. Hello and welcome to the live. Thank all of y'all for being here. Anyone wants to jump in and answer the prompt and help me understand how that's possible and have a broader discussion regarding this subject, please request up. Welcome in, everyone. Hey there, Star. How's it going? Welcome up.
Good. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the live. If anyone wants to jump up and answer the prompt, feel free to come join the panel and share your thoughts on not only the prompt, but anything related to spirituality, religion, the true nature of reality, the nature of the self, the human, essentially each and every one of us, and then share your thoughts on whether or not you feel like we maybe have gotten it wrong over the past few thousand years, and maybe there's some truth left to be discovered. Let's see. And so I'll just kind of go ahead and weigh in on my own prompt for fun. The question there is it possible to embrace Christ's message without judging other people and religions? I'll start by saying the Bible itself says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And I think that's a deep discussion in and of itself in terms of what does that exactly mean. It goes on to say elsewhere that to the degree that you judge others, or by the measure that you judge others, you'll be judged in that same way. And so the question is if we refrain from judging others at all. And that's not to say don't recognize things that are related to their behaviors or their ways of life that are harmful to others. I think that's more so discernment and just simply observation and awareness. But when it comes to judgment, I think it really gets down to judging the nature of their soul, or the future of their soul beyond this earthly realm and the physical experience in this incarnation. I think that, from my perspective, that's what judgment is really getting at. And so, can we avoid judging others with what I think a lot of modern day Christians believe? And that's ultimately the question. We got a couple people that just jumped up. Kano, do you want to weigh in? Welcome to the live.
Hello, guys.
Hello, welcome in. Can I? Great
How
to
are
see you,
you?
Anthony. Yes, we're all great. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, good. Did you want to say
What are your
anything about the con? Sorry.
I'm asleep now.
You're sleeping?
Oh, you're asleep.
Yes.
Oh man, no, that technology, it's getting to that point where we're sleeping at the same time we're on these apps, just nonstop scrolling. So that's
Okay.
was that you, Kanos, that said that, or was that someone else? Kanos, are you the one sleeping? Was he the one that said he was sleeping?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder where the
I
other two
want
people
that.
went.
Comment. Okay?
Say it again.
Right. Just go, didn't you?
Yeah.
Keep going and watch your
So what I was getting at is that, as it pertains to his message, the question here, the tricky part about this question is that I think that, well, I guess I should say this. When we're dealing with modern day Christianity and we're dealing with the contemporary understanding of what his message was, we oftentimes are, unbeknownst to our own minds in these interactions with other human beings, we're judging them immediately. In fact, I think we're judging people the second we say, "I'm a Christian, what are you?" Because if you're not, that now implies something. But we got Jason jumped on the panel. Jason, welcome to the live. What are your thoughts?
Well, okay. I have a lot of them, but I don't think you can judge anybody about any religion. I really don't, because I don't know how to explain it exactly, but are you Catholic or
Well,
you know
real quick, what's your understanding of Christ's message, I would ask?
Well, I don't believe in Christ, but I do believe Jesus was a real person and he just taught humanity to people.
I think I would agree. And so, do you feel like Christianity represents his message accurately?
No, not at all.
And where did Christianity go wrong from your vantage point? I will say that I agree. I mean, I'm essentially on the same page with you, it sounds like, but I want to hear more from your opinion. Where did it go wrong?
Christianity?
Yeah, what man has established institutionally after...
Do you want to go back to, how far do you want to go back?
You have to go back to the Catholic Church, right? They're the ones that started it. They're the ones that
Well,
compiled the
see,
Bible.
I would go with the Spanish Inquisition, man. That's one of it's one of the most messed up things in history.
Well, but you got to be careful because people were being burned at the stake for being
I'm aware.
heretical way before the Spanish Inquisition. You're talking like the 1500s, I think, somewhere in there.
Yeah, late 1400s to
And
early
arguably, the
1500s.
Spanish Inquisition, from the discussions that I've had, it pertained a lot to kind of warring nations of those times, and other nations were doing things. So yeah, I've heard, but this is why I go
thing
back to
is,
just the keep going.
it is during the Spanish Inquisition, man. They punish people for no reason whatsoever. They would ask them questions, and the questions weren't even relevant.
Yeah, I will say I haven't done a deep dive into the particulars of that. But if you want to share, I'd love to hear what you know.
I mean, they would literally ask them questions about like, what God do you believe in? And if they didn't answer a Christian God, they would just kill them.
Yeah, and so that right there, I think again, the reason that was even able to be a thing is because you had the practice of heretics being burned at the stake or stoned alive for 1,000+ years before that. And so the question is that Jesus Christ's message? Burn people at the stake for being heretical.
I don't think that was his message at all.
Yeah, I think I would agree. And I guess at the more fundamental level, like
he wanted people to be nice to each other. And like I
right.
said, I don't believe he is a deity. I do believe he is a person.
And how do you define a deity?
Well, but is he omnipotent?
Or maybe the question would be, do you see yourself any different from Jesus?
I would have to say yes.
Why is that?
Because I don't give a shit about most people.
That's good. Yeah, no, I
That's
think
an honest
that
message,
question
man.
though.
Like, I do not give a shit about most people.
Why is that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, because why would I?
And this is why I think our worldview is significant in terms of the ability to coexist, or just the optimization of coexistence itself. I think that if you see yourself as a part of a bigger organism that we are all a part of, well, then in some sense you could say, or this is what I believe, that the people that we perceive as separate from ourselves are actually a part of ourselves in a cosmic sense. So,
Okay, so like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. How many people are on the planet?
let's just say 8 billion.
All right, so there's 8 billion perspectives,
Right.
correct?
Yep.
Does mine align with yours? Probably not. Well, we could have some same narratives, could we not? Like, like I don't like, I don't know, German food, and I have a German last name.
Fair enough. Yeah, food is a good example of how of a subject that we're definitely not going to find common ground on. Do you think that there's a way for humanity to find common ground on at least one subject at all?
I really don't think so. Because when
Yeah.
there's 8 billion perspectives, like, what common ground could we find? Like, think of one.
Oh yeah, no,
Please.
that's something I've thought about quite a bit. I want to ask you, before I answer that, let me ask you one question. Is there value in a unified collective voice.
Explain unifying collective voice.
Like, in
I
other
don't know
words,
what that
if
means.
you have a message, if you have a mission, let's say, and you have a collective, is there value in that collective being aligned with the same mission? I mean, it may be a rhetorical question. I think the answer is...
No, I mean, I think I get what you're saying. But like, you could compete it to like, I think the way you're trying to go is like the space race. Do you believe it happened?
I think
Like
that what
we got to.
I think the mainstream narrative as it pertains to government, politics, military, and even to some degree the scientific endeavor as it pertains to black budget projects and research. I think what we're told, the mainstream narratives are not something we can trust, and I don't think we should trust it. We should probably use that as a starting point of asking the critical questions of what else could be here, or like what could we not be seeing, and what could be the true message. Because I don't, as it pertains to the space race itself, I think anyway, let's just say that I don't believe anything that the government and the mainstream narrative from the media tells us. Not that I disbelieve anything immediately, but I don't believe it.
I think I have to believe some of it because some of it has to be true. But I think they hide probably 90% of it from most people. And I'm not even being a conspiracy theorist on that. I just think that's the truth. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take over your life. I think this is a great conversation.
Oh, no, you're
Like,
good, man. If I felt like you were, if anyone else on here wanted to speak up, they're more than welcome to. They know that. So, no, you're good. But I guess my question is, if there is value in, let's just say, 1 billion people sharing an understanding of their nature and sharing an understanding of their collective vision for the future of humanity. If they're able to collectively share that message and speak that message, it's, I find value in that. And so, back to the original question of, is there a way for humanity to find common ground in any way at all? I hear what you're saying. The argument is no, it just seems like something that's not possible. And for a long time, I thought that myself. But recently, especially over the past 5 years, I'm starting to see that people are recognizing that this endless religious debate and these different perspectives that oftentimes involve judging others, not just, by their character and by their ability to coexist, but like judging their soul and condemning them to this eternal hellfire, things like that. And then in worst case scenarios, casualties happening as a result of that. I think I'm seeing a lot of people waking up to the fact that this is not ideal for humanity. And the Bible itself says, a kingdom divided will become desolate, and a house divided will not stand. So for people that utilize that text,
hold on.
yeah.
I've forgotten some things. Are you a preacher?
Am I a preacher? That's an interesting question. I've never been asked that. I don't liken myself to a preacher. If you meant pastor, no, I'm not. I'm not a pastor.
No, I meant preacher.
Yeah,
And there's
by
a reason I meant
preacher as
preacher.
in,
No,
like, do I?
you literally preach that it's such a good narrative that like I understand what you're saying, and a, 9 times out of 10, can't even understand a preacher, but you understand, like, yeah, I might have an opposite view. And then 9 times out of 10, if I go to a church, they don't care if I have an opposite view. They don't even try and talk to me about
Yeah, you got to fall in line, right?
it. Well, you have a different viewpoint, and I like it.
Yeah,
And
I appreciate
that's
that.
what's
Oh, keep
really
going.
interesting to me is because, like, yes, there's some things I could say back to you, but I'm not going to just because, like, I don't need to push the narrative. We both get it at this point.
It sounds like we're on the same page. I will agree with that.
Yeah,
But there's a
I
point
think
at
we
which
kind
I
of
think
are.
once you find out that you're on the same page with someone, I think there's still room for growth amongst people that share the same understanding of the nature of reality. And those were kind of where my questions were going is how do we ultimately unite humanity under some shared common ground where we can more
Man,
effectively accomplish what we see as a shared vision for the future of humanity? That's
do
the
you know
trillion
how
dollar
hard?
question. Yeah,
Do
what's that?
you know how hard it is going to be to unite humanity? Like, it's
Believe
almost
it
a
or
ridiculous condition that you could never do.
look, you know what's funny is I hear this as like my number one rebuttal because I don't know if you know, but that's ultimately my goal is to unite humanity spiritually, as and with the foundation of recognizing that we are all of the same spiritual life force, essence, consciousness,
Well,
call it what you will. So I think identity is really where we're going to come together, and in coming together,
hold on, bud.
yeah,
Can I ask you a question?
always.
Like, okay, so I'm not spiritual like you. I don't care that you are. It
Sure.
doesn't bother me that you are. But 100%, I do not care. But do you think that, like, I have to believe what you believe to be saved?
Well, if you hear, let me tell you what I believe. Okay. Oh,
Let's
okay. Oh no.
go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't hear the last part of your question. I was already moving my thoughts. Do I think that you need to believe what I believe to be saved? Absolutely not. In fact, the entire concept of being saved itself, I think, is a gross misunderstanding of our nature. Because I don't look at a newborn baby that is born and think anything other than, you know, that the existence of that being is essentially already to the degree that, well, I believe in a spiritual essence, let's call it. So just working with me, I believe that that being is complete. I don't believe that that being needs to believe anything. I don't believe that that being needs to go through any rituals. I don't believe that that being needs to be told that it's a sinner and it needs to have these foundational low vibration ways of perceiving itself. I don't think it's good for humanity to perceive that baby that way. And then worse yet, like if that baby doesn't conform to some sort of religious paradigm, I don't think other religions should be looking at that baby as in if it's less than or. And again, this applies to adults too, but it starts, ironically, it starts at the very young age of like infancy. But I think for as long as we judge other people based on what they quote unquote believe, I think we are only harming ourselves as a collective, and I think there is a way to grow beyond that. But it is, you're right, it's a big task. But I think regardless of whether or not it's possible, if we agree that it's valuable and we agree that it would be optimal for humanity to achieve that, hey, look, life, as much of a blink of an eye as it is, it's a long ride, right? And we're not going anywhere fast. I mean, outside of, loving the people we care for and helping those that we can, what better do we have to do other than to strive for the highest degree of existence, right? So I don't like
Okay.
the rebuttal, and I don't like is the wrong words, but I don't just because something is difficult and just because something might just be too far out, not not attainable, I don't use that as a reason to not try to achieve it, right? Rome wasn't built in a day. So I think it's important for us to humble ourselves and recognize that just because something might not be even achievable in our lifetimes doesn't mean it's not worthwhile pursuing. Is that fair to say?
Are you still talking to me?
Yeah, did you hear someone else speak up? If someone else spoke up, they're more than welcome to jump in.
Oh,
I didn't
no,
mean to,
I didn't.
I didn't mean to cut anyone else off.
I just wanted to make sure you were still talking to me. No, it makes sense, but it's just one of those things, too, that, like, sometimes you just want to do the least possible thing you can do.
Yeah, I do agree.
And we have a new panel member as well.
Yeah, we do,
Am I?
yeah. Aware Mind, welcome. Did you want to weigh in on the conversation, on the prompt?
Hi there, man. Yeah, the prompt, or what he was saying. Like I think you're just a good communicator, really, and I think a lot of us that come on your lives are more like just people who want to sort of share their opinions and perspectives and stuff, and maybe it does sort of tend towards people who are like willing to take a bit of a leadership sort of role in changing things. I think you're like the name of your channel is sort of prompting people to think that we can sort of go up a level as humanity in terms of the level of community and understanding and stuff.
I appreciate that, man. That is my mission, so thank you.
I'm on a walk right now as well, so
you're good. Yeah, we can let Philip jump in. I appreciate that, and feel free to jump in whenever you want to add something. But were you finished? My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. I was just saying, like, I'm happy just to listen a bit, and when I might stop at a couple of places and just show my cam or something, because where I'm walking is quite nice.
Fair enough. All right, cool, man. Glad to have you here. And I will say, if it gets packed, one thing we are trying to do moving forward is rotate the panel. And it's all, obviously subjective, and we love everyone here. We respect everyone here. But if you do get cut off, I just want you to know, no hard feelings. We're just trying to optimize the effectiveness of this channel. And, so anyway.
I try not to be easily offended, and I'm totally used to like panels where you only get a minute or two each time, and it kind of rotates. So that's fine.
Cool. All right, but yeah, and until then, feel free to stay on, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Glad to see you back. Love having you here. Philip, I think you were next. Did you want to weigh in on the discussion or the prompt?
Well, I just know what the Bible says, that we use a righteous judgment. We taste of the Spirit, and if it's not of God, we need to shun it. And if they preach Bible that's not right, the blind leads the blind, they both fall in the ditch. So I don't condemn nobody. I can't say nobody ain't going to heaven, but I just prefer to listen. I like listening to you all. I listen to everybody. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I'm a young Christian. I'm an old man, 65, but I'm a young Christian. And I'm trying to understand everything. So I just read what I can read, and if it says it, I'm good with it. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Philip, can I talk to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold that thought real quick. I'm gonna give you the floor right after this. I just want to hear what Saint Stephen has to say, and then we'll jump right back to that, because thank you for being here, Philip, and I love hearing that you're new in terms of your belief. That's great. I do want to get to that discussion, but just hold on. Saint Stephen, welcome, and I just want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you want to say?
I'm with Philip. I think righteous judgment is a precursor for righteous action. So I think it's very important for Christians to be able to discern things using some form of judgment. but you can tell when the nature of that judgment causes separation or brings people more in union. But it has to the judgment has to be there. It's kind of a denial of reality. You need to know that a snake is a snake so that you can help the snake. But if you look at the snake like they're a flower, you're going to get bit.
Okay, and this is the thing. So, as it pertains to judging other people and religions, right? What does the Bible say? How you treat other people, right? So let's just take a hypothetical for fun. Let's say I'm Muslim, right? But I center my entire life around the principle of love. In fact, let's say I go as far as to say that I believe we are all, I forget, I'm Muslim. If I do the hard work of day in and day out, allowing my actions to speak to my relationship with the divine and with let's call it God, and in the Bible it says God is love, right? If my entire focus and dedication is towards love, should I be judged by other people based on my religion? And is it even actually embracing Christ's message to judge other people based on their religion?
That's what he said to do.
Where did he say that? He said if you see someone that's not Christian, you should judge them?
He said use a righteous judgment, which means if they don't teach what Jesus taught, you stay away from them.
And
you
what
leave
did
them
Jesus
alone.
teach?
He said you to leave them alone.
And what did he teach?
Well, he taught us that he's the Son of God and that God sent him to this earth to teach us and to fulfill the law. And if they teach anything else, you leave them alone. You don't argue with them, but you just, because it says the blind leads the blind. That means if a man ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing, and you join him, you both fall in the ditch.
Yeah, and so just to pull from what Jesus said in terms of when he spoke in no uncertain terms, he said the sum of the law, right? Because you mentioned the law. The sum of the law is the sum of the law and the prophets that came before him. The totality of it, the sum is love God, and in the Bible it says God is love, so love, okay, that's not rocket science. I also extend that to loving all of creation because I believe all of creation is an extension of God, although a lot of Christians aren't even allowed to believe that. But let's just hold that to the side for a second. Love God above all things and then love your neighbor as yourself. Well, how do I love my neighbor? I can say I love my neighbor all I want. But how I treat my neighbor, that's how my neighbor knows if I love them. That's how anyone knows if I actually love my neighbor. And in fact, I'll go on to say it's the only way to know how much you actually love another individual. It's through your actions. Your actions are the materialized expression of that love. There's no way around it. And I think this is why. So having said that, that's what Jesus taught us. He said, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." So,
what's that mean?
What it means is that we shouldn't be judging other people in terms of through the lens of how God perceives them and their relationship with God. That's not up for us to decide.
Well, the way I understand that, it says if I tell you it's a sin for you to have a beard and I grow a beard, it may not be a sin to you, but it is to me because I told you it was. So that is a judgment against you. Then if I actually done it, it is a sin toward me. Judge not lest ye be judged means if I judge you that you've done something wrong, and then I actually do what I said you was doing was wrong, I have sinned. Because it says, if it seems to be a sin unto man, it is one. I mean, if it seems to be a sin unto me, it is one. You got to realize, you got to do what you think is a sin. You see what I'm saying? I can't judge you, but I can judge myself.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think what you're saying is you shouldn't be a hypocrite, and to the degree that I think what you're saying is if you're judging someone according to something you believe to be a commandment, let's say, and you uphold that, then it's okay for you to judge that person. I'm okay with you observing their actions and not seeing that as a way of life that you embrace. But I think the second that we start to tell an individual that you, as a result of what you believe, are going to suffer for all of eternity, well, you don't know that. And so if you're going to judge someone else not knowing what it is that what's going to happen to them, I think you are you're not upholding, I think, what Christ's message ultimately was.
Oh, I love everybody. I have friends I don't agree with. I love them.
Do you think they're going to hell?
I can't judge a man into heaven or hell.
Okay.
Christ will do that. I can just judge myself.
Can you
whether
even
to follow you or not follow you?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I think where it becomes a problem is when we have suffering that is related to judging other people. So do you have any kids?
Yeah.
All right. Are your kids Christian?
No.
Okay. Do you think that they're going to suffer for all of eternity?
Yeah.
You do?
There's no stopping it. They don't believe in Jesus. They say they believe, but if you believe him, you follow him. I have a son that's gay. I love him. I love him to death. But I tell him, unless you change your ways, you will burn in hell, because I want him to go to heaven.
Would you ever, if you were God, would you ever allow your creation to suffer for all of eternity?
Yeah, he said he would.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. If you love your son, you love your son, right?
Yes.
Would you ever be able to sleep at night if you knew he was suffering for all of eternity?
Yes. If he does not follow God, I will have to sleep at night. I have a son that passed away. He was lost. He will raise how he died. There's no stopping it. He didn't believe in God. When he raises, how can he say, I believed in Christ? How could his name be in the Lamb's Book of Life? I pray it is. I can't judge him. But I couldn't tell my other kids to live like him.
Would you? Yeah. Do you think that if your son ends up in hell, that they're going to be enjoying hell?
No. They will die and never die.
Yeah, and so at some point in hell, do you think that a soul would want to be loved and to love?
Sure. But if a man gains the whole world and loses his soul, what would he give for his soul back?
I would think if
we're human.
Yeah, and I'll let someone else jump in.
Human. We're human. We cannot live to that standard.
If we couldn't live to that standard, he wouldn't ask us to.
Well, if you're talking about the Bible, that wasn't written for us.
Oh, Okay.
Jesus already delivered his his salvation to the people it was meant for. We're supposed to live by that standard and make something better. This is 2,000 years later.
But God does not change. For me,
I agree.
nobody
I
else.
agree God doesn't change. But if you're going by the Bible, you're going off of 2,000-year-old doctrine, which I'm not saying is irrelevant, but it wasn't meant for us. Not in the way
How
that you
could it
think
not
it
be meant for
was.
us? And
Well,
he told the apostles how to live. They raised the dead. They
Yeah.
healed the sick.
well,
They told us how to live.
in John
We can't
4, it
believe that.
says,
Who can we believe?
in John 4, when he's talking to the Samaritan woman, he says, salvation is for the Jews.
Yep.
Yeah, but then he told Peter, call nothing I made unclean. You go down to Cornelius and you preach to him. You use the key I gave you. You opened the door, which is Jesus Christ, unto them.
Yeah.
All
Now,
men.
let me ask you this. I see this oftentimes from a lot of Christians, is that they have this hyper focus on what they say they believe being the whole purpose of this reality, right? Have you ever met a Christian that they put all their focus in that, and then they actually know nothing about what love actually is and what it means to embody that?
Amen, brother.
No.
You've never met a
Every
Christian like that?
I've ever met loved me, regardless of how he lived. He's loved me.
Or, well,
I love him.
I don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. Yeah,
It's okay.
No, it's good. Yeah, I will say I try to be as respectful as possible to people, so even if I do.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
I guess
it's good.
no. I guess what I'm saying is I myself.
You judged.
And that's fair to some degree. Yeah, I'll accept that. But let's move on from that. But I guess my thing is, which is harder, to say Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, or to dedicate your entire life to loving every individual that you encounter?
Well, if I loved you, I have to tell you what the Bible says. I can't judge you. I can't give you my opinion, but I can tell you what it says. Then it's up to you to rightly divide it how you feel. I'll never give nobody my opinion. I'll try not to anyhow, unless they ask it. If they ask my opinion, all I can do is say how I feel, but not telling my Lord willing, I'm telling you right. But I'm young, you know. Like I said, I ain't been in it since February. I've read it. I don't understand it all, but I believe every word of it is true.
And you're talking about
the people at that time.
I'm hard of hearing, so if I don't
No,
answer
you're good.
you,
And I do want to. Does anyone else want to jump into this conversation? If not, I want to do. I do want to continue it. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
There's like a passage in the Bible where Jesus does say something like, my father's house has many rooms and he has one prepared for you, which kind of like almost implies that there are other rooms prepared for other people, possibly with other beliefs or like other sort of, leaders or something.
I kind of agree with what you're saying a little bit, because people have varying degrees of belief, even in the Christian faith, of what a person believes and what they don't believe.
What did Peter say?
I don't believe that God judges people according to what you believe, but according to how you react and how you live your life in goodness over evil according to what you believe. Because it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. And like he said, he read some stuff that he don't understand, but he believes every word of it. Like, how can you believe in every word of something that you don't fully understand?
Facts.
And is that even...
and it's a lot of lay people who don't even read the whole Bible at all. They
Well,
just go to
Peter
church
said
on
there's no
Sunday.
two interpretations. There's one interpretation. That's Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Jesus Christ taught us to love. Love each other. Love everybody. If they teach wrong, let them be, because they're not bothering you. And that's what we do. But we still use judgment. Try
You're
not to judge.
Well, I
mostly
mean,
right.
Everybody will judge
You're
whether
mostly
I'm
right
saying
for
is
what.
true or not.
everybody judges. Everybody, they
Yeah,
judge
we're
people
human.
immediately when they see them. They judge them based off of how they speak, how they look, what they hear from the person. You know, they judge, and then their judgments may change over time. But we discern and analyze everything that we see and hear. You know, it's automatic judgments for some people, but it's not. It's wrong when you're judging a person and you don't have a lot of information
I keep
on
telling people this on lives and stuff, but religion is between the man and his God. Nobody else has to answer for it but you. It's between you and God.
yeah, you know, and that's like Jesus Christ, for instance. See, I'm a Muslim, so I don't believe that anybody dies for my sins. I believe that I die because of my sin, and God judges everybody. He judges you
Well,
based off of everything that you've done,
Let
what
me
you
ask you this
believe in.
let me ask you this as a Muslim, because I don't oftentimes get Muslims on here for so I'm glad to have you here. If you don't mind having a dialogue with me, so let me, from the Muslim perspective, do you think that God is just?
Yes, yes, I believe God is good.
Okay, so
you
now
also
this is
believe Jesus.
yeah, but hold that thought. Hold that thought. Now, granted, this is a little bit off subject of the prompt, but that's okay. It's all within the same realm. If God is just, do you think that whatever judgment that comes upon us would have to be proportional with the harm done by the individual within this incarnation?
Yes, I believe that God judges you in proportion to what you've done wrong. I don't believe that he throws people in the hell for eternity. Because how could you, why would I want you to suffer for eternity if you only lived 70 years?
He
Right.
doesn't
It,
Why
want
would
you
I,
to.
why would I,
it also
why would I,
says you got to be
what
purified before
satisfaction,
you can come into the kingdom of heaven.
yeah, what satisfaction as a God, is the supreme ruler of the universe, do I have in watching millions of people being tormented for eternity? It's not God's will. I believe that God will judge you in proportion to your lifespan and what you've done.
Did
But
God
I
make
don't think
Satan?
he, like, because some people die young with very little understanding of some of the stuff that we may or may not understand. And they might be 25-year-old. Now just imagine I'm 25-year-old and I go before God for judgment. And I didn't kill anybody. I might have not known Christ or not, or believed in him, or whatever I believed in.
Yeah, you're
But would God cast me away and say, "Well, you were a sinner, so I'm about to
you're
throw you in
going
hell
off
for
of
eternity"?
doctrine
Oh,
that
let
was
him
meant for
finish.
people
Oh,
2,000 years ago.
It's kind of harsh. And I'm like,
right.
"Oh God, well, I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I don't care if you knew or not. You didn't believe, so I'm gonna throw you in hell for eternity." A judge on the face of this planet wouldn't judge a person who stole a pack of bubble gum compared to a person who made a murder somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think God would do the same thing.
When you pray, have you ever seen a result? Because I have. And I'm not necessarily Christian, but I've prayed to my God and seen results. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, I've had good results from prayer.
Did you need a book for that? Or was
No,
that from you to God?
no, it's just from me to our Creator.
Exactly.
And another thing, I don't believe that, like, if I'm God and I created all things and I created blood to stay in your body to keep your life going. I don't require it from from mankind for me to have mercy and compassion and to save you. I made everything. I don't need to sacrifice something to save something. I don't need to kill a dog to save
That's
a dog. I can
that's
just
the
have
old
mercy
covenant.
on you
That's the
if
old
I want to
covenant.
have mercy, and I can just have compassion on you because I understand, because I am God.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the old covenant, the
Yeah, yeah.
old Mosaic law. Like,
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something because I see this often where, people ultimately have a natural desire to be a part of a community, right? That's just a natural part of humanity. And so especially with all the different denominations within Christianity, and I think even Islam has different denominations, but I think in this religiously pluralized world that we live in, the very thing that you're saying right now, which I resonate with and share the same sentiment, the same understanding of the nature of God and this reality as it pertains to that. I feel like there's the fact that there are these thousands upon thousands of different denominations with theologians that dedicate their entire life to this, that even amongst them, they aren't able to come to the truth, right? You have Muslim theologians, you have Christian theologians, like you have these people that dedicate their entire life to this, and there's no consensus, right?
Yeah, it's
I,
no
I think,
agreement.
yeah, I think, and I think this is the paradigm shift that humanity is about to embark on, or is in the process of embarking on, and it's fueled by technology. In that everyday people like you, me, and everyone else on this panel, we can now not only do our own research because we have access to the totality of it all instantaneously on the internet, but we can also share our opinions, which 20, 30, 40 years ago, that was not even possible, right?
Yes, it was yes, it was
So we
impossible.
live in an unprecedented moment, right? And people have not fully understood this. And the reason I say all this is to say that I want people to at least think to themselves very deeply, right? That could we potentially be at a point, especially given that the framework that has been developed for 2,000 years, let's just start 2,000 years ago, the framework that has developed has led to a religiously pluralized world where we have this endless debate amongst spiritually divided people because of these dogmatic perspectives and their desire to say that my sacred text is holier than your sacred text. And my
Yeah,
sacred text,
that's nonsense. That's
and
it
nonsense.
goes back further than that.
It's too many books.
right,
It's you got the Catholic Catechism, you got the Catholic Bible, you have the Book of Mormon,
You're
you
talking
have
about one
the
hold
book.
on,
You're
let him
talking
Quran,
finish.
about the
Let him finish.
Bible.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Keep going.
you have the
And we have two
Quran,
more guests.
you have you have the Bhagavad Gita, you have you know the Indians over in India have a whole canon of
Yeah,
God,
no, I get it. I get it. So
you
keep
know,
going.
and you have the tafsirs for Islam.
No, I get what you're saying though. So in other words,
You know,
rather than continuing to list them off, get to or help or
I
go
think
to your point.
he's hung up on something. Can I
No,
ask
no,
you
no,
a
no, no.
a
I
question?
lot
want to
of
hear him
books.
land his plane real quick. I want to hear him land his
It's a
plane. Yeah.
lot of it's a lot of books, you know, but the fundamental basis of all of the books universally is having a moral code and respecting human life according to these rules or these principles.
What
I
was
think
moral to them is
fundamentally
not moral
that is
to
the
us.
most
Hey,
important
Aaron,
thing that
chill,
a
bro.
person can
I'm
do
having a
I'm sorry.
is
dialogue.
I'm sorry.
I'm having a dialogue that I'm working towards something. So with all due respect, let me just finish this, and I promise I'll open it back up to the panel. So keep going. Sorry about that.
yeah, it all fundamentally comes down to a code for human beings and how we treat each other in our communities or in our tribes or in our villages or cities or countries we have a code. And God will judge us according to that code.
And
your beliefs, we can all believe in different stuff. You can believe in jinn, I can believe in demons, he can believe in aliens, he can believe in celestial beings, seraphim and cherubim. But at the end of the day, how you lived your life and how you treated people and how you conducted yourself is what you will be judged according to, no matter what you believe. It's not like I come in here, I'm a Buddhist, but I was robbing and stealing and slanging, or I come in here and I'm a Muslim and I wasn't following the code, or I was a Catholic and I wasn't really following the code. And then God will judge you based off of your belief.
Yeah, let me say one thing. Let me add one thing. So this is why, I'm a firm believer. If you proclaim to believe something, you should read all of these sacred texts, right? You should read everything from the Book of Mormon to Hinduism to Buddhism. You should read all of it. Whatever conclusion you come to, we have to accept the fact that people come to conclusions through their mental faculties and the books that they read, their reading comprehension, and then the influences in their life, right? People don't conclude on matters of this nature with an intentional desire to deceive either themselves or others, right? We're dealing with a subject with the gravity of literally the entirety of your soul. So much as we've come to understand it that way. I don't believe that, but anyway, so it's safe to say that people come to these conclusions honestly through some sort of intellectually honest process, right? For the most part. And so again, the idea, for one, that your rational thought processes having led you to a conclusion, if you're intellectually honest, which again, I'm making the argument right now that we all naturally are, well then there's no way possible that a loving being that created us could possibly look down on the very creation that he created in the ignorant form that we exist in, and judge them about regarding their flaws of comprehension, when our design is a byproduct of him. We understand that we could be more aware, anyway. Having said all that, because I don't oftentimes get to talk to people like you that seem to have a grasp of it in a way that is open, but at the same time still has an opinion and shares the opinion. So let me say this. And I'll land my plane with this, and you don't even have to respond if you don't want to, because I do also want to open it up to everyone. But this is what I believe to be true, and this is why I'm starting this Raise Our Awareness revolution, because ultimately I think that there's a role humanity is going to play in a collective effort to establish a kingdom on a global scale that will not become desolate. And we know that the Bible tells us, because again, I pull from all sacred texts. There's certain things I don't agree with in the Bible, but again, that's why it says the lying pens of the scribes, right? It says, let no man deceive you. So it tells you, use discernment when you read these texts, because Jesus we're not told that he wrote these. So anyway.
Pray to God.
Yeah, anyway, having said all that, what I'm saying is that I think that given the landscape of this religiously pluralized world, I think what we're all being called to do is to do our own research, do our due diligence, and then come together and have these discussions. And in these discussions, I think what we're going to find is that we're going to recognize, not because of being forced or coerced
We're all
into
in the same place.
Yeah. Let me finish real quick. We're gonna find that there's a mystical understanding of the nature of this reality and understanding of ourselves, and that we are all divine manifestations of that source, and that our actions and our interactions are the reflection of not only our relationship to each other, but our relationship to God himself, which is why the story of the Good Samaritan, having clothed and fed, God basically saying that, and this was a Samaritan too, right? This wasn't a Jew. This was a guy that based on his belief, he was an outcast. He was going to hell, right? And so, but that was when in the Bible it says that This, how you treat other people is how you're treating God. So it's very clear, right? Not to mention your actions are the hard work. It's easy to say, oh, I believe this. Okay, whatever. But how do you act? How do you treat other people? That's where the rubber meets the road.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And so I think this is what, just humbly, I just want to share this, and then, I'll let the panel jump back in and we can carry on. But this is what this Raise Our Awareness revolution represents. And the acronym is R.O.A.R, right? And I think it's divinely inspired in that this is humanity. This represents humanity waking up to the reality that we are not sheep. Yes, for the period of these last 2,000 years, that's been the narrative. But in fact, we are divine lions, right? We have we have God within each and every one of us. And they're in a fractalized holographic form that is in a direct, call it, image of that source. And so once we understand that, I think that we are going to recognize that we are the creators of this reality. We are the co-creators to that degree, right? This isn't an ego thing. This isn't real quick. Let me finish. Real quick. I'm about to let you have the floor, bro. Hey, Aaron, I'm about to let you have the floor. Just chill. I just want to get this out so that everyone on this panel understands where I'm coming from, because I'm not going anywhere. This revolution is already picking up a lot of steam, and there's a lot of people that not only resonated with it, but understand the inspiration factor, right? This is something that inspires people to create, which is what has been lost for far too long. We've lost our creative capacity to be able to create without fear. And that can only actually be reinstated so long as we understand our identity and our relationship to each other. And this is why I'm saying all this stuff. But anyway, I'm going to land it with this. This is what this Raise Our Awareness revolution is. It is humanity's roar that will continue to grow, because as we awaken and we align ourselves, that voice becomes that humble roar that tells people we are no longer going to submit to these narratives that divide us, because we understand the value of a united humanity in spirit, and that's and I'll land it with that. So take that. Well, what I'm telling you is the most powerful thing humanity can do right now is to.
With you,
no, hold on.
But you're not going to sell us a roar. You're not going to sell that to us.
Oh, I'm not trying to sell you anything, bro. What I'm trying to tell you.
On your shirt.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Well, this is the thing, bro. I'm telling you.
You're sitting here trying to tell people what they need to believe and buy.
Don't need to. I'm not judging others. I'm not saying if you don't.
Money for what I say.
Aaron, just chill, bro. Hey, look. Aaron, just listen.
Our awareness of the different religions and communities and stuff around the world, and raising our awareness and using our creative cognitive abilities to be able to make a proper discernment.
But he's making money off it too at the same time, right?
Bro, this isn't about me. Now, hold on. In the very near future, like right now, none of this is being monetized. I dedicate my entire life to this outside of my 9 to 5 and my family.
Get a job and talk about it. You don't need money for it.
Hey, Aaron, please, just chill.
Okay.
What? Yeah. What I'm look.
Now
the funny thing is, you're bringing up good points, Aaron, because these are things that I want people to know, right? That very soon, this entire revolution will be an open accounting book system, right? The funds. Yeah, the funds that are generated from all of the work that I do, all of that will be open book.
Do it for free. I work for my living. Do it for free, brother.
Aaron. Let me finish. My goal is to do this full time, and I know that ultimately it will happen.
Yeah, but I mean, raising money is a normal part of getting awareness of anything out. You have to do fundraisers and get money to help get the message out there of what he's trying to build and his community.
Yeah, and ultimately,
thing.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think that if you really look at the text, right, the truth will set you free. We are all heirs to the throne. It's obviously not talking about a throne in this realm. It's talking about a throne on the other side, right? We are all essentially
Exactly.
manifest.
We don't need
Hey,
to do
Aaron,
nothing.
just chill,
We are
bro.
heirs.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Aaron.
Well, I mean,
I was gonna
you
say, all
gotta
right, cool. Thank you for
appreciate.
that.
Hey, DaVinci.
So
Hey, how are
anyway,
you?
yeah. Hey, good. Let me finish real quick. What I'm trying to say,
Oh,
and
he left. Oh,
I'll
okay.
end it with this. All of the questions that guys like Aaron had, as much as I wanted to finish this and then pass it back to y'all, I'm okay with these questions because I have answers for all of them that I think people will understand and resonate with. But having said all that, I'll just return to the fact that this isn't going anywhere because as people recognize that we are actually free once we're aligned with the fundamental principles like love, like unity, like all of those things from which our value hierarchies are derived in alignment with the natural order. Once we're in alignment with that, we are beholden to no man. There are no texts written by men that tell you must perform this ritual or you must perform that ritual. None of those are accurate. We don't have to do anything. And this gets back to what I was going to say earlier is rather than perceiving it through judgment and commandments that we are judged on, we will simply reap what we sow in light of our of awareness of the truth. And the truth is the binding force that allows the darkness and the light to coexist in a realm which is like the one we're existing within, and then also our own microcosmic realm of our own selves. That love is our that is our base layer, and there's a lot of out-of-body experiencers and that speak to this, so I'm drawing a lot from what they're saying, but this is a growing opinion, and it also is in line with what a lot of the ancient texts talked about and a lot of the secret society initiates that wrote books upon books upon books on this. This is that esoteric knowledge that has been hidden from humanity by the rulers of this realm. And it is the ultimate truth that does set you free, and it stands to unite humanity in spirit, where we are no longer beholden to the narratives that diminish the powers within each and every one of us and enslave us to these narratives and these self-defeating ideologies and religious perspectives that ultimately just serve to divide us and make us go to war with each other. And so I say all that to say that's what this Raise Our Awareness revolution is. I don't oftentimes get to explain what this is to people, so that opportunity presented itself. I wanted to share that. For anyone that resonates with it, I'm not saying anyone has to believe this. This is a matter of if you resonate with it and you recognize the inspiration factor and you recognize the empowerment and you recognize the significance and the implications of a spiritually united humanity, those are the souls we're trying to attract. It's not about judgment. It's not about me condemning you because you don't align yourself. I humbly believe we all will eventually align with this message because it's in perfect alignment with everything Jesus Christ taught. Outside of the fact that people like to limit Jesus Christ's message to, you must proclaim him as your Lord and Savior. I don't even believe in that master-slave relationship between the divine and humanity. I think it's more of a paradoxical, abstract oneness model where we are one with the divine and creation is one with the source and all things are in perfect harmony at all times. It's just a matter of you being able to zoom out and see the harmony. And this is why we have cycles. This is why, we can have all these stepping stones of these different religions that are ultimately leading to what the esoteric understanding of the purpose of this reality is, which is the great work, which is recognizing the divine within. And so anyway, I just, for any of y'all that are open-minded and seeking the truth and resonate with this message, send me a message privately and we'll loop you in. And I think this is all unstoppable. But anyway, everyone jump back in and we'll carry on. Yeah, I know.
We have
exactly.
4 new panel members.
Yep.
4 new. I think Janice was. I can't remember who is first. Janice, Michael, Tina. Kay and Tina. So any one of you who was first can start.
Welcome in everybody. I guess Michael can start because let's do it in order. Perhaps Michael. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Well,
Hey,
thank
Michael.
you. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing?
Doing
Good. How
well.
about you?
Good, man.
Oh, great. Can't complain. I mean, but the host here, man, you can't. It's hard to argue with what he's saying. I mean, it. Like I used to believe. I used to, tell people they were going to hell. And that's not what the Bible says. Like, the whole thing is like this Pauline doctrine. Like Paul, in the Roman Church, they hijacked this whole message. That's only written in Greek. That's all we know is Greek.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
if like what you're saying is if when they created the Bible, they created it at the Council of Nicaea.
Oh yeah,
And at the Council of
even
Nicaea,
before that,
they
even
took
before
from a
that.
lot of ancient texts and created the religion.
Yeah, before the Council of Nicaea, like what was that council before the? I forget English sometimes. I'm sorry. Noticea. Is that right? Noticea.
Well, nevertheless, don't worry about the name of it. Just tell us about it. What's up?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the Pauline doctrine.
They cast lots. Apparently, they were supposed to cast lots for what they were supposed to put together to create this book. Now, a lot of people don't understand that you don't get revelation from God to the normal person until the printing press was created, and like the written word that they decided to translate or put the book in.
Well, that makes you wonder
So,
what happened to Erasmus.
you're like,
Erasmus.
so all these people with power got together and picked and chose what they wanted to put in there to create this doctrine or this religion and propagate it to the people. Now, it's only in North America and European countries where you have churches on every corner proclaiming that if you do not believe in Christ,
The Pauline doctrine.
you're going to go to HE double hockey stick.
Everlasting torment.
Yeah, and this was the doctrine that they created. And it moved from Europe with the passage of them migrating and coming to America, conquering America, and then building it according to their fashion.
Exactly.
So it's if you study history, you'll have an understanding of like, okay, yeah, you don't have a Bible until King James decided to give the priests some money to create the King James version of the Bible.
Well, it's not even the King James; it's the Revised.
There was plenty
King
of
James.
Bibles before that.
And
1611
the
RJ, KJV.
the
Different.
the type of doctrine that they were creating was a sacrificial doctrine. But the sacrifice, the bloodletting, came from pagan religions before Christ. They believed that if it was a drought, we need to offer something to God to make the drought go away. So they would start off with killing the animals first. And then when that didn't work, they would start with food and grain offerings. And when that didn't work, they went to animal sacrifice. And then when that didn't work, they went to human sacrifice. So they were sacrificing children to waylay God's judgment or plight or blight, whatever was going on in the land, famine. They're like, well, all this ain't working. We need to sacrifice a virgin. So they would sacrifice virgin women to try to waylay God's displeasure. And a lot of these things happened in pagan religion. So when they created the Christian doctrine, It was based off of primitive, tribal, sacrificial allotments that, okay, yeah, we know that in India they do sacrifice. We know in China they do. We know in Central America they do. And they got all of this information. And they'll tell you that, well, God must require blood in order to show mercy. So let's make a perfect figure, just like a perfect virgin or a perfect baby, because they would sacrifice newborn babies. Like, okay, we need something pure
That's
to
why
waylay
Jesus gave
God's.
his blood.
And so they
That's
say,
what the
well,
host talking about.
God had a son, and God's going to send his son to die to save the world, when it's based off of pagan religion.
Yeah,
The
imagine this.
whole
Imagine this. If you're the rulers of this realm and you have what I believe to be something that was prophesied simply because these high priests and rulers of this realm, they understand the great year. They understand the zodiac. They understand what the Hindu Yuga cycle is based in. They understand what the Mayan calendar is based in. This is ancient understanding of the cyclical nature of reality. Just like we have seasons every year, there is a grand cycle that spans 26,000 years.
It's the circle of life.
Yeah, these people understood that. So and there's no surprise that the Library of Alexandria was burned at the time that it was. There was probably all sorts of knowledge at that time that the architects of this experience of this age were privy to. Having said that, they probably knew that the source consciousness or a concentrated perspective of that consciousness would arrive in human form and come to awaken humanity to the spiritual darkness that we had been subjected to. And so this idea, so his message ultimately was that we are all free by nature. The kingdom of God is within, right?
But the kingdom of God is within, and we're free by nature, being said that God gave you a will to choose according to what you want to do. And when you go back to Genesis or what was written in there, you ask yourself, like, God gave them a will to do whatever they wanted to do. They didn't know that they had a will, allegedly, until they were tempted by Satan. Now, who created Satan? God created everything. So at the offset of my planet, why would I put a tempter there? Or maybe the tempter was there before I even finished the world, but I put him there to let mankind know that they had a choice to do what they wanted to do. Because
he made the tree of good and evil.
You like,
hey, you guys, if I could interject for 1 second.
Yeah, Keisha, go ahead.
Yeah. So I have been paying attention, which I'm sure we all are, but, each of us, based on how we live and how we, have experienced life, have life-tinted lenses, right? So we all look at stuff differently. And so from my little life-tinted lenses and being what they are, I've been watching the last few lives that DaVinci has had. And it's one of the things that I would love to see us be really intentional about is focusing on where we are alike. Because what I keep hearing is that when it's someone's turn to talk, we start digging into our personal constructs. And we start out on the same page most of the time. Like if we answer the prompt, and we can say, okay, this or that. From there, we end up going down these rabbit holes that become so divisive that the atmosphere in this space that is supposed to be one of unity and edification begins to turn into something that is divisive, and it becomes really, really heavy, right? The spirit of the ability to come together and literally say, okay, let's put the pedal to the metal with all of us, knowing that just like our thumbprints. There is no possible way for all of us to share the exact sameness in all of the places in all of the ways.
That's the
And
beauty of life.
right. And so for me, it's like, but we can say that and leave it. You see, for me, let me speak about me. When I am clear on just how much my heart is breaking for humanity as a whole, how much I feel that my beliefs and my gifts and what I'm supposed to be doing is a certain thing, we're only each other's own best evidence. You're going to believe what you know based on your experiences, and so am I. You know, so it's hard to turn around and say to someone that they are wrong, or to try to convince them. And for as long as we do this, for as long as we go into details is where their division comes to the surface. We have to really try to, as much as we have passion about this, because we are all like, oh my gosh, this is phenomenal. I can't believe there are other people that are having this stirring, right? Like, holy crap, it's about to happen. You know, the thing is, we have to be able to hold that for the proper space, right? We have to be able to demonstrate for each other what it looks like to be really, really basic in the approach, because that's the only way we're going to get this done, guys. For me to look at you and say that we have the exact same value intrinsically because we have breath, right? For me to say that it doesn't matter to me if you put your pants on your left leg first or your right leg first, or both of them at the same time. Like, I'm just glad that you're putting pants on today instead of someone having to put them on for you, right? Like, I just am super passionate about the fact that the only way we're going to do this is to try to really, really, really look at ourselves and say, what is more important to me in this moment? In this moment, is it more important that I show people what I believe? Is it more important that I try to convert someone or convince them that I'm right? Is it more important that I try to argue with someone else because I don't agree with what they're saying? Because all of those things are subjective, right? What is my objective for this moment?
Yeah.
Because if my objective for
I'll
this
let you
moment
finish
is for all of us to come together and figure out a way to make this happen for real, that our collective voices can roar, right? If that is a thing, then we have got to practice emotional regulation. We have got to practice putting ourselves last. We have got to be able to steward conversations when we hear tension, when we hear hurt, when we see pushback. We don't need to push back. We need to draw near. We need to ask questions and get to the root of the hurt. And that doesn't have to happen here. That can happen offline, because we could be saying the exact same thing with a different language and not even realize it because we go too far, which adds fuel to the fire. So I'm just taking that posture for all of us. And I'm just asking if we could try to be intentional about that, because we can do this, you guys. I believe in us. I want this for us. I know that this is what we're supposed to do. Please, let's look at us, point to ourselves and how we can selflessly love each other and demonstrate respect, because that is the way we move forward. I'm landing my plane.
Well said, Keisha.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. I do want to say that obviously this is a long process, and so it's obviously going to have these discussions and these debates that sometimes can get heated. But to your point, Keisha, I think ultimately it's about recognizing at the end of it the fundamental principles that we're universally aligned with, because when you really understand those, that's what our actions are derived from, right? And so in aligning with those principles and then forming a movement that represents not only symbolically but that very mission and message that in fact is in alignment with what all of the prophets have spoken about, which is the golden rule. And so I think there's a point at which these discussions sometimes can get heated. Sometimes we'll be, not as ideal, or not, whatever the word is, not as loving as they may come across. I think what's important is that we identify as one, and these are just a part of the process. And ultimately, we will, the community will turn into that community will start walking together, and that walking together of that community will turn into a movement, and then that movement will represent a message that no one can deny. And then
DaVinci,
once enough people do that, then people will just be attracted to it, and the very end game that we're talking about will happen naturally. But anyway, I'll land it there.
I wonder if it would be something to consider, and I'd love to hear what you guys think, because this is just off the cuff, but I wonder if it would be something to consider about intentional spaces, so that there are space literally for focused on forward movement, focused on identifying unifying language, you know what I mean? And having that at the forefront, not anything beyond that. Having additional space created, and dedicated to having these, conversations that are more in depth and make space for the heart that you have, for everyone to have a voice, because it's absolutely important. Both are important, but if we water either one of them down with each other, then we just start backpedaling. And we're like a hamster on a wheel, right?
1,000%, Keisha. And this is where let me say this real quick. This is in its inception, right? There are about 4 or 5 of us that represent it, that understand the mission enough to, again, represent it. And so once we have more of those people, again, I host my live, Star hosts a live oftentimes right after this live, but eventually there'll be 5, 10 different lives of people representing what humanity's roar is, which is an undeniable understanding. It's not, you can't, because it's based in love, it's based in oneness, and it's based in fundamental principles. You can't argue it. So yes, to your point, Keisha, and this is why we just met this week. We've come a long way, but yeah, the next steps are people like yourself that have that capacity, that understand it, that are in alignment, and again want to create those specific spaces and dedicate certain time towards something that is one aspect of this movement. And then you're going to have other spaces that are and we're going to work together and coordinate how we support those various spaces, how we schedule them. And these are just, again, these are the next steps. And so I love what you're saying.
Your heart.
Yeah.
I'm more so saying this as more of like a vision casting and a invitation to everyone else that we're sharing space with.
100%.
Because, for me, it's like when someone is sharing what they feel or think, clearly they're passionate about it. When we begin to try to push back on someone's fundamental beliefs, we are challenging their identity. And if I try to take your identity from you, it is not going to be easy. It is not going to be fun. It is not going to be, peaches and cream. Deconstruction of any kind is a lot. It's hard. It hurts. It wears you out. And if we're not willing to sit in that space with someone, then we probably shouldn't be using words that challenge what they believe, right? Because we cannot by nature say that what we believe is right and then also tear somebody down or make them challenge who they are and then just leave them to that of their own demise. I think that if we start really posturing for the heart for humanity that we want to have and that we want to see collectively, if we start acting out of that, we're going to draw more people a lot sooner. Because when we're saying things to each other negatively in the chat, when we're arguing with each other on the panel, those things are more divisive. And what it's doing is people aren't going, even if they share the same vision, they're not going to come into the space, because a lot of people that have this vision and this heart are hoping for peace, and they have zero capacity for anything that's not in line with that. So if a space becomes divisive or it begins to escalate in, controversy and things like that, then it can be really challenging, right? So I wonder what everybody thinks about, having someone that intentionally is able to intellectually speak towards, if someone has a definitive position, to be able to speak towards it in a way that's edifying, or if it gets to a certain point, push offline and still maintain the conversation so everyone has a voice. What does it look like for us to control our words and do the same thing for ourselves that we want done for, or do the same thing for other people that we want done for us, and not be divisive in the chat. Like, I'm just wondering, as people who are having this hope together, that are sharing this space consistently day after day right now, or just coming in now and developing an opinion, how can we build better, not build
Well,
our way or
I
a
guess
way?
I guess what
I think the
DaVinci.
basis
Wait,
starts
hang
Hold
on,
on, let's
in.
start. Yeah, let's
sorry.
let's start. Jump in and respond, and then I'll give it to you. Yeah. I'll give it right back to you, MD. Just let her jump in. She hasn't spoken here.
I guess there is going to be a lot of new people, and this is so wonderful to see. And also DaVinci mentioned that we are looking at solutions, right? The resolution to it, and so yeah, a lot of my lives are about resolution, and there are phenomenal things that have already occurred in this space in actually facilitating others to meet with each other that are into emerging and new emerging technologies. So we're seeing some exciting things happen where these people are finally coming together, and I can see and envision that they will work together and just create something wonderful for our future. But Tina, I want to also acknowledge she's here. Welcome in.
Hey, thanks. That's really good. What y'all been saying is really good. Y'all know I'm here on the top of the portal of hell, and so I just kind of watch and go back and forth. I absolutely do judge when I need to, and it's been because I've had to protect my safety, because I've been so open my entire life to everyone. I always said I give everybody a measure, but the people that and the reason that I know this is because I betrayed my own self. I betrayed people I loved. So I know that everybody's capable of that betrayal, depending on their level of healing and what they've gone through. And we don't know what somebody's gone through when we meet them at face value. So we've had to sharpen our discernment and gather all of this literature to decide, because religion was the basis for so long for us to go by. Hang on a second.
MD, you wanted to say something? Oh, nope. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah,
I guess we'll let her finish real quick.
I understand where Keisha is coming from, and I think that the simplest way for people to come into communion is to worship and laud our Creator first.
And how does that look?
Being thankful of our existence.
Oh.
And all the things that we get to enjoy and experience. The good and the bad. But it's
yeah, and let me jump in there. Let me say, I agree 100%. It should come from a place of initially gratitude and just appreciation for the experience of life itself. So valuing life, and then the best way, and I have 4 kids, right? What I want my kids to do, I don't want my kids becoming badasses in life and me, down the road talking to them and them saying, "I did it just for you, Dad." That's not how love works. That's not how, but yet we're told that's how God operates, which again, this is why I think the truth has been distorted. What a father wants is for his children to understand his message and to make the most of their life in alignment with the fundamental principles that underpin the very message that you provide your kids. Them creating on their own in alignment is what I want to see. I don't want to find out that they do a good deed because they're obeying their dad at the age of 30 years old. At the age of 30 years old, I want them to embody the message within themselves, and then I want them to be free. I want them to create to whatever degree that they feel is appropriate or is a part of, all of that at that moment.
One of the things that we can agree on just as human beings that I think that everybody on the panel could agree on this, that God, the creator, does not usurp. He doesn't usurp on the decisions or the choices or the path that you decide to take or the thought process that you decide to manifest. He's standing back. He created a world. He gave the beings the will to make their world according to their fashion, according to their ideas, according to their law. Our law varies from place to place. In the United States of America, you have different laws in different states. You have different, and even within a state, you have different laws according to different municipalities. And it's not God coming down here like, no, this law has to align with the state next to it, or Colorado has to align with California. No. You do not, as a fact that we know, that God is not usurping on or infringing upon the will of the people in any given land. In any given land, they have their own constitutions, they have their own laws, they have their own Bill of Rights, or whatever you want to call it, and it differs.
Yeah.
From place to place to place to place to place. From religion to religion to religion to religion. Now, I would ask myself just philosophically, is this the way that God wants it to be?
I would argue that the current state is not the way that it would be seen in its ideal form. I think in its ideal form, we are in alignment with the most fundamental principle is love, and then in alignment with the natural order.
Some people will say love, other people will say loyalty. Because love is a thing that
But loyal to what,
can
though?
go beyond good or it can go beyond bad. Because there's some people that love a person so much that they're willing to overlook the bad things that they've done, and they would have that person condemn another person because of love. Love is...
Yeah, fair enough.
It has no wall or no boundary.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It's
But
mamas that love their son and he killed somebody and she don't want him to do a life sentence in prison.
Yeah, all right, but let me say this. Okay, so there's context here that we need to understand. We are at the transition of ages, right? We are witnessing the establishment of a new earth unfolding right before our eyes, okay? So let's just imagine what a heaven on earth would look like. Well, for one, we wouldn't be enslaved by this beast system. We wouldn't have to go work 40 plus 60 80 hours a week to fulfill our basic needs and be robbed of those precious moments with our family and friends and things like that. If we were to take a realm where our needs were met, which is arguably on the horizon, right? There through AI, automation, robotics. The only thing left really to solve in this equation is the energy factor.
No. And energy has never been a problem.
Well, fair enough. But let's just say it hasn't been realized within our system to where energy is free. But in the event all of that happens, a lot of the issues that we have that cause us to misunderstand what love basically is, it's all a byproduct of a world where it's not equitable and there's not an equal distribution of resources and all that. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we're laying the foundation for the systems that will govern a new earth. And so we have to look with the context of what that will look like in the future. And what that will look like is total freedom but simply an alignment with love, or the golden rule, or a return to common law. A lot of people talk about, in that, if how we impact the lives of other people around us is that reflection of our relationship to not only them, but also ourselves, and also creation, or the creator. And so, yes, if we try to understand love in today's context, it can be difficult. But I'm just throwing it out there that we need to focus on like what it would look like in the future, because in the future, I think it will be simplified to what we've already been told. Love God above all things, love your neighbor as yourself. It really is that simple. But in a world where heaven on earth exists, there would be a spiritual unity where we weren't going at each other's throats based on what our historical texts or sacred texts or prophets said. And I think that's what we're working on establishing, is that transcending those differences. But anyway.
I think fairness is a good step, a first step. And then, of course, being in alignment with balance. Balance is very important. So fairness, balance, 50-50, an eye for an eye, karma, all of these things are important, because in order to keep everything together, balance is so important, because we have that in our physical lives where when we go out of balance, things don't work. And that also works in the spiritual world. It works in our energy fields. Without balance, things just fall apart. And humanity doesn't understand this thing. They just insist to keep living in what they call a 3D, which is the need to be governed, and playing the blame game and being a victim. But none of these things are true, because the scripture says it clearly that we reap what we sow. So that scripture is so strong, but people just seem to ignore a lot of the scriptures, and they're really not paying attention to what it's saying, because at the end of the day, it's about balance. That's what it's all about. That's all it's about, right? So the matrix is basically the eternal hell that humanity has created for themselves. They have created the reality that they're living in. So you create your own life according to what you do and how much you care about things. I hope you guys understood that.
I do agree. I think balance was a key word, but I'll let y'all respond. Yeah, I do like
agree.
what you were saying.
I agree to an extent of what she said. Balance.
Yeah, because you treat people the way you want to be treated. And so when we are all behaving as a collective and simply being concerned about one another and doing the right things and all the time, if you're a tenant, for example, pay your rent on time. If you're a landlord, be kind to your tenant also, vice versa. So when we are all cooperating together, things will work out wonderfully. Everybody will be happy, and we won't have so much tension. But it's the lack of balance. Some people just want to do things their way, regardless of who it hurts. So that's when you go out of balance. See, when you're in fairness, and you don't accept anything that's not fair, and you don't impose anything that's not fair on others, that's when you start aligning yourself with balance, and that's when things start working out. So that's what the message is all about. And where you will find that understanding is deep in your heart. When you go deep in there, your heart will tell you that this is the way to do it. But you ignore what your heart tells you, and you start doing other things that you think might be better. But in the end, they never really work out. They just don't. So I don't know why humanity is not learning from these things. I don't know why.
I know
why. It's layered. Yeah, go ahead. It's deep. It's layered, and that's why it's 7 generations back. It stays in your physiological self. It takes time. Mm-hmm. It takes somebody, and then thinking you a chain breaker or whatever they call it, and you realize that you've done some things to your own children when you're on this mission and what you got to do. But then you can see on the other side, when your children become adults, that what you have cultivated, they've taken it even further, and knowing that that's just another generation into breaking these cycles. But if there was any way, that's why the Bible talks about there's a time and a season for everything. Because if there was any way, and there is, miraculously speaking, and I know that scientifically and all these other things with the quantum and all of that, with the power of direct connect on levels that we're not talking about here, we're talking about more spiritual, but that miracles like that can happen. But for generally, until we cultivate this energy to where it's more of a miraculous state of being on a daily basis, it takes time to cultivate that, and it takes awareness, which is what the R.O.A.R thing is about, essentially, is raising awareness.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go for it, Chris.
We know that you know, after JC like passed or whatever, the prophets and stuff were in a state of like persecution and whatnot. So when you look at the language of the prophets and the people that were in the Bible, like trying to pass the message on, it's a language of in a sense, like they were afraid of persecution while they were writing it. So in a sense, what we're dealing with now is that when you have ambiguous language, and you have the way that our species likes to take ambiguous language and then sort of hijack it, we end up in this situation where like people take scripture.
What is ambiguous? Ambiguous is unclear.
Yeah.
But they were formulating those things because they had.
Well, hold on, real quick. I do want to hear MD finish his question for Chris, and then I want to hear Chris continue.
No, if anyone wants to interrupt me, go ahead. I'll personally allow anyone to interrupt me. I don't care.
When you come with ambiguous language to a lay person is something that they cannot understand. Everyone has not learned. Everyone has not read the Bible. Everyone has not read the Quran. People don't even be having these books. So when you have a person in position of power, a pastor, or a preacher, a deacon, they're trying to convey a message for people to believe, the common folk. This person might be tending to the fields every single day. They don't even know how to read. You have to tell me what God is. You tell me what the code is. You tell me what the rules is, because all I know is I'm out here tending to the fields every day. I know the fields, I know the plants, but I don't know what you're talking about, because I can't even read.
No, I mean, yeah, you're pointing out something really super relevant, which is that basically even just getting to like a deeper philosophical meaning of what the words meant wasn't even where people were at mentally, and that's like a super important thing to think about. Like, it's like you're literally talking about people that just wanted to be told what to think back then, you know. But what I was more thinking about is like, how do we perceive the words right now? And that has an ambiguity to it in a sense, because they were people under persecution. Like, so the problem that we end up with now is you have like tons of double meanings and stuff, and now we're trying to decipher things, and then where you end up with, and God love you, Keisha, I love you, but when someone comes in like screaming an ultimate truth and they're trying to like wield their truth against the world, Keisha is like our fucking shield maiden that just comes in and shield bashes them in the face for like trying to proselytize people. You know, like we've had that happen so many times now that I have to point it out that like literally like there's a lot of ambiguous terms that we're like trying to like swim through and figure out what they even mean. And that's where like the philosophical debate about what was even said, why does it matter, and how does that apply to your philosophy? And I think if you can actually truly ask those three questions, then you can start actually having a conversation, because you end up in these situations where people just recite scripture and stuff, and they use that as like this baton to just like smash people over the head with, you know?
Yeah, that irks me the most because a lot of people that you talk to, they want to hit you with biblical scripture because that's all they know. That's all they've been taught. And I tell you that here in America, the churches is on every other corner. So Jesus and the doctrine and Christianity, the Old Testament, the Torah, all of these things are. A person doesn't even have to be religious, but they'll know some type of scripture, some type of text from these words, because this is how you've been brought up. This is what you've been taught. This is what you've been told. And a lot of people don't want to buck against it or question it, because I know as a young man when I was in church and going to church with my grandmother, that don't question what you're been being taught and what you're being told. Believe it, it's the truth. That's what they told me when I was growing up. My grandmother, very religious, she'd come to my mama house and pick us up, take us to church every Sunday, without fail. And this was what we were taught from youth. So when you're teaching a 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old that this is what it is and this is the law and this is the word, then you're indoctrinated. Because before
I had this experience.
Yeah,
today.
hold on. Oh, real quick. Let me jump in real quick. Let me say one thing. And one thing that. All right. So I was raised Catholic. 32 years of my life, I used to debate all different religions. And I relied a lot of times on the historical text or the historical context of the Catholic Church being the founding of Christianity and all that. But then I saw what are called an NDE account, or a near-death experience. You can go on the internet and you can go to social media, type in NDE account or near-death experience, and it is of these people that have a heart attack or a car accident or some tragic event. They end up in the hospital, no longer their heart's no longer beating. They're dead. They get resuscitated and they come back talking about this experience in the afterlife, right? In this realm that oftentimes they call hyper real, like far beyond real than what we experience in this life. And they come back with a message, and that message is one of love. That's it. And they come back with this inspiration and this desire to share it with the world. This is why there's so many of them growing by the day on social media, because these people come back inspired, sharing a message that is actually echoed by Jesus Christ himself, which is this life is as simple as how we treat each other. And so to quickly just like talk about their experience, they end up in this afterlife. Sometimes they're only out for like 3 minutes, but in those 3 minutes, they'll have what they call a life review. They'll experience this bright white light or what have you. And in this life review, they relive their entire life. And every single experience with another human being, they have to rewatch it. And they watch it through the lens of an awareness that is in love, right? So they see where they harmed other people and neglected to love other people, and then they see where they loved other people. So it's not just judgment as in the bad. They see, they essentially reap what they sow. Just fundamentally, they reap what they sow. Now, where it differs, or this is what broke me free from the indoctrination, as you call it. This is what, 32 years of my life being Catholic has led me to this, where I've realized that humanity doesn't fully understand it. And we're now just getting a taste of understanding it because of these anecdotal accounts that are actually in line with ancient texts that talk about the simplicity of the purpose of this reality, and it has to do with the interpersonal experiences with other people. And so when we question love and what does that mean? All you have to do is go online and listen to 10 of these near-death experiences, and they will tell you what love is. And it is as simple as when you see someone on the side of the street and you're walking past them, waving and smiling at them. They talk about how you wouldn't think it in our current paradigm of thought, but they're saying on the other side, when they have their life review, those situations where they share that expression of connection and love through a smile and a wave, or just having conversation with a stranger, those things are highly valued in that afterlife review of their experience in this realm, because those oftentimes take the effort to extend in a form of love, which is just simply, sharing in terms of conversation, communication, care, essentially, connection. And so it is, as difficult as it may seem, love is actually very simple at its core, and that's going to be a part of these discussions. But anyway, I just wanted to share that, because in all of these discussions, we get caught up in the weeds and we wonder what the purpose of this life, and those NDEs, they spell it out for you. But anyway.
Hey, DaVinci, can I say something to that? So
yeah, go for it, Chris.
Please.
Sorry, I'll shut up now.
Sorry,
Sorry,
hold on.
can I cut in?
Yeah,
Can I
jump
cut
in, Star. Yeah.
We have a new person on the panel, Wisdom 222. I specifically invited him because I think that he has something interesting to share with all of us. So, do you mind if he goes first?
No, definitely, yeah. Whenever we have a new guest, especially if it's a good time to jump into it, go for it, Wisdom, and then we'll jump back to the conversation as it,
Hi
Glad
guys,
to have you
how
here,
are you
Wisdom.
tonight?
Yep.
Yeah, this is an amazing birthday present for me. My birthday's Wednesday, and this is the absolute best. Thank you guys. I've kind of been doing some studying with myself for a while. Star's very familiar with some things I've been working on, and I really like your topic tonight because it's exactly what was directed at my download today that I got, and I'd love to share it with you guys. So if I talk too fast, it's because it's just how I am. I apologize. But this is where I've been leading to. I know we've all experienced little increments of guidance throughout our lives, like when we're children all the way up, right? Whether it's a vision or dreaming or whatever. And I kind of discovered a mathematical equation I've been working on for a very long time that may have predicted dimensions where God is absolutely cannot be denied, period, for that. And it's blowing my mind, and I really need some help on where I would take this to actually get some professional guidance with the actual experiences and mathematical equations and geometrical shapes that I've physically seen that have not been created here yet. It's kind of blowing my mind, and I don't know where I would go with it in order to not get harmed. Does that make sense?
We have a guy known as Vibrant. We need to introduce you to him because he knows some wild shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's like actual math that I did today, based on our pyramids, their locations, and I weaned the math down, and I've been doing some projects of my own, probably about 3 years now, with visions of geometrical shapes, and let's just say the higher dimension, the square root changes by the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth root. And when I was asking AI about it today, they actually said that that's math that's not known to us yet. And it was dumbfounding. I was just blown away. And then I was trying to do the math myself, and everything comes out to almost pi. It's unbelievable. And with that being said, it shows that the farther we get away from our structure, the farther we get away from God, and it becomes nothing. It's absolutely beautiful what I've come across. And I don't want to share with the wrong people. I know TikTok's not the best place. I don't want to go into details. But
no, that's okay. I just shared it with Vibrant, so hopefully he sees the live and comes in, because I think that it could be very helpful to you.
And two, if we don't want to do it on the live, I've talked to Vibrant
that's what I was going to suggest. I think everyone should be aware of the fact that we have to guard certain things very intentionally.
Yeah.
So Wisdom, I sent
Vibrant,
you a DM, love. I sent you a DM.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys, because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I don't have fear anymore. Obviously, I'm past that, but you have that, don't be stupid. You know what I mean? Don't run off with this. But at the same time, I want to share with my people, the amazing information I may have found. And if there's other people out there with this information, that are geniuses or professors or whatever, I would love to sit and just talk to them, because I'm just sitting here with this information by myself. And it gets very, lonely.
Yeah, and Vibrant, he'll share with you his entire what do you call it, scholarly papers that I don't know if he's published, but he has high level math in all of his that he's shared with me. So he's the kind of guy that will set up a Discord discussion and we'll bring you into it, and we'll have that dialogue, because I think, again, you're not alone. There's more and more people that are either having these downloads or these experiences, or their life work is essentially culminating in these discoveries, essentially, that I think are obviously going to lay the foundation for a higher degree of awareness for humanity moving forward. So yeah, no, thanks for coming on.
I think this is a great place to share all that information. Feel free to share whatever you want to share.
Yeah,
Just
not
spill
all
it
of
out.
it.
We're ready.
I don't really think it's necessary to do all of it, because I want to make sure I get with someone that's actually in the same tune as I am, because I think I found the outside source that they haven't reached yet. So I don't really want to share with anyone yet, but at the same time, I don't want to like keep it from my people or anyone I care about, as we're all one, and not like know that like God is absolutely everything. And the proof I found, I mean, people are dying over this stuff, so I'm not like trying to like float or bonnet or nothing like that.
Yeah, proof is everywhere.
No, that's
proof
fine.
is everywhere.
Yeah. We definitely.
It's beyond the regular human proof. That's what I'm. Trying to.
No, we'll definitely set some. We'll set something up.
Proof is also everywhere.
Yeah, we'll definitely set something up for sure. I guess Star, you can send her the Discord. And
I do have Discord. I just don't use it because I don't really have anything to do other than like stupid little things on there.
Yeah, check your messages. Check your messages, Wisdom.
I would love that. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
I was gonna say, either way, I'll send you.
That's what my job is, so I want to use it. Like I want to use it the right way, but yeah.
Yeah, my question is, what time zone are you in? Where do you?
Let's see. I'm Central, I think. Eastern Central.
Central Standard Time, United States, or Eastern.
Well,
either way, that's close enough. That was really, I was just wondering what country are you in?
Yeah, time myself. Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, you're good. So if you're in the U.S., that's fine. In other words, we can work around that time zone. So, all right, cool. Well, no, I appreciate you for coming up and sharing that.
Like this. Let me share one more thing. I really appreciate finding this live tonight, because constantly I find myself just you know how they say don't speak on deaf ears. Well, sometimes the ears don't know they're being deaf. And it's not like anything mean. It's just like, hey, like they don't want to pertain this information, but I don't know how to fit into normal society with the things they worry about. And I don't know how to be like an everyday person when I know what's the most important stuff. It's almost like, how do I sit back and just do this? Because I don't want to shove it down anyone's throat. But when I get excited with something like that I found today, I'm just like, why would I can't do the basic. And I'm so glad I found you guys tonight, because it kind of helped me a little bit, because I've been just overloaded completely.
We're glad you found us, and thanks for being here. And yeah, y'all can carry on. Yep.
So I just want to say, like, we've just witnessed, how this is, people say that it's just talk, right? But look what we're creating. Look what's happening in front of us is that each person has their own following, right? And those followers are coming together with our followers, and we've each got something to give each other or to bring each other. So it's unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, and if you want wisdom, if you have time in the meantime, feel free to go to georesonance13.com. And that's a platform that Vibrant has essentially created with the purpose of uniting humanity through our understanding of our nature, the microcosm, the macrocosm, and the ultimate alignment, which I think is in essentially along the same lines of what you're talking about with your mathematics and your discovery, and all of his stuff is mathematics based. So I think it'd definitely be a fruitful discussion and probably something that's divinely inspired. And so, yeah.
I really appreciate that, because it's a very crazy road how I got here. I'm 43 years old. I started seeing stuff when I was 6 and understanding things that I didn't understand until now. And I was sitting outside today, and I legitimately realized so much beyond what I've ever thought could compare to the shapes and everything. And I was like terrified, but not the same fear. It's a different kind of terrified. It was like, wow, my brain's finally processed to the point where I can have this massive knowledge. And with the things I've been through, like car accidents to the brain, I mean, I pretty much died in places you wouldn't believe. And I keep coming back to the same existence. With the ones that I really respected and I worked hard to be that light for, they're still here in my existence, and I can't get a hold of most of the ones that aren't there anymore. So I'm like really sitting here with this in my own hands. And you can't call people on a normal basis anymore. You can't be like, oh, hey, I got the download that's ahead of everyone. Would you like to talk to me? Because they're going to just shoot you in the head. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. But, you know, you just can't do it. And it really makes me feel good that there's other people out here that I saw the live with Star on it. Immediately was like, okay, I always see what she's talking about. And it just really freaking helped me, guys. I don't even know. And I really hope one day I can share this all with you, because I actually have it down to such a science that I could explain it to an 8. It's like
So what are you
so good.
creating?
What's that?
What are you inventing? Like, what is your invention?
It's actually the mathematical equation of the layers of the universe.
No,
Like
it's
our
not no
existence.
mathematical equation for the layers of the earth. How do you know
It's
the
actually like been
mathematical
shown. It's
equations
been shown
of
to
the
me.
layers of the earth unless you measure every layer of
No,
the
it's
earth?
not that kind of measurement.
Yeah,
It's a
Now, look,
measurement.
I will say this.
Hold up.
I will say this. I've spoken to a guy. Like, feel free, hey, MD, go to georesonance13.com. Right? Like, it's not.
What does that have to do with our
Detective Neutron.
existence
Look up
on
the
a day-to-day
detective
basis?
Well, I'm about to
The layers
explain
of
it to
the
you.
earth.
I'm about to explain it to you. There are people that have 100-page papers with high-level mathematics that have written out the math that supports the theory of and the significance of the alignment or the union of the microcosm and the macrocosm, and their math talks about these layers that she's talking about. And that's just one of the first steps in raising humanity's awareness.
And the
Right
wildest
now,
part about it, I can't draw it. I've tried to redraw this creation so many times, and other people have, but they weren't here. The person who created the first drawing of what I'm talking about literally has my last name. In 1558.
Now I will say also, I do now.
As the resident science
anyway,
nerd, can I talk to Wisdom for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Wisdom, there's actually a lot of paradoxes in science, and they're like these little issues, like little. Crow, I'm repeating in your mic. Can you mute your mic for a sec?
Yeah, who is that? Maybe it's you, Wisdom, or Crow.
Yeah, so there's these like layers, and I really like what our friend that we were talking and we're trying to like hook you up with about, because he talks about that there's like different layers of physics, and I think that's neat, because there is a lot of paradoxes that are problematic for people that just want to have like a one rule set for everything. But one of the paradoxical things that actually exists is that the geometry nerds of the theoretical physics world have found a way to make a sphere out of a sphere, and a sphere out of a sphere, and a sphere out of a sphere using the same geometries. So when you said 3.14, that just kind of like annihilated me, because I was just like, oh, okay, she's saying everything goes back to the spherical nature, and ultimately, like, the geometry of spheres actually disagrees with the geometry of our reality. So, like we actually have a problem with regulating things that we can mathematically do with spheres with, like, our known universe. Like, there's an actual disagreement, which is interesting. Anytime you have like a massive disagreement in geometry with like the things that we can measure, and then like, you know, reality, there's like a weird, like a pocket of what the hell is going on. So the fact that you said 3.14 and that's like super relevant, I thought that was neat, and I'm a big science nerd, so I just think that's cool. That is all. I'll shut up now.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Because, you know, when you're discovering this stuff on your own, it's a little crazy when it's been, 43 years of discovery. And you're sitting here alone, and, You know, you have these things that are confirmed by people you don't even know, professors and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, I'm not crazy. But they're not people sitting next to you. They're not people in your everyday life. And you're finding these wild things, and people are like, you're insane, bro. Like, what are you talking about? And you're just, you know for a fact that it can't not be the thing because you've gone all these years just finding little tidbits of information where your mind needed to grow to the point where it could handle all of it. So, like, you can't get downloaded with all of it at once, right? You can't just find out everything in the world when you're 2. You know, you have to, like, progressively learn, and you have to experience, you have to smell, you have to taste, you have to walk like Christ. You have to do things to be like a Christos.
I think people struggle with infinity too. You know, when you think about even a black hole or like even the Big Bang, like that's actually an infinity concept. And
Or
there's actually
nothing.
there's new science coming out that's actually disagreeing with the Big Bang, that has problems with like the Planck scale and that it couldn't have super compressed to the level that it needs to. So infinity struggles with a lot of things, and the fact that you were basically talking about something circular and that we found an infinity within geometry where we can just keep creating the same shape over and over again infinitely. That's like so mind-bendingly wrong that our brain can't really fathom why it works, and it's like probably just past our understanding, you know, like
And that's the thing I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how you guys are, but when I think something, for example, right, I'll have like this really strong feeling about it. I'll have like a scene, whatever it is, a dream, whatever. I'll write it down. Years later, it might come true, whatever it happens, blah, blah, blah. But here's the main thing that's crazy to me lately. I'm not getting confirmation by learning and going to school and like learning from a professor and he tells me something and I learn it. I'm literally running into professors online that are confirming my thoughts. That's where it flipped. And I was like, whoa, what the, you know what I mean? Like, it was wild. It was like, I wasn't sitting there going to class to learn something. I was literally going to be confirmed on my thoughts that I already had. It was like mind blowing. And they say that like, you can't learn everything right away because your mind would blow up. I mean, compare what you know now to when you were 15. You wouldn't have been able to understand any of that. And I was listening to Superman by Three Doors Down the other day, playing pool. And I literally sat there in silence like, what the hell? It was verbatim, word for word, what I've been through the past year. So it was just like, it didn't mean the same thing when I was 15. You see what I'm saying? So like, we can't hold that much knowledge so quickly. And with this all adding up to what it added up today, I mean, I wanted to stand on a mountain and just cry and scream and laugh and jump up and down. And it made my life just mean something so profound. And all of us, every one of us, it means so much. And I don't want to, I want to sit with someone that may have gotten to the point I've gotten to so that I can seriously say, hey man, did I do this right? So I kind of like asked like an AI thing today and they backchecked my work backwards. Bro, like they worked it backwards and I never worked it through them. Like I can't make it up. It's just.
Yeah, that's, hey, wisdom. That's why I'm saying you should probably check your messages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to go as light as I can.
Yes.
I'm not trying to go loud. I'm just trying to say like it's really nice to be around people that might have an idea of like where I'm at. So
It's exciting for sure. I'm so excited for you and for everybody because of it.
It's very exciting.
Lovely having you, Wisdom. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always nice to talk to you guys and find others like, you know, same mentality and thoughts and questions. And even when I talk to people who are like NASA physicists and stuff, I love hearing different profound ways of thinking. You know, I really love the mind. It's an amazing thing. So
yeah, and ultimately that's what this space is fundamentally about, is that, you know, oftentimes we, you know, especially in religion, like we have this paradigm of thinking that we are beholden to what we've been indoctrinated to believe. And then now in this religiously pluralized world, we have thousands of different denominations within Christianity itself. We have the back and forth between Christianity and Islam. And so the question is, could this just be like fertile ground for humanity, for each and every one of us, to like look above the trees and say, hey guys, we're all humans, you know, like maybe there's like a mystical message that could unite all of us. And, you know, there's mystics of all religions at all different times. There is that esoteric understanding of reality that is in alignment with that message. And then you have quantum physics now speaking that same language of paradox and abstract nature of reality. And then now we have people like you know, contributing to the theoretical mathematics, all that stuff. And so to me, it's all pointing to a global revolution in awareness, right? And that's what this aims to serve, to be the catalyst for, which is, you know, humanity's roar, the R.O.A.R awareness revolution. So anyway.
We have a new member.
Well, I'm gonna let
too,
you guys
so-
go. I have to go to bed, but I really want to say thank you. It just made me feel a little better today.
Yeah, we'll be in touch, and we'll set something up for tomorrow.
All right, that sounds awesome. I look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you for being here. And look
Bye,
forward to
guys.
it.
Okay.
All right, Wisdom, take care.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Exciting times.
Yeah,
Crow,
we
I
have a
think.
new member, Crow.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, there you go. All right. How's it going, Crow?
Guten Morgen.
Talk to us.
So you said earlier, right? Golden rule: treat others as you want to be treated. Yeah.
Yep.
I can show you how fundamentally flawed that is real quick.
Oh, really? Well, go ahead and tell us.
Great. Let's use a plant nursery analogy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, say that you're a plant that needs more sunlight, more water, right? And next to you is another plant that needs less sunlight, less water. If you treat that plant as you want to be treated, you're going to unalive that plant.
That's not really a good.
So,
we are not planned.
if I could really quickly, because the
Not
theory,
by-
I
We
hear
are
what
not
you're
planned.
saying.
That's the point.
I hear what you're saying, Crow, but the thing is, it's about giving other people what they need and wanting other people to give us what we need.
So
It's not
the
about
golden
like
rule
actually
would really not be
assimilating.
treat those as you want to be treated. It would be treat those as they need to be treated.
Right.
Wouldn't
So the idea when we say do unto others as you would have done unto you, like the golden rule.
it? Again, this was a conversation between me and the host.
Well, I'm listening, Crow, and I will if I hear either Keisha or someone else say something I disagree with, I promise you I'll jump in. So I do want you to understand I'm right here as part of the dialogue, and I'm entertaining what she's saying. So I want you to understand I'm right here with it. So just keep going, and yeah, if that's cool. I mean, yeah.
So the thing is-
they're good questions, Crow. I love difficult
Yeah,
questions.
It's not
So
a
thank you
question at
for
all.
or
It's a
good.
truthful statement.
Yes, it's a statement that is you're presenting as conflicting with what I'm saying. So I love these discussions. So anyway, if you don't mind, stay and we'll just have this dialogue. So keep going, Keisha.
Yeah, I love stuff like this. So I think it comes down to something that we point to quite often, and it's what I typically always go back to, and it's the fact that almost everything is subjective. Only very few rudimentary principles are not, and even with those, we have to be really intentional about making sure we have a measure for it, right? Because if it's not like a SMART goal, like specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, then we can never determine who's actually doing it and who's not, right? So it still leaves subjectivity. So when we talk about what
When
you're
we get into
Now let me
subjectivity,
say
we're
one thing.
talking about what you think. When we get
Can I
into
get-
objectivity, right? Subjectivity is nothing more than what you feel, what you believe. Objectivity is
No,
nothing more
I
than
like
what
what
you
you're saying,
think,
bro.
right?
I love what you're saying, by
There is
the
an
way.
absolute truth
Hold on, one at a
to
time,
all of it, and either you realize it or you don't.
And that absolute truth is what again?
right.
It's pretty easy. If you understand 369, 963, and the harmonics of 12, 12, 12, you
Yeah,
understand that
as
this
above, as
quantum is
below.
everything exists.
Hold on, let him finish real
It's
quick.
simple observation.
Right. And so what you're back to your original point, and you kind of broke up. I'm sorry. Can you lay out the first plant analogy thing for just one more time so I can grasp what you're saying?
Yeah, no problem. You said treat others as you want to be treated. That's
Yes.
never been the golden rule. It's always been treat others as they need to be treated. The plant analogy goes right along with that. Same thing applies to every human, every species, everything, period, right? If you
And
have
what was
one
the plant
tree that
analogy
needs,
again? What was
I'm
the
getting
plant
into
analogy
it.
again?
If
Oh, okay,
you
sorry,
have
sorry.
one plant that needs little sunlight, little water, and you're a plant that needs lots of sunlight, lots of water, if you treat that plant as you need to be treated, you will unalive that plant.
If I may jump in real quick.
Whoa,
It's more so you treat them as you'd want to be treated if you were in their situation. It's not like you're taking your situation and then using that as the staple to judge what other people should get. It's more so, as I empathize with their conditions, what is it that I would want, and that's what you treat them as.
Well, there's actually even an even bigger issue, Vibration, and that's that you're making yourself the authority that gets to dictate how someone else needs to be treated, right? Like, that's the actual real problem, is then you become the authority that just dictates what someone else needs.
But that's how you act, though.
And
So, like, for
that's
example,
actually the worst problem.
Real quick.
It's the worst problem with what Crow is saying.
But real quick, we're talking.
No,
about
the
each
thing
other.
is
Hold on,
this.
real quick.
Yeah, we
Let
are.
Let me say one thing. We're talking about what something needs. Okay, so what something needs is what we're perceiving that they need. In which case, if we were them in their shoes, we're perceiving what we would need for ourselves in their shoes. So we're treating them the way we would want to be treated in their shoes. So we're saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Chris, I'm interested to hear that. But just to clarify real quick, Chris, I don't think that. I mean, you have to make. You essentially make judgments based on your best understanding of the situation. It's not that you're claiming I'm the authority figure that knows what people need. It's more so based on my understanding, this is the path I'm going to move in relation to this thing. Now, I don't think that's an issue. But now, Crow, how do you describe that?
Hold up.
Hold on, I want to hear what real quick. I want to hear what Crow was going to say real quick before.
Allow Chris to continue.
Okay, fair enough. And thank you for that, Crow. Yeah.
I'm gonna hotspot because I actually agree with Crow, and I disagree with Host, and I disagree with Vibration at the same time. So I'm kind of Crow's champion right now.
What do you disagree about?
He's going to tell us. He's going to tell us. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in a sense, Crow, I slightly disagree with you in the sense that if you assume that you knew what someone else needed, then you are kind of being despotic, because you don't ever really know what someone else needs, right? Unless you connected with them in some way to know what they needed. But the other issue is that you basically.
And we can allow him to respond to what I said too, and then you can jump back in. Maybe his phone died. Well, hey, leave that spot open. Let him jump back in. It sounds like his phone probably died. He should be back here shortly.
Go ahead and, what is the difficulty, or where exactly do we disagree, Crow? Because I don't quite see it.
Because you're relying on your own perception.
Maybe.
Fair enough. Just can you explain?
Your objectivity, which has nothing to do with the absolute truth of what it is.
Fair enough. But help us understand. Yeah. Elaborate on that.
Observe and you ask. Therefore, you know what that other plant needs. As far as
sometimes people don't even know what they need. So even if you ask, they don't even know. And
which is why it's also about holding space, proximity. See, if we ask questions instead of statements, we get closer to the unity of it.
Exactly.
So I think that's yes. Sometimes they don't know, and ultimately you can't ask questions. You have to utilize your own
space.
Yeah, but at some point in time, we take action. The argument is that love is as simple as taking action in what you perceive to be the best for that thing, as if you were in the shoes of that thing. So I go back to, what is it that we're not, what is the original disagreement again?
Again, that's only what you think. It's not the absolute. It's not.
So what are you proposing? What are you proposing?
Determine the absolute.
Well, hold on. What are you proposing? What's your alternative proposal?
Like I said, the actual golden rule.
How do you determine what someone needs, though?
Others as they should be treated. Therefore, all you have to do is ask and observe It really isn't hard.
Okay, I have to
Is that so?
insert. I
Okay,
have to
we all
ask.
talking past each other.
Whoa,
I just want to
whoa,
clarify.
time out, everyone, everyone, time out, everyone, time out, everyone, time out. You just told me the golden rule, and you defined the golden rule as treat other people as they need to be treated. Is that correct? Am I fair in saying that, what you just said?
I mean, again, what's so hard about what I've said?
Well, hold on.
Wait, time out. Everyone, time out. I just want to clarify something. I'm just confirming that what I'm understanding you said is what you said. And I'm not sure, this isn't a gotcha question. I'm just genuinely like trying to make sure at this first step that you basically told me that the golden rule ultimately means treating people the way that they need to be treated, and that's ultimately how we should treat people. Is that safe to say? Crow?
Again, that has been the statement the entire time.
Okay.
Hold on.
No, wait. No, stop. Okay, so having said that, what I'm trying to tell you is that when I say treat other people the way that you want to be treated, or the way that you need to be treated in terms of the way you're needing to be treated is in alignment with justice. So you being treated justly is the way that you quote unquote wanted to be treated. I'm clarifying that. What I'm telling you is that is the exact same thing as you're saying. We're using different words, but it's the exact same thing.
If I may add to that, I'll clarify once again
from a subjective and objective point of view, not an absolute of what it is.
But this is the bridge, brother. When you say we should treat others as they need to be treated, that is the same thing as saying treat others as you'd want to be treated, given you understand the circumstance that they're in and what it is that they need. Because you want to be treated in the way that based on what you need. So we're saying the same thing. There really is no difference.
And Chris, maybe you, Chris, do you want to jump in? Because I know you got disconnected. Can you help us understand how we're not saying the same thing?
So it comes down to the teacher, right? Because a teacher would basically make someone uncomfortable to let them learn something, you know? So when you say want to be treated, it actually creates a emotional schism of like what we're actually talking about is the main goal, because you're talking about like the best version of you might want to learn something from the teaching, but then the worst version of you in that moment might not want to learn something.
No, Chris, with all due respect, Chris, I heard what you said. I do want to say, I'm telling you, I'm speaking from what the ideal version of myself, the one that is comfortable going down the harder path, the path of struggle to achieve the best version of myself. I'm agreeing with you, or I'm not agreeing with you. I'm telling you, there is no question about which version of myself are we talking about. I'm talking about the ideal form of myself, the one that you said basically is wanting to be taught in the way that is ideal for my growth. So
yeah, then I agree with you. Then
Okay.
in that context, I agree with you then, because
So we weren't talking past each other, just to clarify.
Now, I would also like to hear now,
we're
Crow.
dialed in,
Now,
bro.
hold on. Now that Chris is in agreement, Crow, feel free to reach out or ask Chris or to clarify with Chris why it's not true. Because sometimes I like to hear dialogue between two people, and you know, do you want to try to explain it to Chris why it's not what you're saying?
Somebody else was trying to say something.
I was trying to say
Hey,
something.
how's it going? Yeah, go for it. Whoever else wants to jump in,
Thank
that's fine.
you.
Yeah,
So
sorry about that.
that's all right. The golden, I just put it in there, the translation from the Hebrew language. It's do unto others, it's treat, where is it at? As love your neighbor as yourself, okay? So that's
very
the,
loud noise.
Oh no, that's
Okay.
Tina. That's
me.
Tina's
Give
noise.
me
Yeah,
1
yeah.
second, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, no problems. We can't hear you.
So, sorry,
There we
guys.
go. Okay. So that said, about the translations, if somebody, okay, this is horrific, but here we go. if somebody is like laid out and you don't know what they need, but so you don't know what they need, but you would do something, you would treat them as you want to be treated, you would at least go attend to them, go pat their head or hold their hand or something like that, but you don't know what they need. So you can't say, hey, what do you need? They're laid out. But to just walk away like, well, I can't ask them. So there's nothing I can do. I can't ask them. The golden rule says to treat them with what they need by asking them to tell me what they need, and they can't tell me, so I'm going to just walk away. That's not it. I would want somebody to come check on me, hold my hand, put a rag on my face, do something, wait till I come back to good. Yeah, so that's not true about, and to a plant that can't even say what they need, it's still looking at a human. So a human would say, I'm going to treat this plant the way I would want to be treated. If I'm thirsty or I need to be put out in the sunlight, that's what I do with my plants. I think, oh, this plant looks like it needs to be out in the sun, and thank God that it rained, because I forgot to water my plant for days at the outside. But at the same time, God took care of it. But that's the difference in what you're saying, what's being said from everybody saying it that's been talking.
I think Crow was pointing at the complexity about the needs that everybody has, like very complex needs, and the reality is like when like one plant needs more light, the other one needs less heat, and things like that. Like that's the reality. And Crow, what he's doing is he's pointing at the minutia that is hard to acknowledge, about that we all have like very specific needs, and it's a problem, you know. And he's pointing at a very deep problem that maybe we could figure out together if we like put our brains together. Like,
yeah, I think it's easy. I think it's easily bridged though once you just add the little caveat of treat others as you'd want to be treated, given you were in their situation. There you go. Then you'll start to serve. You'll assess the situation based on the thing you're relating to and what its nature is and what its most ideal situation it could be in is, and then you determine what's the best way to get it to that most ideal situation.
Well, I have a
And
story.
it's not about what you want. Okay, well,
I have a story about an actual thing that happened about
Could I say
that.
something real quick, you guys?
Like with Tina's scenario, observe, you get the medical attention. That's an easy one. You can
I'm sorry,
ask, right? It's not hard to do.
Okay, so could I say something?
unless they don't know how to speak, and that's difficult. But yeah, the asking is always a great tool, but it's not like the only route.
Keisha, hang on. I didn't really hear Crow and what he said. I'd like to. Can you just repeat
Yes,
that, Crow?
please.
And then Keisha can go.
Go ahead. Allow them to go, and I'll get back to it.
No, please. Just so we're all clear.
Yeah, I do want to hear. I do want to hear you finish your thought, Crow. There was a dialogue going on, and I do respect Keisha wanting to weigh in, but let's let that finish, and then let Keisha jump in. You had mentioned. Yeah.
Again, it's so simple. Plant nursery analogy, right? And yes, it does go into the deeper complexities of what Chris was sitting here speaking on. If a plant needs more water and more sunlight, and another plant needs less water and less sunlight, if you treat it as you would want to be treated, you are going to unalive that plant. It's to treat things as they need to be treated. You can observe or you can ask. It is very simple. It is not as complex as everyone here is making it.
Fair enough. But with all due respect, I will say we did just explain why you're saying
nothing.
Yeah, you're saying the exact.
After
No, you're saying the same exact thing we're saying.
It
Now,
is not,
granted, I could be.
I'm coming from an absolute. You're
Fair
coming
enough.
from a subjective or an objective. What you feel, what you believe, or what you think. It is not the truth.
No. You just said if we gave more water to that plant, it would be unalived. What I'm telling you is that what we quote unquote want, or what we would want us to be treated as, is exactly what we need. We're just using different words, but we're coming to the same conclusion that I would not want an amount of water that would unalive me as a plant.
May I tell a story about this?
Yeah, but let's go ahead and let her. Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
Keisha
after
wanted to tell
Keisha,
a
yeah.
story. Yeah, we'll let Keisha and then Tina and then, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, Crow, and we don't know each other, but I'm really big on the fact that we tend to dehumanize each other as people. Some maybe intentionally, some unintentionally. I feel like we look at people, especially when we think they're in need. They may not be. And when we do, whether they say they are or we assume they are, we begin to remove dignity, agency, and choice from them. And those are three things that I am absolutely hell bent on trying to ensure that we no longer do. So for me, I understand the heart of what you're saying because it absolutely has to be what that person needs. It can't be what I need, right? Because what I need and what you need could be very different. But for me, if my idea of the golden rule, right, do to others what I want done, for me, it's about saying, hey, uh, how can I come alongside you? Letting the other person indicate what it is they want to do, why they want to do it, how they plan to do it, and how I can come alongside them. Do you want me to remind you of stuff? Do you want me to sit here and just be quiet so you're not in a space by yourself? Like, for me, it's about holding space for people, right? So it is a question. And the why is just as important, you see. The why is the exact same thing you're saying. Because my why you should do something is completely irrelevant for you. If it's not your why, you're not going to do it. So the only reason that the questions come in is to help me get to know how I can help you better. And helping is not telling, helping is not pulling or pushing. Helping is simply holding space for someone to be able to walk in the fullness of their dignity, their agency, and their choice. People will invite you into their lives and into helping them make choices if you have established relational equity. If you have not, then you typically will not get that honor. And the only way to do that is proximity. This is a natural language that I use. So when I say the golden rule, I say it because it's something that's universally known, like everyone has heard it. And if I am looking at ways to find rudimentary language, I'm trying to look at things that are already constructed instead of unconstructing or completely, building something new, because I want it to be things that people can already relate to and hold as something that is foundational for them. So if I use the golden rule and then I say the other components that I just said, right? Or like even with the word love, right? So I talk about how love languages show that we receive and give love differently. So we have to be able to say, this is what love looks like on a universal level, right? You can have your love language with your people, but for us, we're going to be patient. We're going to be kind. We're not going to be self-seeking. We're not going to be envious. We're not going to be boastful, right? Just very, very rudimentary things that can be easily identified. See, for me, that's what it's about. It's like trying to find language. And I get your nuance. Definitely, I want you to give me what I need, not what you think I want, right? Because that's what we do. At Thanksgiving, when people need benevolence, we put a bunch of canned goods in a box and give it to somebody, and we check a box saying we did something amazing. But they all already have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, that can't eat sodium, and you gave me an apple pie, and everyone in my house is allergic to apple pie. So, I think that's what you need, though. So for me, it's like way more about being intentional and just what you said, asking the questions. But all of it goes along with casting the big picture vision, because it fits together very, very, very easily. But we have to be intentional about asking the question instead of assuming, because we're saying the same thing. And if we would have been able to establish that early, then we could have given you this same background. And then we could have said, hey, help us understand if this supports the way you see it, because that's the heart behind all of it, is making sure it supports the way everyone lands and sees it.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Real quick. I know Star mentioned in the chat she needed to say something. If you want to jump in, Star, and then
I'm gonna let Tina go first.
and then I was gonna say, I know Tina wanted to tell a quick story, and then I'll give you the floor right after this, Chris.
So this bringing all of this into a reality standpoint, because this was a major, major, major turning curve for me in the past 3 months in a situation with my brother. Now, I had been in the situation that he's in. We had the same background, same household, same traumas, crazy stuff go on. And I went through my experience with all of that coming up to heal about 8 years ago. And so I know what it was like to have my nervous system completely dysregulated, have people treat me like horrible. They didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to tell them when they would ask how I needed help. The ways I needed help, they couldn't help me. And it was an inside job. It was something I had to do for myself. But I couldn't give love to anyone around me either at that time. So basically, I was just a null, just a shell of a human with this wilderness thing going on the inside of myself. So fast forwarding, I got myself together 8 years later to a very large degree, and my brother was in the same dynamic. So I bring him to my house, and I'm thinking, I know how to heal. I got these vibrational frequencies. I do all of this affirmations. I sit on the earth. I know what it took to heal me. So asking him, he didn't know. I don't know. What do you need? I don't know. And I knew where he was coming from because of his nervous system and the things that he was healing from. But what was really sad about it is that with all of that said, I still couldn't get up under his pain and his torment and his trauma to help him the way that I coulda, shoulda, woulda if I were in a different place inside of myself that could have loved myself at that point enough to extend what he would need more so than what I could give him at the time. I didn't have the internal resources to just, I could hold space for him in prayer. I could just stand and be in prayer, but my healing hadn't allowed me to get to a point where I was able to give. My well was still dysregulated to a degree, evidently. And so I had to pull myself back and surrender his healing and what I thought I could help him with to the universe. And we came up with a couple of plans that might work. And it turned out that he was homeless for a few days, and it wasn't my choice. But when he did that and went even further down in his hell and was able to be on the earth for a few days, the doors started to open because he had that faith. And so then other people were able to come in that had more internal resources and external resources to provide housing. And now he's lined up for housing. He's got all kind of stuff that came, but it's been almost 3 months that he's been dealing with that. But we touched a hard rock surface internally, which is where the kingdom is, and what we're cultivating to be able to give to people, to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, to love our neighbors as ourselves. I love my brother in my mind. I could see it in my mind, but my heart and my brain were not in coherence in that dynamic because the trauma that we had endured together, we were under the same roof, and I did not have the resources, nor did I have the polished, raw love that is really described by what love is. So when they say your heart was right, your heart was there. I was in the right place, but it wasn't completely organized within myself in order to bring it to this reality, which I learned from and am doing more so now. But that said, that's what we're talking about in real time.
Crow, if you don't want to respond immediately, Chris, I think you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tina, thank you for your story. It's amazing. It's very real. That, like, we get a lot of stories in like specific kind of lives and stuff where like people want to create like an ideal like scenario where everything is perfect, but you're talking about something where like you were on the battleground and you didn't necessarily win. And that's the kind of the stories that our spiritual side actually kind of craves, because it's real. Like, it's the reality of life, is that you're not always going to be there for people. You're not always going to fix everything. You're not always going to help everyone. And we want to be this heroic entity that just kind of can like step in and solve everything. But sometimes you just don't have the energy to do it, you know? And thank you for that story, because it, like, there's a heroism even in just being truthful, you know? and just saying that like I just wasn't enough in that moment, and that was hard, you know. And with Crow, I think what he's saying is effectively that you guys are kind of saying the same thing in a sense. Crow is saying that like you can't just be yourself for everyone. Like you can't just like you have to see what's wrong with them. Like you have to fix what's wrong with them, you know. And that's problematic
What do you
because then
have
you
to
have to
fix?
actually open your ears, you know. You have to actually pay attention to what's wrong with what's going on with the other person. It's not just your own story and then it becomes about them, you know.
Why do you have to fix? I mean,
No, I
is
mean,
that not?
that's a good
I mean,
question, yeah.
I mean, you could see it this way, like you always having the you know, I guess attitude that you need to fix all the time or heal someone. Is that not like insulting them as opposed to just them healing themselves?
I would agree. I would agree with you, Star. I think the better word is support. You know, I think that's what we're called ultimately to do, is to support each other. It's not about fixing, or in the process of what I think a lot of people liken fixing to mean is, you know, changing something about them, or, you know, and this is what I think Keisha was getting at. It's that proximity. It's that presence and that relationship where you're not trying to force them into anything or even coerce them into anything. You're providing your understanding and your degree of awareness and your opinion, but you're giving them that autonomy, and you're allowing them to act within their free will, and you love them either way. And I think that's ultimately, I think the best word for it is supporting each other.
I agree
I have a
with
question
that.
for the panel.
Yeah, go for it, Crow.
Oh, this is Tanner. This
Oh,
is T-Bone.
sorry, Tanner. Yeah, my bad, T-Bone.
Do you
Yep.
think if you recognize that someone's in a state of demoralization, that it changes the situation?
Yes.
When we're trying to when we're trying to leave these people stronger than we found them, we're not trying to be codependent with them.
Yes.
You know, we're trying to be an example. Like, I've lost 2 brothers in the last 2 years, and I did everything right. And I was tough love, I was sweet love, I listened, I didn't enable them, I didn't do too much, I didn't answer the phone when I didn't want to, and I didn't have anything to say to them. And they both did themselves in. And I don't feel any indifferent because of it. I was there when they were alive. And I was right beside them, and they could never doubt that in me. Like, I was standing right beside them. And yeah, I think demoralization is a hurdle to get over to
I'm
get to
sorry
that
you
point.
had to deal with that, dude. We've actually touched on that a couple times. I think Star like 3 days ago mentioned that, like, you know, gloom kind of happens, and like we've been trying to figure that out together as a group. Like, what do you do? Because it's nice to talk about like ideal states where we like motivate and energize together, but like, what do you do with that weird, like, almost algorithmic, like, sadness that just kind of comes over, where someone just stops existing because they just couldn't take it anymore? Like, what do we do with that? You know, that's fucked, you know?
Yeah, that's intense.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had. I'm sorry that all that happened. You know, like, I'm sorry that all that happened.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I second that, and you know, sometimes I don't have anything to say in moments like this, but obviously I.
Well, you know, if I would have spread myself thin and stretched myself and put pressure on them to live for me, that would only be temporary anyways, right? To have expectations, to like create an umbilical cord to them. Like, my energy is sacred. My space and all the people pleasing I've done in my life, like, I have to really hold that space and protect that space. So I don't get to help people much anymore, you know, but yeah.
But you can encounter them, T-Bone. You can encounter them, and then you can.
Your essence and your presence, that's kind of like what I really count on. Like,
yeah.
I really lean, you know, in my mind, I'm like, this has to be enough, because I know how good I'm governing myself.
Right. And that's the thing, like as you make connections in spaces that help you grow in your journey and your peace and protecting it, then ideally you encounter people that are, in different positions, right? Strategically, so that as something like that comes up, like as we encounter people like that, we have things like a rapid response team, right? So if someone gets into any sort of, emergency type situation, ideally everywhere has people that have the knowledge and abilities to make short-term best choice things that are able to, hold space for that. Like, when we consider things like firefighters or mental health first aid or, things of that nature, medical training, right? Like, I think we have to look at it the same way. I mean, it's what we have here today. Actually, it's just that the way that it's accessed and the knowledge of it and the way the space is held by a lot of the people that are in those positions today are having like compassion fatigue, and they're tired of the system doing what it is and isn't doing. So it's like, I think all of that is part of the restructure, like the way that we set things up for all of us to be able to be, truly treated the way that we should be all treated.
T-Bone, one of the things I would say is it's good to think of it like a bard, right? Like, in a sense, like you're a heroic character in a story that's like kind of resisting against like crazy forces. And I know it's like it's easy to get angry at like the universe or God or fate or whatever, but the reality is like your story is so unique and so powerful for others, and the pain that you've experienced actually has its own meaning in the sense that you've experienced it, and then that pain actually carries the signal of all the people that have passed before you, and the pain itself is meaningful. And the fact that you are basically you're like the writer, you're the writer in the story, you're in the story, but you're writing the story, and the pain is the pen. The fact that these people lived before you and they mattered and you love them, it's like you're the writer and you're the bard, you're singing the story by just carrying it on. You're still going, you're still trying to make things feel meaningful and matter and stuff, and all that is because there was people that went before you, and they mattered to you.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to say
Hey,
anything?
vibrations.
Thank you.
Vibrations. Are you there? Oh, sorry. No, my bad. Yeah, T-Bone. Did you want to?
No, I just was saying thank you. Thank you.
No, yeah, I realized that at the last second. We have
someone
Kay.
else on the panel.
Yeah, there you go. Kay, did you want to weigh in, respond to the prompt? What are your thoughts?
Honestly, this is a topic that just grabbed my attention. I normally like to watch. I've been I think Chris mentioned it, kind of like you go through ups and downs of like a slump. And I'm kind of in a slump, but I'm kind of happy to be in the slump because I'm learning to observe it this time in a different way than what I've observed it before. Because we all know, you can get up, you can get out of these situations and these moments through different, spiritual reasons. You can equate that to religion or whatever. I think I joined earlier during a moment of, reaching people at what they need. And I think I looked at that conversation as like a mirror point, as everyone was talking about, because y'all are all technically right. Everyone does need essentially different things, but the same thing that I think everyone does need is to realize that their needs have to be met within themselves. So as long as you give that over to give to someone else, to not even expect to fix, because it's when I say fix, that sounds so harsh, and I think that's one that I'm kind of observing right now. Is it's a realization that we all meet people at the levels that they're at, and we all have different ailments at different ranges and at different quantities, and meeting people at that mirror, essentially, when you're at that mirror and I'm in a slump, if I'm talking to someone else in a slump, and I think it was Keisha who said, sometimes you're tired and reaching people when you're at a slump to help them in their slump. You realize you're just two slump people kind of weighing down the conversation situation because no one's bringing anything. Because obviously in that moment, if I'm in a slump, I'm not getting what I need because I'm feeling whatever type of way. They're not getting what they need. They're feeling whatever type of way. And you really can't grow from that. And so enjoying this type of topic and this conversation, it's about kind of like relearning how to take back the power that we all claim to observe and had at one point, feeling secure, feeling safe, not depending on anyone, not, it's kind of like, I really think that codependency relies in a lot of different ways, in relationships with your spouse, relationships with your siblings, relationships with your parents. You get let down so much over and over again throughout life, throughout so many different ways. A lot of times that's why trauma correlates to spiritual people, because they kind of learn to protect themselves and learn to grow and give themselves the needs that weren't met from other people. And it blossoms into something that was more beneficial than, just a healed relationship, because that's really all everyone is kind of hurt from, is just feeling like that hurtness. But I'm just really enjoying the conversation, so I'm excited to hear what everyone else has to kind of continue with on this specific topic, because that is one that I'm currently in. So it's one that I like hearing like-minded people talk about through different ways.
You ever run into a manager that he manages well, but like his own life is kind of messed up? Like I think a lot of leadership and stuff like that comes down to this concept that you understand like the ideal thing that we should all be aiming at together. Like you just understand the ideal, right? Ideal, like that's the key word. And that like even if you're broken, you can still aim at the moon. And even Buddha talked about that. You just aim at something that we should all try and do, and together we kind of like crawl through the mud, we're just trying our best and we suck and we're just doing what we can and we're just aiming at something that's like a virtue, and we're trying. It's a little bit like parenting, like you're trying your best, you're just trying to aim at something.
Yeah,
like,
and I do. Keep going. My bad.
That's all. I think I lean to the point.
Yeah. I do want to, because I'm trying to, read as much in the chat as I can. Oftentimes I can't keep up, but I do see a question Crow keeps posing, which I think is related to what you were just saying, as it pertains to understanding vibration and frequency of our emotions that are tied to our conscious states. And so, you hear people pushing high vibration, and there's charts online. You can go and just type in vibrational frequency chart, emotions, consciousness, and you'll see that chart. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Crow, or I'll just say what I'm going to say and then I'll give you the first response. But especially when you read Carl Jung and you start to understand duality to the degree that there is an inherent darkness within that when the light exists within this realm of duality. So the idea that we should be demonizing that which exists as a part of the light is not having the complete big picture. And then, the bringing the unconscious into your conscious awareness, all the work that Carl Jung did in that regard. I think it's in line with what you're getting at when you say why instead of aiming for high vibration, why not just aim for harmony of both high vibration and low vibration? And I think there's truth to that, in that yes, it should be balanced. You certainly shouldn't be ignoring or suppressing experiences of low vibration emotion in your life as a result of things that happen in your life, because now you're just, you're creating a problem that isn't being dealt with, and then that goes into your subconscious, and then that, kind of has an impact on your life and all your interactions with people, and then you call it fate. I think Jung has a quote related to that. But I agree with what you're saying. However, this gets back to what Chris was saying, and when it's about when you're dealing with aim. I think that we should always aim towards that high vibration. Like, we know that we resonate with that for various reasons. I mean, we all prefer to be clean. We all prefer to be organized. We all prefer to be in harmony, so to speak, be at peace. So we know that our consciousness has a more ideal experience in those positive, higher vibrational states of emotion and consciousness. And so I think it's important, or I think just acknowledging that suggests something about our identity as it pertains to order versus chaos. That's not to say that we should look at chaos as something that is not a part of this construct of duality that we live within. It's just to say that as far as our consciousness and our will goes, we should aim for the good, the peace, the harmony, all of that, while simultaneously recognizing that the darkness is a natural byproduct of our ignorance or our natural imperfection and our lack of a full awareness, which, again, we're born into this realm without full awareness. So I think for whatever purpose that this realm exists, I think the very purpose of it is tied to a lack of awareness. And the near-death experiences reflect this. So anyway, I say all that to say that I agree with, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with it to an extent. But when it comes to aiming, I think we should always aim towards that higher vibration way of life.
So for me,
well, hold on, real quick. I just want to hear Crow first, and then I promise you, Keisha, I'll give you the
Sure.
I want it. Yeah. Crow, did you hear what I
This whole
said?
balancing thing, then you're just going to keep struggling. Raising vibration, you're just going to keep being lost in the light. You'll never see. I can break this down any way you want it to be broken down right now, and it's so clear and easy and simple to see. Music theory. Take a 6-string guitar, pluck the high E and the low E. What happens? You create an infinite fractal of sound that sits there and amplifies everything in between it, right? Authenticity and silence would be that highest of high and that lowest of low that amplifies everything in between it. If it's only high vibrations, then you're missing out on theta, you're missing out on gamma, you're missing out on so many of the beneficial low frequencies that are there.
I completely agree.
Right? Yin yang sign. This goes right back to being blinded by the light or blinded by the dark. You're never in the Mao. You're never in the contrast. You never see what everybody's tripping and stumbling over.
So should you
It's
ever
always been
aim-
harmony.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
should you
6-9,
ever
9-6-3, harmonics to 12-12-12. Color, light, music, everything follows these principles. Everything.
Fair
There's
enough,
no way
I
around
agree.
that.
Yeah, fair enough, and I agree with that. But should you ever aim for fear or shame or guilt or
Can I answer
low
that
self-esteem?
That is up for you to figure out which one of those, after you get that harmonization, doesn't mean that you have to play those chords or play those notes. It's up for you to figure out which ones to play.
Right. Okay. All right. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is that you?
Sometimes
If you want to stay.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I get what you're saying. I get.
Frequency, it'd be one-dimensional as fuck. Go ahead.
So it's just
But
like
the truth
yesterday
is
with
being
that.
multi-dimensional.
So it's like the spectrum,
I do agree.
right? When we talked about desire, right?
Mm-hmm.
So desire was ranked super low. It was considered to be low vibrational on that chart, right? And then so we started talking about, well, what about the desire to be your best, right? And so the thing is, and this is something too that I say consistently, because I always talk about how I sit with a foot on both sides of just about every place in the freaking world, like every possible, anyway. But that's really, it boils down to duality at that level, where you can hold both who you are plus who you show everybody else. You can hold your most purest intentions with your most deepest thoughts when someone cuts you off when you're driving. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the middle, it's the bridge between the two that allows us to bridge that gap between each side. Like, if we can't hold the middle, then he's right in the aspect that we will absolutely not make the best construct of how to truly meet people where they are. Um, I think it's hard sometimes to. This is what I think, right? For me personally, when I talk about duality, because I live it and I see it that way. I think sometimes when we use certain words because we're in it or we have had it impact our life in such a tremendous way, then we assume everyone else knows the extent to which we're using that terminology, right? It's very, very universal that we have all been influenced by way of systematic oppression, various constructs, generational brokenness. And the thing of it is that we can talk about how crazy that was or how messed up that was or how much it messed us up or where we find ourselves in it, right? But the thing is that each of those things came from somewhere, that came from somebody that came before us, right? Generation X talks about Generation Y, and it's like, well, what is your correlation to each other? Oh, who's mom? Who's grandmom? Who's kid? You know, like, we don't take enough responsibility for the fact that we are absolutely duality personified. You know, it's like, if we can't say that we see my life has been this versus my life has been this, like, for me growing up, the very nature of the fact that my dad was a convicted felon, we lived in the projects, 4 kids, 2 adults, and a 2-bedroom, right? But then I also had 50-50 custody with my mom, who was married to a retired lieutenant colonel that was an executive at the power company. And we had a house on the water, and I went to private school. Like, let me just tell you how conflicting a life like that is. Like, you literally learn to see things differently. And could I tell you either one was better? No. Me saying that, you could make some judgments, right? Like, you could assume this meant this or this meant that, but those are just assumptions, because if you haven't held both spaces, you don't know. So to Crow, to your point, I think it's really, really, really important that we look at the fact that duality exists in humanity, right? And in order for us to really be able to find a place, I don't think unity means harmony. I don't think unity means agreeing. I don't think unity means assimilating. You know what I'm saying? I think that peace is doing exactly what we've all been talking about, what Kay and Tina and Crow and everybody else has said. We have our experiences. We determine how that affects us. We create healthy boundaries that do not disrespect other people, but respect what we need in our process. That doesn't mean we have to be disrespectful or disregard anybody else. It doesn't mean we have to be divisive. It doesn't mean anything other than we can honor where we are while honoring other people. And the people that we encounter give us an opportunity. If we don't have the capacity, okay, what do we have the capacity for? Can we make a phone call? Can we give them a glass of water? Like, I think it would be really challenging to say that we had zero capacity for absolutely anything unless we found ourselves in the exact destitute position. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like it's easy to look at things from our perspective. And that's the nature of what I hope we can get to, is how can we stop only seeing it our way? Like, hold it your way. But ask yourself, why would this person be in this situation? Like, not why did they do something? What would it take for me to find myself here? You know what I mean? Like, what if I saw somebody doing something that I feel is adverse? What would it take for me to be that person? Like, what would have had to have happened or not happened in my life for me to get to that exact place? If someone treats me a certain way, that's where we can begin to see each other, like, we're all capable of all the things. Truly. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm sorry. I'm capable of all the things. I'm one choice away from any of it. So if I'm honest about the fact that there is no big I, there is no little you, your education, your money, your religion, your politics, it's all subjective. So if I consider the fact we have all the same intrinsic value, I wish we were right by each other, because I would ask someone for $100 bill, and then I would ball it up and take it outside and put it in the mud, and I would stomp on it. And then I would pick it up and I would ask you if you wanted it back. And what would you say to me? Hell yes, because it's still $100 bill. It doesn't matter how many times it's been dirty or thrown away or stepped on. It is still $100 bill. And that's what we all are. Like, I think we just forget, because we've been taught to compete. We've been taught to compare. We've been taught to cast aside because we've been cast aside. If we can truly see what we want, if we can truly see what has happened to each of us, then can't we ask ourselves, why? Why is Crow so adamant about this position? Why was the gentleman, when I first got here, taking the posture he was taking about the financial aspect of this? What are the things that contributed to this perception, to this way of thinking, to holding this as a universal truth for them? Because I can't say it's not. It's theirs. Their feelings are theirs. Their truth is theirs.
Have no emotions to begin with, so there are no feelings. The same reason I was adamant about time being a naturally emergent property.
Yeah, so I don't want to put your business out there, buddy. So I don't,
right? I don't mind. I openly admit it all the time. It is what
yeah,
it
but
is.
Crow, everybody can't admit
But
that
there's
stuff.
a big difference from where you guys come from
And where he comes from.
Absolute truth is.
It's very different.
Well, but hold on. What is the absolute truth?
Crow likes nomenclature. That's fine.
Exactly.
It's no different than me sitting here and speaking about how time was a natural emergent property of entropy for the last 14 years. I've spoken about many things, and everything has been proven 100% consistently true.
Yeah, but Crow, you have to understand the way that your brain works. Hold on real quick, guys. Crow, the way that your brain works, you know why your brain works that way.
Yeah,
everybody else,
connectivity.
Yes, everyone else does not understand.
Being able to
and people
every
won't.
single cell and every
That's
single
right.
mitochondria that is internal with my consciousness.
And it gives you the capacity to do things that other people seem are heinous, right? In the furthest extent of it, you could do the most extraordinary, and in the other extreme of it, you could do the most heinous. And because of that, other people cannot hold the capacity. So what you have to do, and I know you know how to do this, right?
I don't have to do anything. Just keep speaking the truth.
No. I said I know you know how. Not that you have to. I said I know you know how to do this, right? Your truth is absolute. I see it. I know it.
No. I don't have truth. That's pure ego when you say those kind of things.
I'm talking about in the translation of language, right? Because you live in a world where everybody else uses these words.
English. That is a
pure you said that.
You do not own truth.
No, we don't.
You can know it. You can walk beside it. You can embody it, but you never own it.
That is correct.
It's kind of a bad word. Can we all
That
agree
is correct.
Well,
bad word.
I honestly, the way I see truth is the totality of all that is in a state of harmony and balance. And although we might not perceive it in our individual lives, but when you zoom out far enough, you see it. And that's the fractal nature of reality, is that, yes, it starts at that image, that balance, that oneness, and then you go through that pattern. And I'm referencing the Mandelbrot fractal. For anyone that isn't familiar with this, just go to...
Fractal.
Yeah.
Fractals, like I was
Right.
talking about
So
earlier.
right away.
Yeah, but real quick, let me finish. What I'm getting at is that you go through that process of existence and experience throughout all of that, and then you find yourself back at that whole. And so if you look at reality in that way, then when you zoom out on the cycle or the cycles within cycles, you can see that harmony. And this is where I get to, like, this chart that I pulled up. I want to address kind of what you were mentioning in the comments, like, why aim towards the top? Well, let's look at this. Like, when it says, we just look at the top three, and you go over to God view. That's self, like in terms of the totality. Then you have all being. Then you have one. So it's talking about totality in those highest states of vibration. To your point, Crow, that is in a healthy incorporation and integration of the darkness along with the light.
So there is no balance. It's integrating both of them as one consistent thing.
No. That is the balance. The balance is in that highest vibration.
There is no balance.
So Kay wanted to jump in.
Hey, Star, will you check that for me real quick, please?
If any chance we can let's let Kay jump
Kay,
in.
go ahead and jump in.
And then,
this is no different than yin and yang, right? And the balance that comes from that. What happens when you spin a yin-yang sign fast enough? You get that small little thin piece in the middle that's known as the Mao that makes everything gray, one whole, oneness, right? Right. So there's no balance.
Yeah, I just want to say I do resonate with Crow completely. I would like to jump in as well, but Kay did want to jump in, so okay.
Thanks, Vibration. Yeah, I actually, Crow, I agree with you on a lot of different things. And essentially, this is going to sound like I disagree, but I don't feel like I'm disagreeing. I think it's just the angle at which you're talking. I think the same way. It's just like a different. I like how host. I like how you said. I don't know, like the more you zoom out, it can like continuously grow. And so when I look at the yin and yang, I've always said this. We are kind of like the midpoint. Like there's one side and then there's another, and we're that center line, that little squiggly line that connects both. And so understanding what yin and yang represents is understanding frequency at its magnitude level on a quantum different ways that I do 100% agree with, that we
yeah, but you understand that everybody doesn't have that belief system, right?
Yeah.
So we can't base our path
hold on, Keisha,
forward on that.
We'll let you respond. Just let her finish real quick.
Yeah. So essentially, because I think the conversation that I keep stemming back from about meeting people at other levels, which you're right, Keisha, a lot of people aren't at that part. And I think that's the initial reason a lot of us get into the spiritual panels and stuff, is to talk about that part and to not just teach other people, but be in like-minded spaces that help us grow individually. And sometimes we're on that, that side of it where we're so in it and so tuned to it that we're almost impenetrable, not because of anything outside of, we kind of mastered ourselves and mastered that yin and yang, and you can stay in it, you can tilt out of it, it's a curve, something, life just does that. But the aspect of when you are in that space, it's kind of like realizing that even though you are a part of that vibration, your awareness, when we talk about awareness, because we're conscious, but when you're in that awareness isn't affected by either the yin or the yang, because it's that observation point beyond that. So it's not about being on a higher frequency in that state of, you're
wait, I'm
in the good
confused. How is this what we're talking about though? I feel like we're going way left.
Oh, I'm
It's
essentially
okay.
referring
I'm
to what Crow
following her,
talked
and it's
about.
very important and interesting.
Thank you, Tina.
No, it is on topic.
So when we're talking about the yin and yang in that way, when you're identify that you are a part of that, when you're in that awareness state, it's about not allowing the effectiveness of any of the vibrations affect you, because you're aware that it's just all. And so that's why it leads you to that all, and it leads you to that center point. And so that's where you get that peace. That's where you at the top of, Hosta's thing, that's where you get that joy. That's where you get that love, because you get out of that effect of, chasing the wheel of, the tug of war between light and dark, yin and yang. Like it's a constant tug of war. So when you center yourself and you become, you come to know that what you're talking about too, Keisha, that for yourself, it kind of leads you in personally to all those things, not needing to be about that balance, because it has nothing to do technically with the balance, except for just accepting everything as it is in a multitude of quantum different ways. But I'll let someone else go too.
Yeah, I just want to second that. I think you hit it on the nose, Kay. Ultimately, enlightenment, that highest vibration, could be seen as our state of being when the ego's not dancing. So if you become acquainted with that, then it allows you to dance within the duality in such a way where you don't get wrapped up in it. So you can dance within the anger or the desire or the fear, and you can actually explore it. So to get back at what you were asking, host, I wouldn't say you necessarily should aim for the highest vibration all the time, because that would imply that if you're in a state of anger, that you should try to get out of it as soon as possible. And I wouldn't necessarily suggest that. Sometimes maybe you should swim in that and then explore it and really understand it by feeling it fully, not denying it.
I love
Yeah,
being
and
angry,
I
dude.
and I do want to second what you're saying in my understanding of what I've grown, how Jung has impacted my growth in being able to put this all together. I think I'm in agreement with what you said in that when you look at those highest categories on here, again, it's all being, it's one, right? Like it's talking about that harmony of the totality of all of it. And when it comes to personal growth, especially within this realm of duality, we should absolutely recognize that we are all of it. And so when we have those experiences of what we consider low vibration, or we experience the emotions that are tied to low vibration, we absolutely should allow it to tenderize us, in that we should embrace it, we should experience it, we should swim in it, whatever verbiage, terminology you want to use, because in doing so, you experience a part of yourself, and in that process, you then factor in the circumstances that led to that situation, and at some point, though, we have a natural desire to reside in a state of peace, and I think, again, when you look at that second category, peace, that's all being, and what it means ultimately is a healthy integration of that which is not desired, that low vibration. So you experience it, you incorporate it, you understand it, and then you integrate it, and that leads to that sense of being that experiences all that is, and it leads to that sense of peace. So we're ultimately aiming for that highest vibration, because that highest vibration is an incorporation of all of the vibrations, if that makes any sense.
So the thing is it's difficult for the ego to aim for peace, because if anything, peace is what is, but the peace of the ego is different because it's within the realm of duality. So if anything, completion rather than perfection of frequency is what the ego should aim for, and that completion is attained not by the ego, identifying with the highest vibration and trying to keep that into its being all the time, but rather to integrate the opposites from these higher vibrations, which would include anger and the psychical complexes in relation to that anger, or in relation to those desires or fears and anxieties and what have you. So there's two types of peace, in a sense. There's the peace that's ultimately found from integration of the fullness of the psychical dance through the ego, and then there's the peace that you keep referring to, which is peace without the ego. It's almost what we are when the dance isn't occurring.
No. I'm talking about the peace in the way that you said it initially, which is that
the without the ego.
The dance is never not occurring. The dance is always occurring, and so you reside in a state of peace when you're dancing in that dance, experiencing all that is, but you're experiencing it in a harmonious and higher state of awareness and effective integration of the negatives. So I think we might be talking past each other.
Maybe. So you can have a fundamental understanding of your peace, which is there without, when the ego is not in the way, not operating and causing the duality to be present, which is the dance between, light and darkness. But then there's the peace that you can make real egoically across time, and that involves not necessarily identifying egoically as peace, but actually, integrating that dark side egoically.
No, you definitely never.
So?
Yeah. I would say you don't ever identify as a vibration. Yeah, no, I would say that you're. Yeah, you lose me when you get into that second part of it. because I'm agreeing with the first part of it in that peace is that state that is a byproduct of your healthy integration of that awareness
But
and
that,
that.
yes, but that piece is different than the peace that you can experience if you, for example, meditate and you let go of that egoic dance that's occurring. That's why I'm differentiating or drawing a distinction between these two types of peace.
Right.
You're
Plus,
not
it's
attaching. You're not attaching to the piece ever.
yeah. Plus, it's establishing that there's an arrival, and that creates a hierarchy. Then that means people are going to be able to say, "I'm enlightened and you're not."
Yeah, that's why I think Crow hit it on the nose when he said the word acceptance, because that's how I would actually
Yes.
coin the egoic
Exactly.
piece.
And surrender.
Hey, you guys realize that the graph that's on the thing literally shows survival paradigm, reason, integrity, and then spiritual. So it's literally
Yeah.
saying that there's a survival state where you feel threatened, and it's all of the base desires of the amygdala.
But you
And
do
then-
realize that there are people that say that they have been in survival their whole life because people have put them there, and that means that they can't get to the other places, and that now you're going to tell them that the survival that they're in equates to despair and tragedy and what are these other punitive and enslavement.
No,
They
because
have
if you
the
actually
ability
read,
to
no,
do
but
that.
if you
Hold on,
actually,
hold on.
no, because if you
Frequency will
read,
heal the body.
no, but yeah, I'll let you answer it real quick, Chris. But if Keisha, read from Courage Up. Go read the third,
Yes.
fourth,
No,
and
I
fifth
did. I read
column.
all of them.
But if you read those terms, those principles of understanding, those are achievable for anyone
Are
that
they?
even. Yep, for someone that lives in that
Maybe
survival.
eventually, DaVinci, not in the original part. You have to understand, we're talking about races, religions, politics, women, men that have all been what they consider to be victimized by each other. You cannot tell me that I have affirmation and that I can be hopeful and that this is merciful. If you tell me that you have those things and I don't, and I'm supposed to figure out how to get them, and that you can help me, it's still superiority.
The
And it's
nervous
still putting someone
system
ahead of someone
innately
else.
knows if a person gets out by the waves, the ocean will naturally reset the vagus nerve and
I'm sorry, that's not true.
Okay,
They
that
have
is
to be
true.
aware of the
So
ability
let's just
to even
agree to
fathom
disagree.
that.
Can we agree on that? Because that's not scientifically true.
Listen,
What's that?
I know plenty of people that if that was true, the people that have been up here discussing their relatives and people that they have had situations unfathomable experience, then they would have just taken them there. And it would have fixed everything, okay?
They have to want it. They
It
have to
takes
be
a-
That's
aware
my
of it.
point. That
It's
is my
still a
point.
vibrational frequency. The waves have a
That's my
vibrational
point.
frequency that will
There are people that don't
reset the
believe
nervous
that.
system.
Hold
The
on, one at a
trees
time.
will do it.
People.
If somebody lived in a forest way out in the
Can
boonies
you
by
agree with me that
nobody,
everyone doesn't
Well, hold
believe
on,
it?
trees
Keisha,
will
hold
naturally
on.
reset
One at
the
a time.
nervous system
One at a time.
vibrationally.
Yeah, and
That's it. I mean, it's
but
the reason that humans are made from this earth. That's what we're made from. Our
But-
nervous system
I'm
begins
not
to go into
arguing with
disarray
you. I'm
because of
saying
thought
it
processes.
doesn't apply to everyone. Does not believe that.
No, but
That's all I'm
Keisha,
saying.
Keisha, I'm not
Doesn't matter
saying
what they
Keisha. What I'm saying is, if you present this to someone, it's not meant to make them feel insecure or less than, or no, it's a
Intention
tool.
does not have anything to do with how they're going to receive it.
No, but this is a framework that allows you to understand the nature of reality and the interrelated nature of these emotional states on a scale of frequency and vibration, and so
Well,
That can be fine for your tribe.
Hey, Keisha, like, explain to me how intention and morality aren't connected. That you actually...
You're missing what I'm saying.
No, like,
What I'm
I
saying
need
is
you to
this is
explain to me
perfect.
how those...
Yeah,
This is
one
exact-
second. Yeah, let's let Keisha answer your question, and then yeah.
This is exactly what someone else would consider your religion. Do you see that?
No, because this is universal.
No,
Hey,
but other
Keisha,
people
can I
don't
ask you a
feel that
question?
way. Other people, no, please let me finish.
Okay.
Are you telling me that you think everyone believes this? Everyone operates on frequency awareness. Everyone looks at this and agrees with these terms in these orders that correlate to these numbers and these other terms. Are you saying that you believe this is a universal thing that everyone practices and believes?
I don't give a shit about this thing.
Okay,
I,
listen.
Well, hold on. Let me answer her question.
Michael.
Let me answer her question. I can only speak for myself in terms of like when I first heard about this. I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Joe Dispenza, wrote a book called Become. Okay, yeah. So
what I'm saying is I'm not saying I don't believe in it. I'm saying there are a lot of people that don't.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. And I'm trying. Yeah. Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that when I read his book and I was introduced to this, and then I spent time thinking deeply on it, like it had a profound impact on my relationship to my emotions and my relationship to my understanding of how it is tied to vibration and frequency. And what you just go back to Nicola. Sorry.
But DaVinci, here's the thing, right? If we're talking about unity, we are already asking people to do something that is very, very not normal to what we've been doing, right? It's a perfect thing. Maybe it can come 10 years after. Maybe it can come for your tribe and not someone else's. If we are saying we don't want assimilation, we want common language, we can then not begin to ask people to believe something they don't believe. If that's the case, why use words like the golden rule? Why use terms like love? Because ultimately the thing is, like, if we're going to ask people to agree without holding contention and letting everybody maintain their individuality, right, for the greater good of all of us, then we have to hold that at the forefront. We can't say, but at the same time, I need you to start believing in this.
No. I would absolutely never tell someone you must believe in this. All I'm doing is presenting this as something that.
At the same time, you muddy the water, though.
No. But I'm presenting this as a data point, as something that benefited me. If someone said to me, "Hey, you know what? That language on that chart, I can't figure out how to incorporate my understanding of it into my life and all of that. Do I need this in order to make the most of this life?" I would say absolutely not. I would say
how many people have the language to do that? People just don't entertain it.
I don't know. Yeah.
If people scroll past this room and they see that up there and they're just listening and looking, and it goes back to what I was saying about the conversations that are being had and like the way that they're being taken into certain places, like they're immediately going to make assumptions and they're going to assign it to R.O.A.R.
But that's what I'm saying.
The level of intentionality has to be really, really, really held with care.
Fair enough, but I guess this is
a beautiful thing.
Yeah. I'll say this much. I mean, if anyone wants to here, I'll share this here in a second. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is the only thing that can be assigned to the Raise Our Awareness revolution is what this revolution claims to represent. And what it claims to represent is humanity awakening to the fact that we are not beholden to the men or the traditions that came before us, and that there are fundamental principles like the golden rule, like love, that we can align ourselves with, that will, just like the Bible says, that understanding of the truth or what is, that will set you free once you understand your relationship to it. So, and the most important thing is this:
telling us we don't have truth.
And last thing,
and then you're going to tell other people they don't have truth, and then they're going to tell other people, and then where's the truth? The truth is, none of it can be. Like, you can tell me that it's this. That everybody else is hell bent on what they know is truth. Everybody. We can say science. I mean, the people that say the Big Bang Theory, people that say evolution, they tie it to science too. Like, that's what I think we're missing.
So maybe what you're saying is that there is no way to have any frame of reference as to what is ideal for an individual or the collective?
I'm saying that doesn't need to be at the forefront. If that's coming, it needs to come down the line if you want to see movement. Because this is going to be way too much contention.
So what's the first thing then? Just scenarios.
I can offer. So you tell people they can honor themselves and still be accepted. They can have boundaries. They can honor themselves. That's it. And honor other people. That's it.
And a common language that shows what that looks like.
That's simple.
It's
Piece of
real
cake.
easy.
It looks like the
I
top
had a,
half
I
of
had
it looks
a,
like the
a
top half of this chart.
conversation with a
Deja
look.
vu.
There was a
Hey,
literal
could,
whole total thing over mashed potatoes, being able to say it in one language versus another. So
Literally.
but you cannot dispute a frequency.
can
You
I,
can't.
can I,
I beg to differ with you. There are a lot of people that will.
No, but
That
that's what I
doesn't make
think.
it true.
Tina's right though. Like this chart is pretty much
Okay,
just
so do
universally
we want to say who's
accepted.
right? Because that's what we're trying not to do.
No,
Wait,
it's
you're
not
Literally
about
trying
being.
not to say
not
who's
being
right.
said. You're
Okay, let
right,
me ask
so
you
then
this.
it's a
Let me ask you
problem.
this, Keisha. Let me ask you this, Keisha. What do you disagree with on this chart? I mean, there might be slight differences, but
I'm not talking about what I disagree with.
no, but look,
If you
but when you
notice, I never share my personal opinion.
Isn't that kind of like being afraid though? Because like,
No, it's not.
well, let me explain
It's
why
not.
that
It's
might
not.
be.
It's not about being afraid because I have had to live in every world. So I have to
Yeah.
assimilate everywhere that I go. So
I'm not
I
gonna
have to
lie.
Yeah, but
consider I have to consider the fact that everywhere I go,
Hey,
someone
Lex.
tells me I have to choose.
Lex,
Okay, let's introduce Lex. Hang on, Chris. No, we got a new person on the panel. Lex, did you want to say something?
I'd love to. Keisha's the one that's Keisha, right? That's like kind of holding her own against. Yeah, Keisha,
the
I
whole
feel like
room.
is low key like speaking very well, and I don't know. It's been interesting to listen to it and like see or hear some of the reactions to what she's saying. Like, I feel like some of it is not being fully understood. Maybe I want to see if I can maybe express what I've been hearing in my own way and see so basically, yeah, I get what she's saying. It's like she's basically saying, if I had to put it in my own understanding, that again, the sort of raise our awareness, the understanding she has of it is that it's calling to like a unity in the sense that everyone gets to maintain their individuality, as she said it. Everyone gets to maintain their personal beliefs or experiences, but yet we sort of understand that also at the same time there's some sort of underlying unity. And so what she's presenting is that in us presenting this chart and essentially kind of like ranking different potential states of being, emotional states of being, it's essentially saying like, okay, well, this is the unity that we're uniting under. And that's what she means by when she says that this could be perceived as your religion. She's essentially saying, look, this is what we're literally putting our attention to right now because it's up on the screen. And so she's saying, this is what it seems like we're uniting under. And she's saying people of different, not everyone is going to adhere to this or even believe this, find truth in this, find value in this. And that's part of what I know I know that's part of what Vibrations in a Cave was mentioning with just like experiencing different emotional states and essentially like shadow integration.
All right, Lex, that's a great point. Let me throw something in there. If you were to take Carl Jung and some of the drawings or the charts that he's designed in his book, whether it pertains to like the self, the anima, the animus, the shadow, like he's drawn some really cool diagrams, right? If I were to put one of those up on the screen, in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that somehow defines what a revolution based in awareness is, right? But I would still bring it up because there's value in the diagrams and the charts that he has drawn out to articulate or to share with the world a framework of understanding the nature of reality as it pertains to some of the most difficult experiences, which is, understanding ourselves. And so again, this is no different.
But awareness is subjective. Because then some people are going to say that they need to walk you through the whole trail to the pyramids in Egypt because the hieroglyphics are saying this, that, and the other, and that's the true awareness. And then there are people that are going to want to walk you through the transatlantic slave trade. And there are people that are going to walk you through all of these various things. Like, we're going to have to learn the disc profile.
And let me say one last thing. I'm going to give it to you, Lex. Let me say one last thing. One key point that I will incorporate into the website and into this mission and into this manifesto that I'm essentially working on is that This revolution is based in the principle of humility as well, okay? We're not here. The value that comes from this is that we acknowledge that humanity is in an ongoing process of discovery of the truth.
When you get an A at school, what grade do they give you?
Hold on, can I jump in real quick? I want to just quickly from a thing Keisha said just previously where she has said like, she said something like people go without this or something like that. I think what she was sort of, the place she was coming from, if I perceived it correctly, was like essentially like it almost maybe there seemed like an underlying notion that this is somehow necessary for like success or for proper movement forward or like, essentially to succeed, to move forward properly, like you need to integrate, or if you integrate this sort of belief or whatever it is, or the knowledge of these energetic states, like this will be positive. And she's saying that that's not necessarily the case.
1,000%, 1,000,000%. If you understand this chart through and through, there is absolutely no way that you don't come out a more aware and better individual in terms of the optimal version of yourself. It is 1,000% impossible.
That is a subjective statement, though, DaVinci.
Well,
I would just quickly say, I don't want to hog the mic.
I poked the one hole in it, and that desire is technically like the desire to follow the chart desire shouldn't even be on the chart because desire is just everything. Other than that, the chart's pretty solid.
There's
though.
so many. No, but that's to you. You're in a room full of people. What do you get on a?
100%.
What is the highest grade you can get on a paper in school? Please,
100.
please entertain me. What's the highest grade?
100. Just tell us.
Okay.
You don't have to
So then
ask
that
the
means
question.
by the context of how we are teaching, we have been taught forever that you get an A, and that's the best, and it's 100. Okay. There's a number system already in place that people correlate doing good to or not. So now you're going to take that and you're going to say that that only equates to this. There's a number system that says add this or subtract that. So let me ask you real quick. Is 125 plus, 125 plus 50. Okay, so is desire and whatever's under grief that I can't see anymore, does that equal pride? Does desire and
numbers?
It's an energetic log.
I'm a science guy, so the numbers to me actually just make me sad. The fact that they're the numbers are even there.
What everyone else has been taught about numbers is going to be compared to this.
Yeah, I don't know why the numbers are there. I never
take
understood
the numbers out. Take the numbers out.
Yeah,
because it's
take the numbers out, but then you're saying you're spiritual or you're survival. You're either in survival or you're being spiritual.
But
So is
hold
that
on, hold on,
survival?
guys. Please let me get 2 points across real quick. So I think there's subjective, experiential truth that could be garnered from this, and then there might be some level of objective truth within what we're looking at. Maybe not in the exact chart. I don't know where this chart is from or what the fuck it's saying, but I know about the context of what it's referring to. And if we're talking about energetic or emotional states of being, or emotional states of being that correlate to certain energetic magnetic frequencies, okay, I'm following, I'm tracking. I understand that there's a certain level of survival. If you're stuck in survival, then yeah, essentially you are deteriorating your truth in that. At the same time, that doesn't mean that you can't integrate that into a positive experience. The power of perception is so powerful. We don't know to what extent your attitude, the way that you approach a situation can change it. But nonetheless, yeah, we also know that being stuck in a survival state is not beneficial.
I actually agree with Lex on that one.
Our brains are designed
Yeah, I like
for...
the way he said that as well. I mean, I think
I actually agree with Lex on that one.
And the other thing too, Keisha, look, with all due respect, and I love the energy you bring, the opinions that you bring. You know, like I love anyone that has opinions, frankly, because this is iron sharpens iron. Like this is how we grow, and this is how we evolve into the best version of not only ourselves but an organizational movement, right? Okay, so I say that to say that if like in the things that you're bringing up, oh, you know, okay, that's fine. I'm trying to understand it, but look at the chart and try to come up with like a hypothetical, right? Like come up with like an example that you could then
DaVinci.
do what?
I did that.
What was the example?
Okay, so the first example was we are taught basic things about numbers, right?
Oh,
So
forget
then
about
you
the
said take
numbers.
numbers
Forget
off.
about the
So you
numbers.
said take numbers off. Okay.
Yeah, forget
The
about the
numbers
numbers.
are always terrible in all these charts.
Now you're telling me that that if I feel fear, then it's related to being punitive and withdrawn.
Well, that's the
That I
God
should
view.
withdraw.
No. That's the God view, and the process ultimately leads to
Why
withdrawal.
are we using it? But that's what I'm trying to tell you is that there are too many ways that I could look at this
100%.
and tell
Yeah,
you.
DaVinci, I'm
Even
gonna
the
have to.
colors
Sorry,
red,
host,
yellow, and
I'm gonna have to
green.
disagree with you on that one.
Stop,
The
go, slow
experience,
down.
the experience. So, well, I don't even. You'd have to really clarify what you even mean when you say that's just the God view. I think that's a big, just sort of broad statement you're making there. It's not very differentiated. Like this is a perspective, and we're exploring it. Now, the other point I wanted to make from earlier is that, so here at the top of the chart we have enlightenment, okay? And you brought up Carl Jung earlier, and you brought up things from Carl Jung, like maybe a mandala, or let's just talk about the self, the archetype of the self, and the experience of the self, which is reflected in the mandala, okay? And that correlates to enlightenment. The experience of the self, you could say, is one of enlightenment, okay? An experience of the self is not, you could say, your baseline state of being. You're not always going to be experiencing the archetype of the self. You're not an archetype, actually. You can get caught in an archetype. And actually, Carl Jung spoke about that a lot. And he warned about it, actually. Like, you get energy. It's like, think of it as like something that's heavy. You know how they use, like, when they would explain gravity, they would have that mesh and they'd put a heavy ball and they would sink the mesh so you could see the gravity. So think about an archetype like that. It's got archetypal weight into it, and so you get caught into its gravitational pull, and you can move around it and draw energy from it. But the thing is, you're not the archetype. You're not essentially the self. Yes, you have a self, but experientially, you're not always going to be the self. Or in other words, you're not always going to be feeling enlightened. And so I think maybe part of it as well that's being presented is, if you feel at times you're not going to always feel enlightened, or you're not always going to feel positively. You're going to have times where you could say that, as it would normally be understood, you feel more negative, but that's where the perspective comes in again. And why is it negative? Fear doesn't have to be negative. Fear can be a positive experience insofar as you approach it, you understand it, essentially.
It's all
Yeah,
about
like a lot of
Yeah, and
people
let me
talk
go ahead
about
and say this.
gold.
Let me go ahead and say one last thing, and I mean that when I say one last thing. This is just a simple framework for understanding the spectrum.
But people aren't going to understand it, though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let me finish. This is simply a spectrum of vibration and frequency tied to emotional states of consciousness. This thing, I can never look at it again for the rest of my life. This thing means absolutely nothing to me, and that's why I'm realizing in my head as I'm hearing y'all talk, I'm thinking to myself, this chart means absolutely nothing. I see it as a valuable, highly valuable tool. If someone wants to say, hey, with all due respect, DaVinci, I just can't comprehend how you gained anything from this.
Do you want to lead with it, DaVinci?
No,
Is
what
that
I'm
how
saying,
you want to start?
no, we're in a live. I don't lead with this. Like, I don't lead. This
Do
is
you want
not.
it to be part of the construct of what gets pushed out to people at the very beginning with the foundational language and the directions that everyone's being led?
Yeah, I do like what Nikola Tesla said when he said, once we start thinking in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency, humanity will grow leaps and bounds, essentially, whatever his quote was. Yeah, I do align myself with Nikola Tesla's quote. What?
And he's already poisoned the water.
Nikola Tesla?
There we go.
Hey, Keisha, can I ask you something? For me personally, I made a rule to have a baseline of gratitude. There are charts that have gratitude as one of the items.
Yes.
What would that be fair to say that for people that are so, because that's something we can do. We're grateful for our breath, right? Like, gratitude is a good baseline, a good challenge
I just think that when we
to
try to
stay
tell
in
people,
gratitude, and then that fosters all the other stuff.
yeah,
'Cause
but
when
I
you
think
start
that
living
the
in,
fact that you say that means that you're denying someone else from determining the process by which they go through their emotions.
no, I
But
was
you're
telling you from my
intellectualizing their
rule that I made for
emotions. You're
myself.
standing up for people who aren't even asking you to do that. If you're holding space, you're holding vibration. Newsflash.
Okay, but everybody doesn't believe that. Like, okay, let me ask you. When Elora came in the comments, right? She came in and she said she's 999. How does that make everyone feel? Tell me what
Woo
you
woo.
perceive.
I felt like woo woo. She's
Okay,
here.
and where are you at, Tina? What number are you, Tina?
I have no idea because I don't use it like
Okay.
that. So you're making something. You're
No,
trying to make something out of
the
nothing.
Holocaust. I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking about things throughout
Careful your
history that have identified people by number and color and assigned emotions. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
that's still, look, I respect and empathize as much as I can because I've been through hell myself with things
Yeah,
of
but
that
that's
nature. But to bring that into this conversation and then
the
start
same if we're
assigning
talking
Well, hold
that
on,
people
one at a
don't
time,
have
one at a time, one
numbers
at a time. Let Tina
because we
finish.
haven't been through something like that, that's just cruel and wrong and
I didn't say
projecting
that.
so much. Okay, let's
I said
rewind the
if
tape.
numbers and colors and language about assigning emotions is going to be involved, I'm telling you, I have been saying it the nice way. No one wants to pick up what I'm putting
I
down.
want you to put it down like it's supposed to be. Don't be nice. Bring it
I
to the
am putting
table.
it down like that. How do you think
This
people in the
isn't the
Holocaust are
beginning.
going to
This has been
feel?
going on for a pretty long time.
How do you think people that are part of all of these various groups that have been assigned by colors and labels and told what to feel and had numbers associated with them in derogatory ways, how people in prison systems literally have this?
No, but these aren't meant to label people. These are
But
meant to
they
give
will.
people
That's what I'm telling you. Your intentions
no.
and your
These are meant to give people. Yeah, these are meant to give people an awareness of like what these
you can't
emotions.
give them an awareness.
You're the only one I've ever heard say that about anything like this
Okay,
in a
do you
life.
want to come sit in some rooms with me where I usually sit?
Can I
'Cause we
make one
can.
quick point about awareness?
Colors are natural.
Can I make one quick point of? Thank y'all. All right, so awareness was just brought up in relation to bringing people awareness about this that we're discussing. So I am gonna be referring to something that was explained to me by Vibrations from a Cave, where essentially he talked about awareness as consciousness, and so I really like that concept. I really am a big fan of that
True,
concept.
you're right, Lex.
And so I think when it comes to awareness as consciousness, I think that idea presents something that it maybe even transcends this chart because consciousness is it's indescribable, and so I really like that. Yeah, I really just like that idea. Go ahead.
I think you're right. And did you say something? I'm sorry, Keisha, about me? About 999 or something about that? A number or something?
That you added up to 999 with the chart. Don't we have
I
to
said that.
understand too the people
Right,
that are
that's what I mean. It's just
the
bizarre.
people that are coming in to gain a vision and take a mission, they're going to have a baseline of awareness and consciousness, and they're going to be able to decipher and think for themselves critically and have metacognition. They're not going to be NPCs trying to gain what we're putting down here. They're going to be able to function in the group from being a non-player character.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Joe Dispenza is a well-known guy that kind of pioneered a lot of the research and that went into this entire field of study. This is beyond like a belief. This is something.
You see how what was just said is divisive.
And you keep interrupting everyone.
No, that's fine. But what I don't know, or what part was divisive? Help me understand.
T-Bone, can you repeat what you said, please?
The thing is that people have to be able to learn to think about what's being talked about. If they're so full of bias and prejudice and stereotype and wounds, that what are they gonna? That's why I was talking about the honor and the boundaries, the doorways you can go through. All this stuff comes later. I don't think DaVinci's saying that.
Yeah. What's interesting is if I hold your breath, you're not gonna die. You're gonna lose your consciousness. Something to that.
What?
I think it's your fear of people being divided that's coming out, and you care a lot about this, is what I'm hearing.
No,
and
I'm
I
trying to
respect
hold
you for that.
space. I need
Yeah,
you to
I respect
understand
that
something
too.
that we really need to be intentional about, okay? I am holding a space that I have consistently been very upfront with. How my foot sits on both sides of a lot of places. And I am sorry. I am sorry that it is that I cannot say it in a way that is delicate enough to be heard, right? But it is absolute fact that there are other people groups who will not receive things like this. Period.
But this is the spectrum, Keisha. This is reality. Like that's the total. But that
not
right
the
there, what
it's
you're
not
looking
their
at.
reality.
No, but what you're
Right
looking
now,
at.
you know what
No,
their-
no, hold
what-
on.
here's
Time
the
out. Time out. What you're
you know
looking
what
at.
the reality is?
No, but real quick. I want you to understand. This is base reality. Like this is the entirety of the spectrum. It's got the look. It's got the colors. From it's got the rainbow, which is associated with the chakras, which is in alignment with
Yeah, and there are
the
people that
hermetic.
won't do it just because it's on the rainbow. You have rainbow colors. There are people that won't go for it
Yeah,
just
but
because of that.
But okay, so Keisha, all right, so we're never going to be able to please 100% of the world.
No, we're not, but we can absolutely avoid things that we know automatically hold space in groups that have been repressed or suppressed or feel.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you. Look, Keisha, I respect you as someone that even though we only met this week, we've had plenty of conversations. A lot of everything that you say is fire. Okay, I respect who you are, your character, the way you deliver, your intellect, your everything. Okay, now we're having a small disagreement on this, which I respect, and iron sharpens iron. So I love these conversations.
Yeah,
I want
absolutely.
we might be at a small impasse here, which is perfectly fine. This is the first day of the rest of our lives. What I want you to do, with all due respect for everything I just said, I want you to find someone that you can present this chart to, and I want you to find someone that can explain to me what it is about this chart that bothers them or makes them feel like this. What? No. I want to hear it from someone like, because you yourself. I mean, do you feel like this chart offends you?
Me personally?
Yeah.
So you have to understand that when you hold a middle space, I can say yes in one breath and I can say no in the other, because I can tap into this people group where I can understand why it doesn't bother you. But I can also sit on the other side and say it does offend me.
But okay, maybe I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is I want to try to understand you better. So I'll leave it at this.
Keisha, can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Real quick. Keisha, I love you. I've been on this live for like the exact same amount of time as you. And I have a lot of problems with this like graphic. You know, I've pointed out, I think yesterday or the day before, that desire is actually hierarchically higher than all of the other things. Like desire, like I'm a neuroscience nerd, so I'm looking at like the actual like neurons that connect all these things. So desire is actually kind of connecting everything. So this chart's just like wrong in a lot of deep ways, but yeah, I can still look at it and see how a bunch of other people could gain from it. So the way that I'm looking at it, like I'm thinking that like from your perspective, it might be more about that you're trying to be the heroic adversary as a archetypal identity more so than actually defending truth. Like you're just trying to be the hero in the center fighting 5 foes more so than actually defending the truth of the situation, if that makes any sense. And I'll shut up now.
Preaching.
Could I say something? Could I say
Yes,
something?
so go ahead. Go ahead, Saul.
Yo, I'm so glad. Thank you. Greetings to everybody. I love everybody on this show. Oh man, I love it, man. Yo, this guy, I try to tell him, you cannot be nice. This is tough love, yo. We who are souls, we're not gonna be no nice guy. If you're not doing the right thing, we're gonna tell you you're not doing the right thing. I'm not gonna pamper this up, man.
But
Come
the right
on
thing
now.
is subjective.
Well, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let
Come
him
on,
finish.
man. You gotta do the right thing, man. If somebody not doing the right thing, you gotta let them know, look, man, I don't like that. I don't go around nobody, boy, I'm pussyfoot. I don't pussyfoot. And you talking about base reality, I have something to say about that chart. That chart is not, we're not in base reality. We are not in base reality. We are in, Elon Musk talk about base reality. Elon Musk cannot even go to base reality because he's a sentient spirit. He
Now,
knows
let me say
about
one
base
thing. Let me say one thing. I'm gonna give it right back to you, Soul. Hey, no, let me say one thing. I'm gonna give it right back to you. I respect everything you're saying. I take back what I said. I hear what you're saying. I do want to rephrase that real quick, and then I'll let you continue. When I said base reality, what I meant was this is the reality of duality and the spectrum of duality in this example. You're right. That's not base reality. That was my bad. But keep going.
This is, we are in a simulation within a simulation within a simulation. I already knew that. And Neil deGrasse, when I Neil deGrasse Tyson say that, I already know that. I don't have to read no book. All I have to do is meditate. Please. I don't have to read no book.
Exactly. Hug a tree.
I'm coming from the heart, from the soul. The heart, the soul sits within the heart. Just remember that, yo.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is why I do like Hinduism, because Hinduism breaks down the different forms of uniting with the. I know that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And I will say, Soul, for people like me that are not insecure and genuinely seek the truth, I take in every ounce of information that I can take in, and then I see the patterns and I see the consistencies, I see the commonalities, and then from that I create. Right, so
well, good for you. Good for you. I'm a good reader, but I don't like to read. The book that I read only a couple books. One of the books I read was The Philosophy and Opinion of Marcus Garvey. That shit set me straight, yo. And I read the autobiography of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, and I read another book named The Kebra Niggas. Now, the Kebra Niggas break down everything about Solomon in the Bible. Yo, the 12th tribe of Israel was founded in Jamaica in 1968. These guys doing Black Israel, they babies. I walk away from that long time ago. We are not no Israel, man. Come on, man. Get out of here with that, man.
Not everybody believes in that.
I've been through that. That's a joke. All Abrahamic religion is a joke.
Yeah, he's telling the truth, man.
Yeah, and there might be. I probably agree with you on 99% of things. All I'm saying is that from my experience, when I understood this chart and was able to reference it in my day-to-day understanding of vibration and frequency, I gained from it. It's not to say someone needs this. I'm not going to judge someone whether or not I do want to make this clear. This is just something that I resonate with. And I share it. That's it. And that's the beauty of this revolution.
Wait, can you scroll down to the bottom? 100% cool, man. You're good with that.
You're good with that. I respect you, honestly. You know I respect you because I've been coming here
and likewise, likewise.
DaVinci, scroll down to the bottom real quick.
But look, this is a time of
it is scrolled down.
Remembrance. It's not an awakening. It's an remembering. I'm remember everything about my past life. It's coming. It's coming now. It's not no awakening. It's remembering.
I hear you.
I'm remembering that I lived many times before now. Please, I can't die. I'm eternal. I'm a soul. Please.
Yeah. And so back to what I was saying, Keisha, though, real quick, is look, I'll just honestly say that you're the first person that has ever looked at this and thought, outside of, I will say, Vibrant the other day, yesterday, didn't like it. I think he was getting more at the trying to understand it mathematically, which is fair. Okay, so he didn't like the mathematics of it. I don't think that there is mathematics in that relationship to it. Again, this is pioneered largely by a guy named Joe Dispenza. The vast majority of the world resonates with the science behind it and the understanding of it in terms of vibration and frequency. But Keisha, I'm all for everything you're saying. I'm just simply saying at this very moment, I'm struggling to understand how someone would find this to be judgmental or divisive. But I'm also acknowledging that you very well could be right. So all I'm saying is just in the time away from this live, like, just figure out maybe a way to find some people.
Wait. Let me hop
Well,
on
let me
quick.
finish. I'll land it and I'll give it to you, Lex. Just try to find
you already
some
said
case. Just try to find some case
Forcing.
experiences of people that can kind of give more examples as to why this knowledge needs to be repressed and just not shared with the world. And I'm open, and these
Hold on.
discussions will continue.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, Lex, and then
All right, so-
Keisha, you get the floor after.
All right. One thing that instantly came to mind as this discussion has been going here for the last little bit is that, so it's 2 points in one. All right. One is that, okay, again, part of DaVinci's philosophy or worldview, what he's trying to express is that there's a unity and that there's a oneness. That's one thing that he likes to highlight. All right. So in that oneness, we're all trying to, let me rephrase. We all have an experience of the divine. Some are more aware of it, in tune with it, more conscious of it. But nonetheless, we all have a relationship with the divine. We all experience the divine. Most of us, maybe not most, a lot of us, some of us are intentional about that experience with the divine. And so so the stories in the Old Testament, they're just archetypal stories about, for example, specifically the story of Moses and the burning bush is the story of how the divine, how we communicate or participate with the divine. And it's through attention. It's through that which catches your attention, which is the image of the burning bush. That's all that story is really pointing to, is that you follow that which catches your attention, and then the divine reveals itself to you through that. And so one thing that I'm pointing out within this dialogue that's been going on is different people experience the divine differently. For example, Soul Vibes mentioned earlier about not needing to read and he could just meditate. And DaVinci responded by saying, oh, well, I'm not insecure, and so I take in all the knowledge that I can. So instantly what I saw in that is that these are just two different
It sounded like
hold on. These are two different configurations of
let him
consciousness.
finish, yeah.
People, like these are just two different like ways of experiencing consciousness. And you have one where, okay, Carl Jung spoke about, listen to my words. Hold on. Carl Jung spoke about black people or the Negro or whatever and his consciousness and how it was different. He spoke about old people in long time ago and how their consciousness worked and how it was more fluid and image based and not so much with words or etc. And so in DaVinci, being how he is, who he is, he likes the being able to read and take on different knowledge and integrate that. And so these are just two different forms of consciousness, each reaching towards the divine, experiencing the divine in different ways, and yet they're still conflicting. And so what I'm just pointing out is they're just simply two different ways of experiencing the divine, and each one is built for the individual.
I agree. That was well said. No, I agree.
Yeah, I just fucking love listening to people on this shit, man. Because no, honestly, it's like a shortcut.
Yeah.
Because I don't read a lot of books and shit, but I'll read a little bit. I get into history and all that shit, but yeah, no, I like listening to you guys, man.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, I do. I take it all in. I mean,
And Kay, I know Star and Vibrations have a thing going on about it, but they said something about Kay, but
Vibrations.
there's Kay.
Yeah,
I
And
feel
then
good.
Ella
I
has
feel
a
good
special
vibrations.
thing.
I feel
that's
good
fine. You don't have to
vibrations.
step in. Hang on a minute. You don't have to step in. Okay, go ahead. Say one thing as you think. Come on, just say that one thing. Go on.
Oh my God.
See if it's
Don't
just
say that
thing.
one thing.
Well, now I have two things, but why am I the only one that gets to speak once? That's wild. That is so wild. But
So anyways, what I did want to say was earlier when Keisha was talking, I think that, host, you still there? I can't see if you're behind the thing or not. See, that had to do with...
If you can't see him,
I guess
he has
I'll
his
wait my
earbud
turn
in,
wait
so
till he
he's
gets
here. He
back.
can hear you.
What's that got to do with whether he's here or not? You wanted to come up and say something. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, it had to do with his roar stuff. I wanted to, it correlated to when him and Keisha were talking. I actually agreed with her, and I was just relating it to a different way that I wanted to speak on and just have that conversation with. But I don't know why you're so upset I want to have a conversation.
Because normally you
Oh,
just
here we go.
overspeak me, and normally you didn't even apologize for previously, but I'm not going to bring that up because that's the past. But in all decency, you should have done that. So
Yeah,
that's
Star, I
why.
went into your
You're not
live, Star. You blocked
receiving
me and you didn't let me speak. I went into your
because
live
you're
specifically.
exactly what you're doing now. You're overspeaking.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't. Let's all calm down here. I mean, I think we can not so much focus on the past. I mean, things happen in the past. I've been in situations where I might have been wrapped up in a conversation or something, and
A quandary.
I think we just focus on moving forward. I think we just focus. We're all sharing the same intention, the same vision. So yeah, let's just move forward.
Yeah, I do like this space. I just don't want it to be like just held over something personal. I can't talk. I mean, I've talked to DaVinci for a couple of months now, and I wanted to say, I'm glad you're back.
It's the way you conduct yourself. You speak over people. It's rude. So let's make that clear.
But I think Kay has been patient in waiting to speak in this conversation.
Let me say something because I love the ladies, and I know Star, if there's such thing as an angel, Star is one. I really don't know Kay, but much love and respect to Kay too. I don't want no problem because I know that Star is a sweet person. She live all the way in Australia. I stay all the way in New Jersey. I feel it.
You like me though. Yeah. You like me, dude.
Hold on, let him finish.
Tell you,
but yeah, I hear.
There is one thing that's for sure: all these girls are
You
beautiful.
know what I like about you, Oates? He's a man of peace. He's a peacemaker. Yeah. I love you, man.
I try my best, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're doing a good job right there. That was brilliant, what you said. That was brilliant, man.
I appreciate
dropped
it,
the mic right
and also I will say I always speak. I'm a real person, right? Like I speak from the heart, but I speak genuinely. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. So like when I am trying to make peace, I promise you, I'm not. I'm doing it rationally and realistically, and trying to bring all of us together, because ultimately that's the whole purpose of this. So yeah, I just want to focus on moving forward, and let's carry on with the discussion, and we can have a separate discussion on the side. Again, this is the beginning of a revolution that aims to serve as a global catalyst for humanity's great awakening that is already well underway. Okay, so the personalities, the experiences, the dialogues, the discussions that get heated, all that's going to be part of the process. And look, you guys know I'm no stranger to people getting up on this live and telling me I'm working for the devil and and I'm the lowest of scum on the earth. I just laugh, like
I got told I was going to HE double hockey sticks.
Yeah,
yesterday.
same here. Yeah, exactly. So I guess all I'm trying to say is that this process is going to make all of us more in tune with ourselves. We're going to become more secure, and it's going to be going through fire in a lot of ways, because that's what happens when you're dealing with differences of opinions and people and personalities. And so I just want everyone to just remember that we all share the same vision, and this is all stepping stones, and sometimes sometimes it's tough. So, and we're all one family. We're all speaking to each other in an abstract, cosmic, paradoxical way. So the more
56
yeah, to your point, yeah, good for you, because that's the way I feel. It's like nothing fucking phases me anymore.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like the
yeah.
perception
Nothing
of
phases
your
me anymore.
Yeah, you will get to a point.
am-
I can speak from experience to
I
second what
wish I
you're
would have
saying.
fucking figured it out 20 years ago. But
Right.
nothing
No. Yeah.
phases me.
Yeah. No. I've recently understood this or
Yeah,
experienced
yeah.
this deeply within the last couple years, and you will get to a point where you find this sense of security in what you identify as and what you have clarified within yourself is your mission. And then once you do that, and then you recognize through a sense of humility that there's only so much you can do, and anything outside of the bounds of what you can. Yeah, sure. But anything outside of those bounds is something that you need to. That's why I love the serenity prayer. God, allow me to accept the things I cannot change. The
things I cannot change.
The courage to change the things I can, and the serenity to know the difference.
Wisdom to know the difference.
Exactly.
I fucking say it every day.
Yeah, that prayer is foundational to a healthy ability to.
Well, I'm trying. I fucking say it every day, but
I get it. But anyway, I'll land my plane with this.
I'm not following it.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, but I'll land my plane with this. We all love each other, and we're all striving for the same thing. So let's just try to move forward. Yeah, Soul, what's up? And then after Soul, go ahead, KK.
One thing I'm gonna say right now, you see.
Yeah.
I hear people talk about love, you know. But you never mentioned the word love in your mouth one time. But everything, you're a loving guy, man. You got a lot of love inside of your house. I feel it. You got a lot of love inside of you. That's what I like about you. That's what I like about you. You got to have love. You don't tell people you love them, but you feel the love. You know what I mean? I don't tell nobody I love them, but everybody know I got love. Yeah.
I love that. Thank you for that.
Respect.
You gave me goosebumps.
Oh, welcome in Queen Jenna. Sorry, I just wanted to welcome in Queen Jenna.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hey,
Hello.
Queen, welcome up. Glad to have you here. We'll give you the floor right after. We just want to let KK respond to what we were saying, and then I think we can free it up to a panel discussion after. We'll give you the floor right after her. But, yeah, KK, go ahead and yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to I agree. This is something that's completely separate. I'm just talking about the R.O.A.R stuff. So one thing I agreed earlier, and I think exactly what Keisha said, I've said to you before, and I don't know if it was the last live or the live before that, I jumped on and I was so excited. I was like, I get it now. And so it was that narrative that I think what she's speaking on in more of a personal way to people individually. Like she brought up, just giving someone some water earlier. Sometimes the simplest thing of that compassion has to really showcase. So if people are scrolling through and they see stuff like that, it kind of just, you can assume they would just hear and see mumbo jumbo and it doesn't collect the audience. So whenever we talked this last time, and I was like, I get it. It's kind of like people like her that have certain niches that I think is really beneficial in different ways to have different panels related to the same topic, because this stuff goes emotional. It goes psychological. It goes religion, science, specifically physics. It goes so many different ways. And so a big one for me was that same thing she was speaking on. So that's why I started doing, my own lives to kind of give that space to center around. So on my live, I ask people 3 questions. I ask them what's their favorite animal. And I've done these same ones. I plan on switching it up, but just 3 specific ones. What's their favorite animal? Number 2, if you could go back and revisit one memory just for one day, what would it be? And then the third one is, what's a fear you have more than most? And I center around those questions because when people come in, I like to hear their life and their, kind of get to know them a little bit more, not for any other reason, just outside of getting to know them and kind of sitting with them in that space. And so realizing that that's a niche that I enjoy, and that's the presence that I like feeling, and that, that connectional moment. That's kind of why I just started going towards my own, but now it makes sense in different ways, because there's sometimes I want to talk about this stuff, just kind of all of it at one time with different people on the different journeys. And then sometimes I go to the panels that are just about psychology or just about religion.
That's fucking cool. Because
well, hold on real quick.
You go through those 3-4 questions. If they're gonna be willing to answer them, they're gonna talk, and you can just absolutely have a good discussion with them and help them.
I've really enjoyed it. I've met really good people. But that's what I was bringing up to you, R.O.A.R, is
very cool.
Associating with different people that collab in different ways, pushing people to understand that niche, the R.O.A.R symbolism behind what you're trying to create, and that unified point is technically all these things, but when it is just jumbled into one live, you're right. When people scroll through, it's not going to make sense to everybody. So if everyone has this, not like everyone, but kind of everyone, like you're saying, because it's for everybody. It's not nothing, but I've said the same thing in that sense of seeming like it almost feels like another religion. And I've said that specifically because I wasn't seeing it at a certain angle that I think I'm seeing it now. Could be right, could be wrong. There's no such thing as right and wrong to me, but that's just how I see it. But whenever you go about it like that, I think that's what's really going to boost your platform. And I've talked with you about this before, but I think this was a perfect topic because Keisha brought up the same points that I brought up before, because I do agree with her in that sense of care. And so when people that have that large amount of empathy and apathy and want to reach people in that emotional way, to give a platform for a mutual, like a space of just getting to know each other, that can actually elevate for people to discover all this for themselves. And so giving different spaces at which people are at different capacities to understand with that same emblem gives them a mutual space to go to different other areas to have different types of the same conversation in a multitude of ways. But that's what I wanted to speak on.
100%. And let me say one thing that's very, very important. Okay. Yeah. And I'm as time has gone on, thanks to all the work that Star, Avatar, Vibrations, and the other people in this closed circle, like the growth that has happened in the past 3 months has been far beyond what I expected. And it's helped allow me to have even more clarity of how this moves forward. And everything you just said, KK, is absolutely representative of the very next steps that are about to unfold. So let me just explain it real quick for everyone here, because anyone here that resonates with this mission and this revolution, humanity's roar at that level, this is humanity's revolution. I am only a humble leader that wants to bring people together to allow them to lead in their own capacity with their own brands and with their own autonomy underneath what is an inevitable transition of the ages global movement, right? Okay, so what is going to happen in the very near future are people like yourself, Kay, and anyone else on this channel that understands and is comfortable in their understanding of what my message, what this message is, what our message is as humanity. And they're able to see that, okay, I resonate with all of it. I understand clearly what they're saying. I want to do X, Y, and Z in alignment with it. There's an advantage to allowing each and every one of us to be supported by an overarching organizational movement, right? So for anyone that wants to host lives, that wants support, that's what this revolution is. This is for each and every one of us. So anyone that's hosting a live that has anything to do with the ongoing process of discovery as it pertains to the individual, the collective, the true nature of reality, and every subject in between, from anything that pertains to awareness, that's what this is about. And my focus, because of my upbringing and because what I think I'm just my calling in this incarnation, this life, is based in religion. I come from a devout Catholic family, and that has shaped my understanding of what it is in my own life that caused a lot of suffering, still causes suffering to this day within my family. And I see as a source of division for all of humanity. That's my focus, right? Well, no, let me finish real quick. Let me but hold on.
What are we trying to get to? What are we trying to get to?
I'm about to end it. I'll end it real quick.
Yeah,
Thank you.
What are we trying to get to?
What I'm trying to say is that the next step is like you were just saying, KK. You understand it now. Again, we've talked for probably a good part of a month or so. You understand what I was trying to hint at in the beginning, which was that there is a power in a consciously united humanity. And so the question is, how does that happen? It happens through representation and symbolism behind what it is that we're representing and alignment with what that symbolism represents. So all I'm simply saying is, I love everything you just said. The next steps are, we need to talk about like the lives that you're doing. We need to talk about how this revolution can support you. And again, for anyone that wants to do this, you can still maintain your own brand. Let's say it's KK's or K's enlightenment journey, or K's whatever. It's all a part of this revolution, and I want to support you. So anyway, I say all that to say, this goes for anyone here on this live. If you're ever doing lives and you want to come into this fold because you see the power behind an overarching, unifying, symbolically representative mission and movement, then please reach out to me. Send me a direct message, and we'll figure out how to do it. Because that's what's coming next. So
can I ask a question?
yes.
Okay, thanks. So thank you for saying all that. It's a large role to play that you're holding, and it's just getting started. So you just continue to have the posture that you have, because I think it's very important for you to know, like you said, exactly. Everybody needs to know where they're at and what their role is, and be assured in that. I think one of the things that I'm hearing, and I just want to be sure I'm perceiving it correctly, is the consciousness aspect, right? Because yesterday, the gentleman that came in here, that was on the panel, and the people that came in behind him, I don't know how much affiliation you've had with the group that they hold.
Who's that?
But it's a different group. So they have a very different...
King?
Yeshua and the group that they have.
I can't remember, but okay, that's fine. We can talk more about it
later.
later.
Their definition of consciousness is different, and there are a lot of different groups right now, especially at a time when there's this term called the 144,000, right? Everyone is standing up saying that they group is part of the 144,000, and all of these groups that are saying this have different definitions of consciousness. They have different ideas of what should happen. Some of them say what was just said to me earlier about like having to make a definitive choice. And some of it goes even as far as like, I have to choose which side of my family I'm willing to unalive, right? Like, so what I'm saying, I say that to say that when we use certain words, we are literally putting ourselves in a bucket with other people that have done damage. We are putting ourselves in a position that is associating with words that are already associated with other things from past trauma, way before any of us were even here, right? Like, we have to be intentional about taking those things into consideration. So I think it's just important to say, like, if it's unity, that's one thing. But if we tack on unity in consciousness, that's a whole nother thing. Because
fair enough. Yeah, let me say one thing.
For sure.
Yeah, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. Fundamentally, okay, we are spiritual beings having a physical experience in this realm.
I believe that.
That's it. And we will reap what we sow. In that we will relive our experiences in this life, and through the lens of love, we will feel how we affected other people, and we will feel both the good and the bad, right? That at its core.
Why include terms that are?
I don't think we will.
No, it's not about division. All I'm saying, all that is to say, is that your decisions in this life.
We're not gonna fucking go through our own lives again.
Yeah, you will. It's called a life review, and there
No,
are.
I'm Buddhist.
If you see the movie of your life and see how you.
Look. Let me say that. Let me say one thing.
Okay.
There are thousands upon thousands, if not millions, of near-death experiences that scientists have written books on. I've got 4 of them that I'm working on digesting, but there's YouTube video, TikTok or social media, whatever. You can watch hundreds of them, and they all come back with a singular message.
I wouldn't waste my time with that.
Well, their experiences are pretty profound, so you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to. What I'm saying is that their message is in line with Jesus Christ's message
Okay.
of
Yeah,
how
but
we
what I'm
treat each
saying
other
is
is literally the reflection of our internal state
Well,
and our internal
I
relationship with the
I
divine.
believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in God. I believe in
I'm
the
not
Holy
even saying you
Spirit.
have to. I'm just saying that
but you have to come to a
You
certain
well
consciousness
then you
and
know
identify your emotions
you
a
can
certain way.
yeah. I just
the
believe in
conclusion
my
is
own.
love. The conclusion is love.
So
That's
then
it.
why not leave it at that
Hey,
and
I'm
let your
guys,
Buddhist.
own
I'm
I'm
belief
Buddhist,
God
guys,
be that
and
way?
I'm Buddhist, dude.
guys,
Yeah.
Because we're
leave it
conscious
alone
beings and we
because
have a
at the
consciousness.
end of the day,
Yeah.
at the end of
I
the
am
day,
fucking Buddhist as shit.
at the end of the day, we are all actors. Because we're living in
Well,
Hollywood.
Trust
I
me,
think it's
dude.
We're
hilarious.
acting gig.
Like,
Remember that.
I'm
We're
fucking
all
I
Buddhist.
actors.
think it's hilarious. I
We're
literally think it's
all
hilarious that
actors.
anyone would title themselves anything because all that is limitation.
Yo, we live in a
There is no
simulation.
limitation to
Listen,
what the hell
hey,
you are. You
Queen,
are
hey,
every goddamn thing. You
How
can
dare
believe
you
in
judge me,
Buddhism or
girl?
any of it. It does. I don't judge anybody. What
Oh,
you
hey,
need to
Queen.
do is
Doing the
take all
opposite
that
of
you stand for and actually
oh, it's
stand
the
within your
opposite of
skin
judging.
and actually be a representative of what you
Is
actually
that
believe in.
right?
Hey, Queen.
Exactly.
Hey, Queen. We are all
Yep.
I'm
actors.
fucking
Don't
Buddhist.
pay
What do
no
you got a
mind.
problem with
Let him
that?
be a Buddhist still. Whatever I want to be. Let him
You
be.
also need to look at why you're triggered by these simple questions. Like
Let him be.
realistically,
Let him be.
calm
Let him
down.
be.
Yeah, and let me say one thing.
Realistically,
Let me say one thing real quick. What I will say is that fundamentally we have been led as sheep. We've been told this book is the truth, and then another culture tells us this book is the truth,
Right.
and then another culture tells us this book is the truth.
Exactly. And now
What
you
I'm
want to tell them that these
what this
frequencies and these
revolution
charts are true.
yeah, but what this revolution really represents is us taking back our sovereignty, knowing that we are eternal beings in our own right, and we have a direct connection with all that is. So
That's exactly what I'm saying. We should leave out anything else that puts in another construct.
and that's why I'm
labels are
actively
ridiculous.
working on and this is why this revolution, I call it a revolution, because Lord knows we don't need another religion, and nor do we need another label. If you're going to label me something, call me a revolutionary, or call me a lion if you must use some sort of
Yeah, that's why I keep
metaphorical
saying
terminology.
DaVinci. Like
Hey,
it's
raise
just
your own
anytime
head.
somebody puts anytime somebody puts a label or a system or like a belief structure, right? Everybody's saying
Consciousness
frequencies.
is not a belief
It's
structure,
fine,
though.
ma'am, please. It's fine because
Exactly.
literally I'm like, okay, you can call yourself that, you can believe that, you can take that all the way from where you are to where you want to be. But the problem becomes when we say, as we lead this revolution, right, that this is what consciousness looks like. This is what enlightenment looks like. This is what this looks like. We're still telling people where they have to go and what to call it and what it looks like.
on your
And that is
deathbed,
equivalent to
on your
religion.
deathbed,
the
you
noise?
will
Yeah, turn
receive
that.
total consciousness.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tyler. But Keisha, yeah, no, 100%. Now, granted, Keisha, it is an ongoing fluid process, and again, we're going to have 10, 20 lives of people representing the fundamental understanding that this revolution represents.
Yeah, I'm trying to prepare you for what's coming because they're going to hit you harder than that.
There are going to be a lot of moving parts. And as time goes on, there are going to be people that say things that, are actually not in alignment with what at our core we believe or what we stand for. And in those moments, they're going to pop up. Someone's going to try to make fun of it. There'll be some YouTube or some social media video. We love you, TikTok. And it will be addressed. I have zero fear.
But that's why I think.
Yeah.
I know you don't, but that's what I'm saying. We just have to be really clear. Like if you're going to use terms,
100%,
then we have to make sure that it's understood. Because even with the fact that, like, you and I have talked, right? And I'm still here having a conversation. But I said earlier at the very beginning about like having certain things so that people didn't feel certain ways. But I literally sat up here and how many people were telling me I was wrong at the same time, talking in the comments, asking me to choose. If I didn't have the relationship or the understanding that I had, I would easily go tell everybody I know, don't ever consider this.
You spoke your mind. You spoke your mind. Nobody shut you down.
What I'm saying is I
Keisha.
would never
Nobody
do
shut you
that.
down.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
is
fine.
that if I was somebody else,
Keisha,
right?
No, I got you.
that has already happened multiple times over already, and it
I
always
know.
will. And guess what? It's going to get even
Not if
more
people don't gang
aggressive.
up on people.
No,
Not
but
if
it
people
is.
don't gang up on people.
I promise you, Keisha, when people find out that we represent a revolution based in humanity that is trying to transcend religious division altogether, we're going to have every single religious leader in the world tell us that we're
sure.
demonic and some sort of cult.
But why can't we just talk to them one-on-one? Like I was saying earlier before any of this, when I was like, hey, if something gets contentious, why don't we invite them to a conversation offline? Why don't, like, we shouldn't all talk to somebody or come at them or challenge them at the same time.
Well, but hold on,
That is not-
Keisha. Let's say you're hosting a live. Let's say Kay's hosting a live. Let's say Star's hosting a live. Let's say Avatar's hosting a live. Heck, let's say Soul Vibe is hosting a live, and they're representing what it is that they understand to be inevitable for humanity, and that is for us to step into our divinity with zero insecurity. We're not going to be able to control and micromanage every single individual conversation.
Of course.
And that's the part where I have a degree of faith through my own personal experiences that have a long list of synchronicities and downloads and experiences that just make it completely obvious to me that this is far greater than me, and I'm just a vessel serving a role as a part of this incarnation.
Right.
I know that this
Good for you,
is
man.
that this is unstoppable. And just like you said the other day, you said the things that we stand for are not even debatable. I can't remember the exact word you used, but when you said that, I read that hit me because I realized that months ago. Like,
and I feel the same way. That's all I'm saying. It's like I want to be sure that whatever it is very clear. Like we can't say one thing and then do another, but call it something different.
The only clarity is unconditional love. And there's a guy, Darius J. Wright. He's out of Australia. He's an out-of-body experience practitioner, and he has been doing this since he was like 6-7 years old. This is his calling, and his whole purpose in life is to wake people up to our nature. And so a lot of
No.
So are we waking people up to our nature, or are we talking about love and humanity?
I know a lot about Jairus Wright.
What do you disagree with him about him? Yeah. What
It's
do you?
not about waking us up. It's about teaching about elusive dream and astral travel. That's his specialty. That's what he do. He don't wake shit up. He don't wake me up. He teach me how to elusive dream. I learned that from him.
Fair enough. I might be using the wrong terminology, but when he
how to fly in my dreams.
Fair enough.
I love flying. I love flying in my dreams.
Fair enough. What I will say is that
I'll apply my dreams too, dude.
Heck yeah. Let me say one thing though. When he talks about when his experience
Fucking
in that out of body state, him along with many others, along with thousands of near death experiences, they talk about unconditional love as the source.
One minute.
I fucking fly. I fly every night, man.
It's a O. B.
Every night in my dreams I fly.
Hold on, Tyler. Chill, bro.
Mute him up, please.
Yeah.
It's a O. B. E. He's a specialist in outer body experience.
Yes.
I listen to this guy for hours. Okay? He doesn't wake nobody up. He teach how to astral travel.
Well, then what is waking up to you, maybe would be my question. What is waking up?
Waking up to me is
Why do
when
people need to wake up? Why can't we just love each other and live our own life?
you don't need to wake up. You need to start remembering.
That's what I'm saying.
But hold on. When you say remembering, that's what I mean by waking up. But that's we're talking semantics now. Okay, that's fair. But we're disagreeing on a term that
I don't care if you want to say make up.
And that's what I've been saying, DaVinci.
I don't care.
Consciousness is not a choice. Everybody has a consciousness.
It's a choice.
And that consciousness is eternal. That consciousness goes on.
It's a choice.
You are doing what has been done to people.
Hold on, one at a time. Let Keisha finish real quick. Say it again,
Go ahead,
Keisha.
Like for someone to say it's not a choice is by nature doing
That's like
what has
your
been
air
done
or
to
your
people.
heartbeat's not a
Hold
choice.
on. Elara, time
On
out.
your
Let
deathbed,
Keisha finish.
total
Let
consciousness.
Keisha finish, and then we'll let Elara respond, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, DaVinci, there's a few people on the panel that haven't really gotten a say, and I want Keisha to finish what she has to
Fair
say,
enough.
but in all
Yeah. Fair
honesty,
enough. If
like
we
the
have someone on here, I think. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Star.
the
Yeah.
rotation,
Yeah.
and then people start whinging, but they got a lot to say too. So we've got Elara on here, and we've got Tyler, and we have Queen that didn't get much to say. So perhaps if you want to start, Tyler, let's do it in a rotation in sequence.
Like I said, on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. Gunga Galunga.
Well, he's right. He's right.
Gunga Galunga Galunga.
Right. He's right. I don't have to be a Buddha. I don't have to be a Buddha to know that.
That's
I
right,
know
man.
when you
That's
meditate,
fucking Dalai Lama shit,
when
man.
when you're unalive, because
It's fucking Dalai Lama.
all your consciousness will come to you there. I know that.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So
I give you some tips for that.
I kind of swing that way at this point. I grew up fucking Catholic. I did. I was a recovering Catholic. I faked to go to church, and I sinned. And I felt bad for my sins for a number of years, but I just fucking broke through that shit.
One thing I could say, you are so right, brother, because
I broke through that
learned
shit.
that early. Meditation is for when you're unalive.
I
All
fucking
the consciousness
meditate
will
every
come
day.
back to you.
I meditate
All
every
of that
day.
will come forward, you know.
I do.
That's true.
I really do. So
Hey,
I
Laura,
am.
did you want to? Oh, sorry. You're still
Yeah,
going.
no, I'm kind of. I don't know what religion I am at this point. But
You're not, hey, bro, you're not a religion, and neither is anyone else that thinks they are a part of a religion. There is no
Yeah,
religion.
it's a good point. Yeah, it's a good
Nothing within this realm is permanent.
Yeah.
All of
you're
this
right.
is transient and impermanent. The only thing that is permanent is the nature of your soul, which is the totality of the entirety of the universe in a microcosmic, holographic, fractalized form. That's the only truth there is. And so
Hey, let me tell you
integrate.
something.
I'm pretty much with that.
Let me tell you something, man. I know a group of guys, right? I used to go on their panel, and I'd never fit in on that panel, but there was something there that I need, because they have something that money can't buy. And I say, I have to get this from them. They don't like me, but I get what I want from them because they have something that money can't buy. But the only thing with them, they have too much ego. Ego will analyze you. Remember that.
Thank you, Sol. How about we hear from Alana?
And can I cut in now and have my turn? Speaking of the ego, one of the things that really annoys me is that a lot of people have the terminology that it's the dark night of the soul. That's bullshit. It's an ego. It's your ego. Your soul has nothing that it needs to learn.
Yes.
It is the library of everything you've ever been. It's a dark night of the ego. You must have an ego death. You may get humble. You need to get down on your knees and realize that you are just as fallible as everyone you point a finger at, and you're just as capable as everything you actually judge.
Thank you.
Well said.
Laura, please.
Hi. Yes, thank you. I don't know how, maybe I'm missing what she's saying or what whoever's saying, that consciousness, which is literally what we are doing, is everything, or reality is being the different word. But what I'm not understanding, consciousness is like your heartbeat. It's like your limbic system. It's going without. It's a conscious, now being aware, being perceived, being, those are different things. But consciousness, everybody's got one. We all have consciousness, and aware.
I think in the contemporary context and understanding of at least in the terminology of leading quantum physicists and their theories. They're talking, especially in field theory, they're talking about consciousness as a field that is echoed by ancient mystery schools when they talk about the Akashic records. And so the one of the leading understandings is that we are all a fractalized version of that consciousness.
Right.
And so it's like water almost, where you can put it in a bottle, but it's still that same water wherever you take it. Like there, and again, this is why I stress, like, this Raise Our Awareness revolution is not one of infallibility and to tell everyone you must believe what we say. We're in the process of discovery, and this is about dialogue. So anyway,
And
yeah,
let me
no.
tell you, host, I have been
let me
raised-
ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Let me say one thing. Let me just say one
go
thing.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm Lan. Let me tell you something, sister. There's nothing wrong in what you say, Laura. But there's levels of awareness. You have awareness and you have levels. And as the sister up top said, Keisha, she said, you have to make the effort. You can't just sit back. You have to go in solitude to get to the levels where I am at. I go in solitude for 8 damn years. Okay? I just start coming on TikTok.
I've been doing this for 28 years.
I don't need anybody approval. I don't need no approval. No, I don't need approval.
Yeah. Okay. So you ever walk into Walmart at like 9, 10 in the morning on a Saturday, like I did? I swear to God, half of them are zombies. They have no conscience. Okay. They are absolute zombies walking around with carts in their hands. They have no fucking clue what's going on in this world.
Anybody here know about Dolores Cannon?
Jesus Christ, there are so many zombies out there. They're
Anybody
just
know about
absolutely
Dolores
clueless.
Cannon? You know about Dolores
I
Cannon?
just have a question. Maybe
They're
someone can
fucking
answer
clueless,
this.
dude.
Hey, Tyler, could you answer this maybe, or somebody?
Yeah, go ahead.
According to medical terminology, we are all conscious unless we are unconscious. So if everyone is already conscious, how are we saying people need to come into
Well, they're
consciousness?
retarded.
How do we
Okay,
how are we
these
saying
things-
people need to come into
I'm gonna
consciousness?
Well, they're
Awareness
absolutely
is
fucking.
different than
Hey,
consciousness.
you want me to explain that to you? You want me to explain that to you?
Guys,
Keisha.
don't go on mute, please. You're over speaking each other. You're over speaking
Keisha.
each other. You know the cues. You know when your box lights up, that's when when the person is speaking. So why is it that we're seeing people overspeak?
I won't say
Okay,
that.
don't
I won't
say
say it.
derogatory things. Yeah.
Let me say something to Keisha because she don't understand what this thing is. Keisha,
Okay,
you
one
have to
at a
know
time.
I
that.
do. What you guys don't
Keisha,
understand is what I do understand.
Keisha, you have to start knowing that you are not the body. That's what consciousness is. You are not the
I'm
body.
talking to you guys about the terminology that the world accepts and uses on a regular basis.
Okay,
But we
sweetie.
don't
Okay,
want the
no
world.
problem. No problem.
That is what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you to understand that everybody else uses words in a different way than you. And if you are saying you want unity and humanity to come together, you cannot say that and then say that everything they know about these words has to be, that they are misunderstood, that they are wrong. You cannot do that. They don't go together.
Can I do what? I'm so
Say that
Okay,
you
time
confused.
out, guys.
It's
I just
confusion
have
is
to
not
let
good.
I just
Wait,
have to let
but real quick,
Vegan.
which words are wrong?
Yeah, I want to know.
I
want
said,
to
according to medical technology, right?
Yeah.
Terminology, medical terminology.
Yeah,
Everyone is conscious.
yeah,
You are unconscious when you are unconscious.
yeah.
So how are we telling everyone that they need to come into consciousness? When
Because
Because
literally,
you're not
We're not
hold on,
telling
you are
That's right.
conscious. No, hold on. Your consciousness never dies. Your consciousness lives beyond your heartbeat. So when your heartbeat stops and you're in the hospital, your consciousness leaves your body.
DaVinci.
Okay,
DaVinci,
sorry.
I know
Maybe
what
I
you're saying.
misunderstood. Okay.
Hey,
I
let
know
me
what
tell
you're
you
saying. That's what
something.
you guys are not.
Hold on one second, Soul. One second,
Everybody
Soul.
wants to
Yeah.
argue with me like I don't know what you're saying.
No, that's fine. But I do want to address what you're
I
saying
am
because
saying that if the whole world associates conscious and unconscious with medical terminology, if they associate certain numbers with doing good or doing wrong, doing well or doing bad, if people have been repressed by certain words, if colors or rainbows identify with one people and they already are divisive amongst people groups already, You're talking about rewriting all of this. There are wars happening by these things alone.
Those are
Let
a
me tell
lot.
you something,
Fair,
Keisha.
fair enough. But real quick.
Can I comment in a minute?
All right,
Keisha, let me tell you something, Keisha. Let me tell you something.
Yes,
Let me tell you something, man. This thing is deeper than what you are talking. You know?
No, it's not.
It's deeper than what you are talking because
For
I
you,
don't know what
maybe.
you are worried about. You are worry
For
yourself too much. You
me,
worrying
I
too
hold
much.
space in all of these places.
You worrying too much, man.
No, I'm
Well,
not. I want you
hey,
to explain to me how I'm supposed to convince someone that they're
Keisha.
unconscious.
You want
No.
me to explain to you again?
You don't try to convince anyone of anything. You live
Yeah.
I'm
well,
not
and they
convincing
say, "Wow,
nobody
you're
of
so great.
nothing.
What'd you do?"
I'm not
Yeah,
convinced.
I think
I'm
you
gonna
know.
show our reality. Listen to reality, man. Listen to reality. Listen.
That's exactly my point, you guys.
We live in a simulation.
If we
We
are
live
just
in a
going to live and
simulation
demonstrate,
within a
then why are we going to
simulation
put these
within a
things in front of
simulation.
people?
What's so
That's
hard
all I'm
about that?
saying.
Hold on. If y'all are both
You
talking at the
understand?
same time, I can't hear y'all. What'd you say,
But you have to
Keisha?
listen. She don't want to listen. We
Oh,
live
fair
in a
enough. Fair enough.
simulation.
Oh,
This
but
is a simulation.
all right, I'll let you
And
go
this,
first, then, Soul, and then
yeah,
okay.
let me go, man, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out because I like
Okay.
peace and quiet. We're living in a simulation. What's so hard about that to understand or understand? You have to understand, not under. Inner. You have to know that you are consciousness within that body. You are what animating that body. I don't know if you have a spirit or a soul animating that body, but I know that I'm a soul animating this body. Souls are eternal. No beginning, no end. If you're a spirit, you're gonna be reincarnated and come back. I have a chance to go home to base reality. I'm not coming back. But if you're a spirit, you have to come back. Simple as that. You have backdrop
Does that
character. They
answer
call
your
them
question, Keisha?
They
Not
call
at
them
all. You guys are
NPC.
literally saying what I'm saying. You're telling me to do what I'm telling you you're trying to do to other people.
And what is that?
It's like the craziest thing. I don't understand how you guys don't see what I'm
Yo,
saying.
listen to me, man. We can't deal with them people.
Let me
because they
hold on
sound
real
like,
quick. Let me say one thing.
sound
Keisha,
like a
look,
NPC.
Keisha. Oh, real quick, Keisha. I'm actively working through this at a very deep level, trying to simplify and understand
So
a
if
core.
they just told me, if you guys told me that I no one's supposed to tell anybody, you're just supposed to live it, right? And then by living, other people will see it and they'll come into knowing, right? Is that what we're agreeing on? But that's some people.
What I would
That's me though. Okay,
what I would
I'm
say what I
sorry.
would say that I think everyone should agree on is
Mhm.
that each and every one of us at our core, our soul, it is eternal and it is consciousness itself and it is one with the source. Okay. In this process of discovery, there's
So
going to be a
people that
lot.
believe the Trinity, how do we translate that? That's religion. Or
You
triune
can,
beings.
yeah, you can believe in. Let's say you're Muslim or you're Christian. You can believe whatever you want, but the difference is going to be when they say, "Oh, well, we're sinners, and God doesn't love us if we don't say I proclaim Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior." Those people, unfortunately, are just going to represent that version of reality. But I'm telling you, there's already 30% of the world that is either atheist, spiritual, or what have you.
Know.
Yeah. So
I know.
the spiritual community is the one that is growing rapidly, and they're growing in understanding.
What I'm saying is, you guys told me that we don't have to tell anybody anything. We just have to live, and they will see. That's what
Yes.
was said to me, right?
You don't have to tell anybody anything.
in my journey. That's just me.
You don't have to
but
tell
it's not just
anybody
you.
anything. You don't have
It's
to
what
tell
everyone
anybody because
says.
nobody never tell me anything. I just know that I need to. I went down many rabbit holes. I went down esoteric.
So we've
But
established
time
this. Nobody
out,
wants to get told anything.
time out. Look, I'm having a conversation with Keisha. I'm not telling anyone they need to do anything. Keisha and I
Right.
understand what she's getting at in that in these discussions that happen outside of this live, like what exactly is it that this represents? And it is fundamental in that the religious division throughout the world is is they're divided over things that do not matter. So
Hey, Roar.
whether, yeah, what's up?
Hey, Roar, let me ask you something. When you go to college, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you do psychology?
No.
Oh my gosh. Okay, DaVinci, can I just address something to
All right, let me
DaVinci?
finish what I'm saying real quick.
You
Real quick.
guys gotta
Okay,
fucking
alright,
finish
guys.
this little battle off.
Everyone
Hold
go
on,
on
real
mute,
I'm
please.
getting tired.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing to Keisha. There's a problem in this world, and that problem is we are spiritually divided. We look at other human beings and we say, God does not like you. And in fact, you're going to burn forever because of what you believe. What I'm simply saying is that there are mystics of all of these religious traditions. And so there's a mystical message of oneness that speaks to a eternal unity, that any form of separation can only be temporary, and that it's dependent on our level of awareness and the first Hermetic principle, which is the law of mentalism, which is all is of the mind. So if I believe that I can go to a place called hell, then I will go there for as long as it takes for it to break me, for me to recognize that I actually am not aligned with suffering, that I don't want to be tortured by demons. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go
you
on
been
mute,
to hell?
or else they're going to be
Have you ever-
removed.
I've
simple,
watched
okay?
hundreds upon hundreds of near-death experiences that all talk about this, and when they
I'm
all
not talking about watching. Have you ever
I've had
been
my
to hell?
own.
No, I have not.
I've had my own.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So
Okay,
I've been
I'll
to
just
hell.
ask you nicely,
Well, real
Tyler.
quick, let's let Tyler, just for the hell of it, explain to me why you felt the need. Go ahead and tell me about your experience.
I've been to hell.
Yeah, so tell me about your experience.
It was in my sleep for the most part.
Okay, so it was a dream-like state
Yeah,
that was very
it was a
vivid,
dream
though.
state.
The lucid dream.
Yeah.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
fell through the emptiness of purgatory.
Okay.
And I went down to hell.
You understand the first Hermetic principle, right?
What was that?
The law of mentalism.
Well, that's why I failed. So I went right back to purgatory.
Okay. Well, maybe a better way to put it is like, well, okay. Without going down that sidebar, let me just finish real quick with what I was saying to Keisha is that this is a process of an ongoing discussion as a part of this global digital roundtable that we are not in this little live right now. We're not the only ones having this discussion. There are communities around the world that are being birthed left and right by thought leaders that are in full alignment with everything that is coming out of my mouth. So this is not, the message is not unique. Like, this message is shared by hundreds of spiritual communities the world over. The only difference is no one is looking at all of this and saying, hey, maybe if all of these communities united under a singular message with a fundamental understanding of the nature of the soul and the relationship to the nature of reality, maybe we would be more effective in ushering in a higher state of consciousness and call it a new earth or the end of this age. You don't have to use those terms, but for people that resonate with those terms, like, maybe humanity is in the driver's seat now. And maybe if we do accomplish this spiritual alignment with a fundamental understanding that we are all divine and none of us are perfect, but we come here to be imperfect so that we can experience the raw duality of ignorance and the suffering and the shame and the guilt and the positive, the roller coaster of life. And we have evidence by the thousands of NDEs that these people come back saying the whole purpose of this life is love, and you will always grow on the other side through your life review, whether it's good or bad, your decisions.
Eventually, I had that myself. I've had an NDE. I'm very, very aware.
Okay, well then all I'm trying to say is that
all I'm trying to say
don't
is if
try
we
to
don't have to say it, why are we?
What I'm, well, hold on. Okay, one last thing. One last thing. One last thing. One last. No, let me say one last thing, real quick, Soul, real quick, and then I'll give it to you. I'm not the only one saying the things that I'm saying. There are tons of other people around the world that are saying the exact same thing. All I'm saying is that there will come a day when all of these different communities unite under one umbrella, and when that day comes, humanity. What's that?
It should be humanity.
Humanity's roar. Yes, that will happen. All of this will unfold in the coming years.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we lead, the same thing I've been saying this entire time, is that if we lead with these other things, it's going to take much longer.
No, Keisha, these communities are saying the same thing.
Keisha.
Okay, well, all the communities I sit in intentionally, and you can check behind me.
Keisha, invite me to Keisha. I'm right here with you. This is your revolution, okay? This is humanity's revolution. Invite me to that channel. I promise you, I will never embarrass you. I will never lose my cool. I will always be respectful. Invite me over and let them ask me these difficult questions. I would love to talk to anyone, and I will be talking to more and more people as time goes on.
That sounds perfect. Because then you'll be able to see like where the train of thought is, what the directions are that other people, the people that are looking to come towards the middle, that do not, right? Because you're saying 30%, but that means there's 70% that don't, right? So that 70% has their own posture on this.
Could I ask a question, please?
And so I'm talking about how to bridge the gap between the 30 and the 70.
2 questions I
and
want to
that's
ask.
you, me, Soul, or whoever is involved in this is going to be the bridges that the living bridges that make it happen. Yes.
Please give me.
Go for it, Soul. Yes, but Soul, you got to understand when Keisha's talking. Soul, I got to say one thing, Soul. With all due respect, when Keisha's talking and you're trying to interrupt, if she keeps talking, that's her telling you. But that's her telling you that she wants to finish her thought. But anyway,
I'm not in the house where I could write down my questions and ask.
Go for it. What's up?
I'm sorry, I'm not in the house. I'm in the car. Keisha, I could ask you 2 questions. Anybody hear what I just said? Keisha.
Sorry, what?
Ask you 2 questions? Could I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
All right. First question. When you're unalive, did the archons approach you?
I'm sorry, what?
When you have your near unalive experience, did the archons approach you?
I don't know what that is.
Oh. Okay, cool. So I wouldn't even ask you the second question. I'm not going to ask you the second question, because if you don't know what the archons is, I just leave it right there, you know?
Okay. So you can come and talk to the doctors in the hospitals and to my entire family. When I was septic, my entire body was poisoned.
I did not say you
Okay,
never
what I'm
dead.
saying is
You got
that
near
you're
to
using
death.
terminology
You never died.
and you are eliminating me from my
never
own
died.
experience.
No,
And how can you do that?
It's her experience. Your experience. I respect it. But I'm telling you that you never.
Two people have come on to conflict with me telling you I had an experience. And because my words don't match what line up with your belief system, that means it did not happen.
You're taking it out of context now. I wasn't even doing that.
So then what
Never
happened?
would I do that to you. I've been through so much embarrassment by people. I would not embarrass anybody.
Okay, so then what was happening? What was Alara saying?
I was saying, no, don't do that to her. That's her experience.
No, you guys messing up these vibes. These vibes is nice vibes, you know. Don't want to mess up these vibes.
Keisha, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I thank you for wanting this to be something that I thank you for that. That's really great. People don't have that much awareness to care about it, and I think it's great. Thank you, really.
Yo, these people is not functioning right, because the lady below me, she's on a different vibration. You know what I mean? And Keisha is on a different vibration. It don't matter how much I love you. I never tell you I love you, you know, you have to know that I love you. I'm not going to tell you that I love you. Because when people tell you that they love you, that's bullshit. Okay? If you can't feel R.O.A.R love, if you can't feel star love, and if you can't feel my love, I can't do nothing.
Keisha, I'd love to hear about your near-death experience sometime. I would love to.
I would love to hear it too, actually.
I've had actually 3, and all of them were different.
Yo, you know
Don't
what?
listen to anybody say
Yeah,
that
if you knew just how many times I've been in that position, like if you knew my story, and that is why I hold the space that I hold, and that is why I cannot waver, because just like everyone here is as passionate as they are about their things, I have a very, very, very unique position. I don't know anyone else, and maybe I'm wrong. And if you find them, please let me meet them so that I know I'm not the only one. Because there is no one that I know that holds a foot on both sides of the world that I do.
That's the thing. I never met you before, but my mission is that way too. And what you are going through, sometimes
going
in
through
this
anything.
position,
I'm being a
oh my
bridge,
gosh.
though.
Oh my gosh, this is why you want to be on one
You don't
side or
have
the
to be
other,
a
but
bridge.
to walk
We
that
are
line
all
on
as
both worlds, you
one.
have to be
So
able
when
to
you say,
receive. And one of the
sorry,
things
Tina.
about receiving is, yeah, she has to be able to receive, because sometimes somebody in your position, the evolutionary process for you to be in where you're supposed to be in this to come forward the most is not here yet. So you're having to waver in between the two until your time comes. My time has not yet come. You heard that part? That could be where you are. So I used to describe it as being a racehorse. I was like a racehorse trying to get out of the gate, and I beat myself up trying to get out of the gate. But sometimes this is the part where you
Yeah,
develop
not
patience
yet.
and
I
you
mean,
wait and not
we
interrupt
got,
people
and
when
I'm
they're
sorry to
talking.
interrupt. I'm sorry.
It's too late.
I'm sorry about that, ma'am. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I'll mute up.
You're
I'm
not
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead, Tina. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just for her. It is frustrating. 8 years ago, I had just about every bone broken in my body because I had a message and I had a mission and I knew it and I was living in duality. And until I got still with myself and literally didn't talk to a person but the quick trip person for like 3 years. I wasn't on TikTok. I wasn't on anything. I was completely alone in my skin with the earth for like 3 years. And that's when the conscious awareness became the consciousness became awareness, because during that time I was ingesting so much literature. I read the Bible more than 1,000 times, and not to mention that the Hermetica, the Quran, like everything you can more than I've ever heard anybody mention on these lives. I've delved into. And not only when I found something that stuck, I would put it on repeat and play it at a subconscious level all night, because something in me was aching to come out for the mission that I have here. And this is part of it. Running into somebody like you when you don't really want to say it how you really need to say it, but you really need to get out to the ghetto fabulous world and make that happen, because you got to mute it down or people don't take you serious or you're not being polite enough. That duality it's hard to walk that line, but sometimes you just got to bring it. And then once you bring it, then sometimes you got to go lick your wounds, because then you were like, oh my God, I shouldn't have. But that's how we learn sometimes. And that chart earlier was about the frequencies. Like right now, I'm in a.
We're just curious. We're curious human beings, and it's
I
fine.
know. Will you please let me finish?
Yeah, just let her
Most
finish.
people
and
don't
I'll-
get
yeah,
it.
Yeah, well, hey,
The
we'll give
high-
you the floor
high
next. Hey, we'll
vibrational
give you the floor next.
frequency
Yeah, let her finish. Yeah.
of having something inside of one's own self, like the anger, like the strenuousness of wanting to get it out, or the heart that's so pure and it just knows what love is, and it can't. One of the hardest things about love is not being able to give it. So then you have to learn how to receive it. And that's where people are stuck in their nervous systems. And that's what this frequency thing is talking about, with people being able to give and receive love. It has to be flowy. It has to flow through you. So duality it's one thing to think that, oh, I'm on this mission and I'm in duality. Yeah, that you're right. But there's also there's a thin line in the psychosis of that spiritual awareness and then being in the humanity part. So there's some evolution that needs to take place here. And this whole night, this has been about you. And it's been about this part about you, because you're evolving into a place where your gifts will come out to help others and to manifest in a beautiful way. But until you're able to receive the input from people who have lived this, done it, been there and over that side, and say, wow, somebody else has been through it too. Because that's
I'm
what I had to do. I had to
sorry.
say somebody else
I'm
has been
so
through it.
sorry that you went through what you went through. Your duality is not what I'm referencing whatsoever.
Okay, of course. So
Yeah,
my
of
point
course.
is, I had to realize that other people went through things as well, and they have their own experiences and their own stories.
So if you would
But
like to know mine,
not
you
to
could
diminish
ask.
them or talk over them like you're doing.
Right, because
You
everyone has talked
you
to me at the
illustrate
same
yourself
time.
without even realizing you illustrate yourself.
Ma'am, I
Let's
am
try
still
to be
holding space when
respectful.
everyone has talked to me at the same time the entire time. You wonder why I have to jump in. Because how many people are talking about me in the chat amongst themselves and talking at me on the panel at the same time? I am the only person here talking for myself when everyone else is talking at me or
Yeah.
about me. So
Yeah.
please don't tell me what I'm doing to demonstrate myself when
Yeah, and
I'm defending who I am and I'm being
I'm
misunderstood.
going to interrupt you right
No,
now.
look. With all due respect to both of y'all, I love both of y'all, and I do understand sometimes these things can be perceived one way by one person, perceived another way by another person, and both of those people are not exactly perceived in either way that they're perceiving it by everyone else. And so, with all due respect to everyone else, let's just try to move on. There's a few more people on here that are asking to be able to speak.
Oh,
I think
100%.
Anen
I'm sorry.
went first,
Ladies,
and
I'm
then-
sorry for interrupting. And host, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, I appreciate
gotta
that.
throw
And
that
I
out
do
there.
recognize the respect of you quickly recognizing that when so that's.
Hi, can I say something really quick?
Hold on, let Anen finish real quick, and then you get the floor next, Vegan Pixels.
Yeah, no, I mean, right now I don't really have much to add. I
That's
just
fine.
want the
Okay, then
ladies to
Vegan
talk.
Pixels,
and just-
yeah. Vegan Pixels, you can
Well,
go.
well, I'll just go off on what they're talking about.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I'm pretty sure we could all relate to what you were just talking about before I joined up.
Well, that's
I'm
fine.
pretty
Yeah,
sure.
you can chill for a second.
Yeah.
Things will magically sprout up. So talk to us, Vegan. Maybe you can lead the discussion.
I don't think I'm going to lead it. You're the host, of course. Out of
Well,
curiosity,
yeah, I
what
mean-
button did you push once I was able to join? Because
all I know is
my phone glitched a little bit when you did that.
All I know is it popped up with the accept it or not, and I click accept, and there you go.
Okay. Also, there was somebody that just walked past me. There's been a lot of shadow state stuff going on, it seems like, and it messes with me, and it puts me in psychosis, and it makes me very flustered, and I feel like there's something more going on here. Okay. I've been suppressed for a long time. Stuff like this has been happening to me for a long time. And so when things like this don't go, and there are a couple of people that say, oh, well, he's trying to join. But then when something like that happens and you're saying a lot of key words that I'm saying, but I'm not on the panel, it messes with me.
Now, let me say one thing.
Sure.
Does that put you into a state of fear?
Why? Why do you ask?
And the reason I ask is because the most important thing in this life, and more importantly, life after this life, is the first Hermetic principle, the law of mentalism, right?
Are you trying to disprove what I just barely said?
No, I'm trying to help you, bro. I'm on your team. All I'm saying is that the most important thing is to know that there is nothing that you need to fear. Spiritually,
I
your
do
soul.
not believe that.
Yeah,
I
your
do not
soul
believe
is
that, sir.
your soul is untouchable. You are the source within yourself. You are unconditional love, and nothing can touch you unless you believe it to be so. And this is the mystical, like.
Sorry to interrupt. Your
Yeah, you're good.
experience, sir, is not my own.
Fair
And when I've been bullied for years with Shadow State, with Secret Society, I don't know who they are. I don't know who these people are. but they have without a doubt
Vegan, trust.
excuse me,
Tr-
they have
Yeah, let him
without,
finish. Let him finish.
excuse me.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
They have without a doubt
Yeah, I'm
been
hanging out,
harassing me
brother.
and bullying me.
Well, I do apologize. Well, I heard you say shadow. I was thinking you were talking about spiritual. If you're talking about like physical people, like dealing, yeah, I mean that's something you gotta be careful and somehow navigate. I misunderstood you, so I apologize for that. If you're talking spiritually, though, you have absolutely nothing to fear. But anyway, that's apparently
Whoa,
I
are
misunderstood
you trying to disprove what I just said again?
No. I'm trying.
Dude, this isn't a spiritual thing. I'm saying in the
That's
physical
my bad,
realm.
yeah. Okay, so if it's the physical realm, bro. Hey, look, all I can say is be very careful and do your best. Yeah, I don't know. I can say it's not tied to me. Like I'm not. I think you were talking about the live and then the issues.
Hey,
and
Keisha, Keisha, I think I'm kind of getting a sense of what you're talking about. I've seen a lot of this stuff happening, and at first I thought it was like a certain group of people, but now I'm kind of getting more of a sense of what you're talking about.
And what sense is that exactly?
What I
Every
just
time-
spoke about.
Okay, can I just go and talk to you?
But just for
directly?
fun, yeah, just
I'm sorry to be so.
Just for fun, can I talk to you directly, Vegan? What I have noticed that you
Yes.
continuously come to this live and you complain about how we don't let you up. I asked you several times to request up. Then I noticed that there was something wrong with your account. And then you come in here to discredit what we're doing instead of being positive. So perhaps
Sorry, not
it's you
discrediting.
you're just wired in a negative way.
Oh,
So we can see positive things or we can see it in a negative. That's entirely up to you. But what I've just observed is you're very negative wired.
how
So
else?
we've allowed you this space to come in here. Is that not a positive? Have we not welcomed you in? So where is the appreciation for that? So how about you see the positives of what we're doing? Are you doing it? Are you trying to bring people together?
I
So how
am
about we
speaking.
hear you say something positive, even about yourself. Can you even say something positive about yourself?
Yes, I can. I don't feel. I'm grateful that people are here to learn about consciousness. I think that's wonderful. But what I don't like is being suppressed. So if I feel frustrated when that happens, but I am here to be present, to talk about consciousness.
Let's try. Look. I'll apologize. I at one point I jumped the gun and thought you were talking spiritual. I apologize. Let's just try to go back to when you were initially talking, and when I initially said, hey, does that incite fear within you? Let's just remove that question. That was me jumping the gun. Let's just get back to what you were initially saying. Let's restart, and it's probably my fault for so. Did you have an initial question that I probably cut you off unintentionally that you wanted to ask?
Fair enough. Yes, I think if you're waking up in the morning, and this is going to anybody on the panel or even comments, did anybody tell you that you're awake, or did you just naturally know that you're awake?
I would say the latter.
Well, it just came about. I found out, and then things happened after that.
Exactly. It's not a religion. It's not it's not any kind of particular belief. It's just the awareness that I know that I've awoken.
I'll tell you this, man.
Hold on, and then real quick, and then I just want him to finish his thought. Make sure that were you done, Vegan? Are you cool with him jumping in?
Yes, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question, if that's okay, Vegan.
Yeah, let Anen finish. He's new here, and he's been patient and waiting to speak. So we'll give him the floor, and I'll give you the first response.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Alara, sorry.
So there's something my personal life.
Hey, your phone's breaking up. Are you on Bluetooth or we can't hear you? Your phone's breaking up.
Yeah, no, hold on. Give me no.
There we go. No, it's better now. Yeah. Oh, never mind. It's breaking up again.
Is it?
Yeah, it's breaking up. Keep going. Keep talking.
I gotta fix the router.
Okay. Well, let's let Alara talk. Alara, go for it.
If I could, I would love
And
to
then,
ask
and
a
then
question.
after that, well, let's give KK because I think it's been a while. Anyway, yeah, Alara.
Go ahead, Kay. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Well,
you're
I'll let
good. Go
y'all.
ahead. I'll go
Yeah,
after.
yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. Is it okay, Vega, if I ask you
Yeah,
a question?
you're good. Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure he's okay with it. I don't want to just, barrel
Oh,
into
I
this
see.
question.
Yes, go ahead. I
Well,
don't
just
mean
about
to.
what you were saying, because I have a lot of the same awareness of that as well. And I was wondering if you were in the gifted program, like I was, the GATE program
Yes,
back in the
ma'am.
day.
As far as I know, I don't think I was. No.
I don't remember second grade at all, the whole year. So it might be, I don't know.
I was in. I was in
Is there
there.
a reason?
If you guys can still hear me, if my internet connection is fine, and I'm sorry to
Welcome,
interrupt, but yeah,
Alara. I do. I relate to you.
Yeah, we can hear you, but let Alara finish real quick.
Wanted to say I can definitely know where you're coming. I definitely know where you're coming from, and I'm sorry that that's happening. When I did notice, and I had to get really good at like just putting my phone up and taking the picture without looking, or something like that. Whatever, just to surprise them, to be like, "Hey, I caught you. What are you doing?" And then I found out, oh, I'm a handler.
don't
You're
let
a
it get
handler.
to you.
What?
Yeah, just I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just gonna throw that out there real quick. Just don't let it get to you. Just live. Forget these people. If they're actually like out there like following you, like they've been with me, don't let it get to you.
Wait, so are you saying we have three? With all due respect, I'm kind of like blown away right now. Are you saying there are 3 people on this live that you guys have all had experience with what I think a lot of people call gang stalking, or just like government
Yes.
or
Three-letter
black
government
project?
Yes.
3-letter agencies.
100%, dude.
I have, for sure.
They made it obvious
Really?
like 2 or 3 times within the past couple of years. Yeah.
And what is that? What does that involve? Like, what is that? Do they make
you're,
like? Do they
special
talk
or
to you,
neurodivergent.
or is it just following?
Both in my.
Both.
And
It's
what do they
both,
say when they talk to you?
They don't talk to us.
No, that's
They're
what I'm
just
saying.
there.
So okay, so it's just following.
It's
No,
just
they-
following. Yeah. It's
They've
just
spoken to me a couple times.
What do they say?
Different
They
things.
don't
They're
say
humans.
anything,
They're
dude.
people.
I just want y'all to understand. I live in a state of open-mindedness, and I don't
I mean, from my
I
experience, a
disbelieve
lot of
anything
it's
y'all are
like-
saying. I just want to know more about like your experiences.
A lot of it, in my experience, it's been car following, but like I've noticed them in person, like at grocery stores and shit too. And if I were to ever speak about it in person, I'm gonna sound like a crazy guy. So I don't bring it up.
But vegan, I think you said that they spoke to you. What did they say?
Different things from different times, different people.
Were there
They
any
send
threats? Oh, sorry, my bad. Keep going. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
They want to
don't
make it feel like it is. They
Hold on,
want to
real
make
quick.
it feel.
Let him finish. I want to hear him finish real quick, and then I'll let you jump in.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's my bad
I
for
don't
cutting him off to begin with.
think I got threats per se, but it's more of just psychological harassment, getting my phone hacked into, getting my computer hacked into, different people that I grew up with. They look very similar that they'll put in specific places. It's like street actors almost. It's strange. But I'm sorry to derail the conversation. I really do like talking about consciousness and.
No, you're good, bro. You're
No,
good.
hey, this channel is all about awareness. You're on this channel. We'll talk government. We'll talk the revolving door between government and the private sector. We'll talk the healthcare system. We'll talk alien contact. We'll talk consciousness. We'll talk anything that relates to us raising our degree of awareness as a collective consciousness. This panel's for that. So, and that's why I'm fascinated by things like this, because I've heard plenty of stories, and it makes sense that there was. So I love hearing about these things. Is what I'm saying. Like, yeah. And I think they need to be talked about too. But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Be unpredictable, you guys. If you're being followed, be unpredictable.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And so, what's the worst case like scenario that you found yourselves in, if you don't mind sharing that?
I'll probably say like, I don't know, like maybe derailing me off the road.
It's crazy.
It was just something I realized most recently. I had to like look it up, but yeah, they do weird stuff. They do weird stuff, but it's all good. I'm still enjoying my life.
I get invites. I've gotten the CIA has invited me twice to join them because of what they call the special abilities that not many people have tapped into yet. But I also know why they chose me in the very beginning, and that has to do with one part of my family being Masons, the other one being alien. So
Now, why didn't you? Why didn't
I'm like, why me?
Well, hold on. Why didn't you? Yeah, why didn't you work with them?
Well, for one thing, they probably would want to dissect me instead of learn from me. They want to know how I could gone through so much. And well, I'm not even supposed to be here. I was a month early, 14-year-old mom, drug addict. I mean, it was bad. And thank God I got adopted out. But they noticed really quickly that I was not like the other children. And then when they had our IQ tested, they were like, you got two very, very high functioning
Dude, that was such a weird experience.
ADHD.
Hold on, and hold on one second.
All these other
I'm
problems
sorry.
that teachers can't seem to teach and reach. And a lot of us just went through that. A lot of us Gen Xers especially.
Is it okay if...
Yeah, keep going. No, keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm a millennial. Like, I was born 92. I was in the gate thing 99 to like 2001. It was like right before 9/11. But God,
remember
damn,
all of
that
it?
was a weird fucking experience, bro. That was a weird thing. And
They tell you to lie on the test.
I don't even remember, to be honest with you, but I do remember the other stuff. All the stuff that you know.
Some people were given the juice. Some people, they watched us for a year before they chose us, at least back in the 80s. And they looked for things like, when you're out in the playground, you're on the swing and you kind of get vertical and you kind of just, you swing and you're like kind of seeing the rise and go up. That kind of just lolly swing where you're not really doing anything, but you're just kind of that kind of behavior. People that
I don't remember the 90s. I feel violated right now.
Yeah, so real quick,
I'm waking up to this and I'm just realizing it, and these memories are popping up in my head, and I remember some of the stuff. I'm like, oh my God. Like,
So
dude, I feel violated
What
right
sort
now.
of stuff do you remember that are coming back to your consciousness?
Just the stuff they had us go through, like memory testing, the headphones, the pink drink.
But everybody went through that. The ones that went on to something else, I got tablets. They were giving us stuff that, oh my gosh, like another. And then, what the weirdest thing was? I don't know if this happened to you guys in it. The handler that I ended up being, I knew a handler later. She said to me, don't tell your parents and don't tell your teachers. I'm like, don't my teachers know I'm here? That freaked me out.
Now, you're saying this is second grade?
Yes, I was in second grade, and like I said,
For me, it was kindergarten first. It was kindergarten first.
I was 4 years old in kindergarten, and I went fifth, and then I was 6 years old in second grade.
But didn't you say that you don't remember second grade at all?
I do not remember second grade at all. When I started, when the gate, videos started coming up, I was like, hey, I remember the pink drink. I remember it. And then all of a sudden I was slept. And the next day, all these memories started flooding in, but not of second grade because I was in this for 2 years.
I don't remember the 90s at all. I was born in 92. I don't remember the 90s at all.
Might be a
It was like 2001 It was like post 9/11, and that's it. That's all I remember in my head.
Really? And you said you've remembered some things as time has gone on, or no? It's just blank.
As of late, yeah. I mean,
like what do you want? Okay,
currently.
would you be willing to talk about some of those things that you've remembered?
I mean, it's very vague. I mean, I really
Okay.
can't remember too much.
I have memory of like the mall, the mall world, the back rooms, all of it.
The back rooms, yeah. The mall, no. But
When
I
you
mean,
say
I'm talking about myself though. But I do remember that freaking trailer that we had to go to. In my experience, to do all this BS. It was like off campus.
Like
It was like right outside. It was like in a trailer, and there was like this dude with a hat and his coat, and then a lady. That's just my experience, though.
But that's it. That's the extent of it. Just nothing like super violating. I mean, I know
I can't.
just the fact
No,
that you.
Unfortunately, no, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't really expand.
I think they gave me LSD, to tell you the truth.
That was like.
Why do you say that though? What makes you say that?
MK Ultra type situation there. I don't know what was going on over there.
Yeah. What makes you say that?
Though? No, I do remember. I do remember the outed. What is it?
Yeah, you
Astral
mentioned
plane.
the Gateway Project, so you're talking about like the whole.
And I can still do
body,
it. I mean,
yeah.
It happens, but I just never knew. I just thought it was normal. But I do remember when I was in my youth, I was like, yeah, that's what they were having me do.
Interesting.
And I'm going to sound like a crazy person when I talk about shit like this, dude.
No, not at all. And who cares if you sound crazy, bro? You're just telling the world your experience. If someone thinks you're crazy,
don't. Hey guys.
People think smart people are crazy.
I just want to say, if you don't sound crazy in a broken world like this one, then you're failing. You must sound a bit crazy, man. What?
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the club. In other words, yeah.
One of the other things I remember, host, they were asking is that they had this. I was not in a portable. I was inside a building. I don't know what building, but this guy came and opened the door, and the way that I was facing, because I was all over the place. I'm ADHD. I was everywhere. And I turned around and looked, and when he opened the door, it was all these wires. I mean, it was so much heat from up there, like so many wires and all this stuff. And I remember looking at it, and I remember the handler grabbing my face and pulling me back around and said, "We need you to cool that off. Can you cool that off?"
Dang.
You mean the heat from coming from there? That's it.
Yeah, dude. I'm just so glad that all of us that were in there are coming out now, and we have a platform to like at least talk to each other, because it was weird.
Yeah, I think there's more and more people that are waking up to this reality. I think there's enough anecdotal evidence for us to put two and two together and realize that this is probably very real, and so I think
it was mentioned in the e-files, dude. The gate program is in there in the e-files. Isn't that weird? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. No, I'm starting to believe the truth is stranger than fiction, so nothing's weird to me anymore. But yeah, no, that's crazy, man. Like, y'all, that's why I love hearing these stories.
Even Charlie Kirk and freaking Candace was in the gate program.
Really? No,
Those two were in the gate program.
Yeah.
Yeah. Candace Owens was in the gate program, as well as Charlie. Rest in peace.
Yeah,
I
don't know where you guys stand with
finally, fuck's sake.
Do you really think Charlie is gone? I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think so, honestly. I mean, I would like to believe that like it was like a hoax or whatnot, but like, yeah, I think they took him out. He was realizing everything about his
you want to know what probably happened?
Foundation at the last minute. And
yeah,
boom.
this is what probably happened, right? If there was a hit out on him, right, and let's say that let's say that he had a degree of security and ties to, and let's say there's good guys, bad guys, good forces, bad forces within this construct. If there was a hit out on him, then what would you do? Well, the most effective, like the number one thing that you could do would be to actually, so to stage what you knew was inevitable. Otherwise, you could spend all this money on funding to try to prevent him from getting murdered. You could have him come out and maybe say, "Oh, I'm no longer going to talk anymore because there's a death threat on my life." The world is going to be like, it's going to cause a bunch of social issues. And so the best way to deal with a hit out on someone like him would be to basically stage the hit so you're accomplishing what the forces of darkness are actually about to do. But you're doing it on your terms, and you're preserving his life. You're just removing him from that public sphere. Mm-hmm. And then you're forcing, in a sort of like chess move, you're forcing the forces of darkness to now have to cope with the theories and the, what's that?
I said I would talk to him.
You would talk to him
the night before. If I had a hot tub time machine, I would go back in time and just give him a little talk the night before, because it seemed like he was waking up to the truth right there at the last minute. So
yeah, and what I'm saying is, if
I could have convinced him.
Convinced him of what though?
Just not go.
Not go where?
Work.
Not go to work?
For TikTok purposes, to the event.
Oh, well, but you got to understand.
But
hold on. Time out. I get what you're saying. Hold on. Time out. I get what you're saying. Oh, hey, Charlie, don't go to this event. Okay, then next weekend comes and he has other events. Like, are you just going to have him just stop going to events forever because we know that there's a hit out on him?
Well, I mean, if I'm a time traveler, then yeah. He'll believe me. He was waking up at the last second. He was realizing things at the last minute. I could convince him. He gave me a time machine.
Okay, so
set me back in time. I can convince Charlie to just lay low.
Okay, fair enough.
Forget Erica. Forget it all. Just fucking, just forget it. You got the money. Just retire. Go away.
Fair enough. And I'll also say that this is just a theory, right? Like, if, he very well could no longer be with us in this realm. It could all be true, or there could be something that was staged. I'm providing.
I think he's gone. I think Charlie's gone.
Well, I'm just saying, if there was a hit out on someone's life and there was awareness at the highest levels of intelligence by the people that support him, this is what I would do if I had the resources that the federal government has.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. And again, this is, but anyway, I think
hypothetical.
Yeah, exactly. It's neither here nor there. But did anyone else want to jump in? I know KK, you've been quiet for a while.
Yeah.
You good?
I wanted to kind of merge the two. Yeah, I'm good. I wanted to.
I'm sorry, Kay. We're babbling, dude. We're talking about everything.
Oh, you're good. No, I honestly love it. Because essentially in my brain, like the conversations y'all were having on the first end when you were talking about like the glitches in your reality of people and like that merging in that sense, I always associate that with archons. And then when y'all are talking about the gate program,
right,
I remember it too. That it was like they took us in, just like in different classes on a computer, gave us basic questions and then emotional questions, and I don't know, it was just
weird.
Yeah, it was very weird. But whenever I thought about that a couple of years ago too, because it's so relative, and you're talking about the files and stuff. I just thought it was so relative in an intriguing and introspective way. So when I merge and then, again, this is just me. I'm never trying to push this on nobody. Whenever I merge my reality with the archonic state, meaning like the glitches, I kind of associate it with, the Matrix when he has to get taken out of that, you know, that one specific form before he's reborn, because in that form that he's in, the, what's it called? What do they call the other men? The, you know, the men, they all turn into like the same face.
Myths.
Yeah.
I got to
Um,
rewatch that movie, dude.
Actually, AI agents. That's what people call fucking AI agents.
Agents. Yes, perfect. Thank you, agents. That's what
Yeah,
they call
they're
them.
AIs though in the
Yeah,
program.
they are. Yeah, that's what's so cool about it, is that merger point, that you realize that if the government's observation of a singularity point, like the GATE program, it's about looking into neurodivergent children essentially, because that's that merger point. Like when host was talking about earlier, even though that we're talking about physical things, physical is tied, associated to spiritual, to the physics, to all these things. So they're aware of all this trickle point. That's why the center observation towards individuals that have access within themselves, not access because no one has access. It's just a state, kind of like how she said earlier, conscious and subconscious. So you're awake, you're conscious, but even when you're asleep, even though you're not consciously awake, or even if you don't dream or anything, your body you are essentially stored of a subconscious being. You have every single past, present, future, even in your DNA. Your DNA goes back to different bloodlines tied to memories and stuff like that. That's been proven scientifically. So it's really a fascinating thing, and that's why I think these panels are so important to talk about. But my favorite one is the archonic state. So the glitches y'all are talking about, essentially, when we all go through this stuff on ourselves and our own journeys in different ways, we get those feelings in the elevated state of awareness that kind of makes you feel like you're floating. And then you feel so much empathy towards other people at times. It kind of feels like you're merging into their life. And then you realize that it's important the role you play in their life. And it just puts you in like a, we get to that point of talking about the what's that scale thing I posted earlier? Yeah. And it's neat because it all is associated into one thing. So those vibrational frequencies that kind of keep our emotions on a, not lower purposefully, but it is purposefully, that lower elevated state kind of merges it. Those agents force themselves in your life in different ways to have you effectively feel certain emotions, to keep you repressed, to kind of keep you from that state that everyone is readily available at all times, but that awareness that people have access to in their brains to observe it, because even though you're conscious, you can observe and be the awareness behind both of just everything. It's a higher form. It's essentially, someone, I think Tina said it too, it essentially talks about just every single person individually 100% matters. And that's why they look into individuals, and that's why they're trying to keep people individually repressed. People individually because every single soul, every single soul matters. But that's just what I wanted to say on it.
Very nice. Very well said.
Thank you.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
it's
experienced these things you're talking about? Have you actually experienced them? This is a question to Paul.
Oh, in real life? Yeah, I have. Like, recently. It was just weird. I had a weird experience. Maybe I'm paranoid. I don't know. But, yeah, I pulled up to a grocery store, and there was, like, this lady. She was, like, hiding behind a van, and she was, like, taking, like, double looks at me. And I'm, like, walking into the grocery store, and she, like, steps in front of me, and she's like, "Hey, sir, like, how are you doing?" I was like, "I'm doing good. How are you?" And she's like, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?" And then she proceeds with, "Well, can you help me with But she was like doing this weird thing in front of me where she was like, it made it seem like she was like avoiding me from like going forward, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And it was just a weird scenario. She could have been one of them. I don't know. Maybe she was just a homeless woman. I don't fucking know. But it was just a weird thing. I mean, like, you're hiding behind a van right when I pull up, as I'm walking into the grocery store, double taking, like,
I've been hitting on you, bro.
Maybe she just liked me. Maybe I am just overthinking the whole thing. I don't know.
Now,
But
Kay,
I mean, with the shit that I've experienced, getting
No, keep
followed,
going.
come on, man. Weird.
Now, Kay, did you say you've been through experiences like this personally?
Yeah, kinda. I can't say exact, but it's just kind of like if you start observing your reality hard enough, you kind of feel like you're getting observed back, and that observation back to you, because it's talking about the physics of the aspect of it, which we're discovering in the Higgs field and stuff like that. That merger point of how we actually are connected on a very thick scale in a microcosmic state.
Watching me, watching me, watching.
Yeah, when you get in that higher, it's just awareness. It's not a higher because it's better than anyone else. It's just when you take
Yeah,
it.
I pick up on it real quick. And I mean, that's just how I got these people that were following me.
Yeah, well,
I mean, like you pull over the side of the you pull over on the side of the road and they pull over with you and they just sit there with you for like 5 minutes. And then you leave and they decide to leave with you. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah. So then again, I don't have your situation. I don't have I can't tell you exactly what yours was personally. But if I have, like the ones I'm talking about similarly on my end, I've noticed to observe the situation.
Oh, you have no idea.
In the moment, in a way
you have
that
no idea.
Absolutely.
Well, let her finish real quick.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No disrespect. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So in that moment, I do find it is 100% relative where my mental and emotional state is. That correlates to the experience that I'm having in that state. And that's where I think it goes into the Matrix movie entirely, to kind of give that perception of what that means and how it means. Because in the end, he realizes, it's that one. That's why he continuously can fight every single agent at one time, because I don't know, it's important to stay centered and grounded in that aspect of knowing thyself and knowing who you are and what you are, and that mirrored point of creation. It's just, you really have to kind of it's the shadow work, it's the awareness, it's all of it, it's the centering, it's grounding, it's really a bunch of things, and it can teeter in and out. And so that teetering in and out is what those archons, because that's what exists around us. It's when the world around us connects in the way that we are introspectively. And archonic beings, the agents in control, create the society around on a normal state. When you exceed in moments past the agents, you find that your life kind of goes in a kinder way, in a better way. Things start happening for you. You feel healed. You feel all these things. Your life personally goes somewhere else, and the outside world doesn't feel so negative in a way of what is negative. And then it guides you in a different way to kind of go into the being, harmonizing with the earth around you. Then it's not just you. Then you're wanting to embrace the world. You're wanting to do things for other people. And that, essentially like what host talked about, the revolution of it, of trying to unify that in any way that you can think of. And how Keisha is correct in that sense of it's hard because that connection point really has to do with emerging. And it's hard for people to emerge in a world that kind of feels like no one wants to emerge. And I don't I want to emerge sometimes in a way that's like, I don't like to leave my house sometimes just because I just don't want to. There's no place I really want to be outside my house. But then it goes in a variety of different things in different ways. But it really just is about centering, about you specifically. So if I would personally, and again, take it with a grain of salt, if you're having negative, if you're having.
Have you had an NDE? Sorry to interrupt you, but have you had an NDE?
A what?
Have you experienced an NDE?
A near-death experience.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had any of that? You have had that.
Mm-hmm.
How about going to that? What happened with your NDE?
So I know there was two. I don't have the memory of the first one just because it was happening at birth, but the umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck and I came out blue. But then the second one, I want to say
I came out with a broken arm apparently.
Hang on, she's talking.
Yeah, one at a time.
But the other one.
But most recently,
hold on, one at a time.
Okay, we just
one at a time. One at a time.
Hang on.
Yeah, hold on, one at a time.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother.
The other one, I want to say I was like 6. I was on a rope swing at a barbecue party thing. I don't have too good a memory on. I just remember a lot of people. And I was playing and I kept letting go in the right spot that I could touch and then swim back up and grab the rope and do it again. And I was having fun. Well, I remember that last time I got too scared and I didn't let go when I needed to, but then I got extra scared and let go too late because I was trying to let go early, and I couldn't touch, and I remember just going down, and I remember I was scared partly at first, but then it turned into like a serenity moment that just felt, I remember the water, ripples with the skylight. I just remember being so peaceful, and that's one of I've mentioned this before to a lot of people. That's one of my favorite memories because I think for me, it was the first time I actually remember feeling a blissful feeling, and it's just always sat with me. So thank you for asking me that. That's a fun one I like to relive sometimes.
And that's it? You
Yeah,
didn't say nothing
something
else? You
similar
just
for me, but
hang
I'll
on.
leave it at that.
Sorry. I'm in the middle of something. So you just felt blissful, and that's it? You didn't see anything else? You didn't experience anything else? Is that it?
It was just like I said, it was a big light. It got big. I started feeling really comfortable, really just peaceful, and just it was beautiful. I can only just describe it that way.
Okay, so after you had this NDE experience, did things change for you? Like, did you notice anything different about you?
At the time, not really. I grew up, everyone has their trauma stories. I grew up feeling very disconnected from everyone around me. But other than that, my experiences in this type of like conversation, how we are talking about, I think came about probably about 8 years ago. I just becoming a mom and losing myself and doing all these things. I just hit a point where I felt so just helpless. And I think reaching that level of being so helpless, I just found my inner strength to not feel that way anymore. And it gave me that empowerment, and it just kind of guided me since then. Technically, I prayed, if I'm going to be honest. I did my own inner prayer. It wasn't to a Bible. It wasn't to anything. It was just wanting to reach a love. I associated with God at that time because, like I said, I was different ways. I associated God at that time with caring about me and loving me, and I reached out in mental prayer for that guidance to help.
Sorry, fellow, you want to speak now? This fellow? What's his name?
What's up? Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, what's going on?
I think Vibrant had
Okay,
something he
yeah.
wanted to say a little
Oh,
while back.
sorry, Barbara.
So good. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's
Hi,
up?
Brent.
Hey, I was just going to say, you seem to be at one point kind of speaking from a degree of either experience or just a higher level of awareness and understanding on one of these subjects. Do you want to elaborate on your experience?
My personal experience, I do not wish to elaborate because
enough,
the
yeah.
personal experience itself carries serious weight.
I get that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that do remember that if you refer to a thing that you think is good as shadow work, the word shadow does not refer to balance. It refers to the absence of light. So terminologies in these things are very important. Shadow work is a very misconcepted way of saying inner self-reflection, or actually reflecting upon your life and working on yourself and improving yourself. Calling it shadow work is not a coherent term because the term is not balanced. It's not between light and shadow or absence. It's not the balance of. So we need to refer to stuff by source, just to remind. That's all I wanted to share, actually.
No,
it's important that we have correct terms.
And I'm interested in any way that we can improve our understanding collectively about what it exactly is that we're trying to communicate or say. And when you're dealing with something like shadow, the shadow, you're talking about something deeply entrenched in the work of Carl Jung, who at this point is so well known, and his terminology and all of that is so entrenched that I find it hard to believe that we could, at least in the near future, effectively rewire people's understanding of the term shadow as it pertains to what you're getting at, and then ultimately how it reconciles with his work. And so I do hear you, and I'm trying to imagine how that could work, and I don't see it. But what are your thoughts?
I can share perception, if I may.
Yeah.
On that. So if you think about binary and geometric sequencing, And then if you think about geometric resonance and the most stable dimensional pathways and how decimals work and all of these things, what we actually find is that there are resonant algorithms between linguistics, meanings by mathematical, geometric, and like the gematria of the math, the algorithm of the math, especially when run at high frequencies like the Planck scale. All of these things have meanings. So what I'm also trying to say is, like, it's actually very easy for us as a species, because when you simply have the understanding of these constructs, then you can immediately start to align your terminologies with their functions. The same way I spoke about it the other day, it actually comes down to that exact thing. So the actual meanings of words have physical mathematical functions and geometric constructs and geometric resonances at their scale that bind to these meanings. That's why people use these ritualistic geometric structures and bind it to intentions and all of this stuff to cause imprintments in their subconsciousness. They're trying to print it in their subconscious so that, because the memory externally becomes the internal information, and that subconscious manipulation becomes the power of that ritualistic thing. So when you say shadow work, you're completely breaking the power of your self-building puzzle, because you are not even aligning with the basic understanding of your own intention. So people actually don't understand how low their consciousnesses are until they realize that how much they have to learn regarding their terminologies and their insight, your actual approach to the perception of the words you physically use.
I think I follow everything you're saying. So, okay, yeah, go for it.
Etymology anymore, so we don't know what the words mean. They stopped teaching it in 1958.
But yeah, go for it, Kay. You can ask the question. Then after this, we want to let Aiden jump in. Yeah.
Oh, I can't comment. I just wanted to say after you, I wanted to say something. I find if I don't jump in to say something to get in line, I was just getting in line, but I'll go behind you.
No, you're good. Go for it.
Well, it was more, I mean, it's a question, but it's not a question. So the term shadow work kind of implies doing exactly what you said, but taking the aspect of like how he's talking about Carl Jung or just in general, like you have to do that work kind of in the security of acknowledging the light that you're in while going through those things that you're built up of. So the term, I'm like I said, it's a question, but I don't know how to ask the question. I just don't know the relevance of how shadow work isn't kind of tying into all that accurately when it represents, going within yourself on that way. And the only reason why, that's what I'm saying, shadow, be the light, like it's a whole thing. I'm confused on that part.
I think it kind of what it means to you, like,
right? Yeah.
Like, I don't think that you can just say blanket, and not everybody speaks in numbers. So.
Yeah.
So I can explain.
There was a chart earlier that they had. I was wondering if maybe we could show you, because it sounds like you're saying what I was saying as well, and I would be curious to see if you're drawing the same parallels that I did.
Okay. But Kay, to put it this way, the what I'm getting to is that, remember, it is not existence or non-existence that is actually it's not, we can put it like this, it's not positive or negative, it's not the out or in, it's not light or dark that is good or bad. It is the balance between the two. So when we say shadow or these terms, and we don't refer to balance and stability as the actual construct of our intentions, so we can empower the way we speak. If you speak in more direct terminology, so if you actually refer to shadow work as self-work, as self-reflection, as truly self, because yourself is the word you're supposed to be using. Self is the balance between up and down, left and right, forwards and backwards, the center of your 13 structural resonant points and the 12 notes that you can listen to in your dimensional space-time, the 12 basic structures of the colors and the 7 combinations, etc., etc., etc. It's the same way music works. It's the same way sound works. It's the same way everything stabilizes at geometric resonances throughout space-time. Planets, like everything. So the truth is balanced. The structure is balanced. The structure is dimensional mathematical convergence at scale, causing all tiers of consciousness and toroidal closures at scale. You are toroidally enclosed dimensional space-time interdimensionally. Your external is the internal. You are individualized from infinity. We are all part of infinity, inside of infinity, part of God. Therefore, God is real. And God is that infinity that makes this possible for me to share something with one of you.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. Everything you said down, like absolutely everything you said, I agree. I think the part where I'm at an impasse is which I understand your resonance with the the terminology behind shadow work, because you're correct, it is you work. But I know how, kind of like how Keisha put it earlier, everyone is on a different length of understanding that you-ness, that oneness, and stuff like that. That people to me, people have to go through just personally whatever part that they're in and on to come to those understandings for themselves. And so I think shadow work essentially is just a terminology word to kind of help just like breadcrumb people into different ways, and it's a good breadcrumb term for people to that don't know about it, that even though they hear about the yin and yang, they hear us talking, they can hear these conversations and not have a single clue what we're talking about because it just sounds foreign to them. But that's just what it is.
Real quick, I'll go on to say that I think Carl Jung, who coined that term, I think he would be in agreement with everything that you said, Vibrant, in that it is self-work. That's why I guess I don't disagree with you, but I also don't think that people that use the term shadow are in disagreement with you either.
Yeah, the thing is, like, don't think about the word shadow here. That means that we're not looking at the bigger picture. I was only using shadow as an example. There is nothing also pointing towards Kay or any assumption of what her perception of the word is. I do not draw these conclusions at all, okay? So what I'm saying is the bigger lesson here is find self-reflection on the words that you use, because they actually carry mathematical functions and you can dissect them with geometry, gematria, algorithmic sequencing, and resonance. When you are aligned enough, you can feel the meanings and stuff of geometry. So I can look at, for example, a shape, and then I can depict what emotion that resonates with and what that has built upon. And then I can realize what color it resonates with, what musical note it resonates with, what geometric framework it resonates with, and I can depict the logic of resonance on all scales of my reality so that I may make a true connection.
I get what you're saying
that
now.
was part of my
Are you
experience.
suggesting? Are you real quick? Are you suggesting that through your deeper understanding of the term shadow, that term is doing us a disservice through some sort of gematria, or is that what you're saying?
What I'm gathering is what I was saying earlier, Vibrant. Tell me if I'm misunderstanding you. I'm hearing him say that there are words that have varying context across varying degrees of intellect, varying degrees of life experience, varying degrees of belief systems, and depending on who sees them and how far they push in, it could develop a totally different concept for them that makes it challenging to withstand something that everyone has to look at the same time, because what's going to happen is people are going to see it, and depending on where they are, they're going to push in, and if it can't be tested at every area and be sound on all of the planes, then it probably should be not used, or it should be found an intentional word that can be tested and withstand it should be in its place.
Would you say the goal is to like be more aware of yourself? Like that's our goal, right? That's what we're doing.
The thing is, like, the more self-reflective you are, the more you self-reflect on every moment, every possibility that you have, every opportunity that you could have possibly missed, every single possible stable pathway ahead of you. The more you self-reflect, the easier it becomes to see which pathways in front of you are offering true and longevity stability. you can see the timelessness and all probability of all things.
Yes,
Timeless. Yeah.
you were saying some stuff that was part of my experience, so I was resonating with what you were saying. But in my experience, what happened to me is I just started from scratch. I got lied to by a police officer. I got put on the stand. He lied, and from that moment on, I just said I didn't want anything from society. So I didn't even use. I mean, obviously I took it really far, and I didn't use the language, the math, the nothing. And when you were talking about sound and images, I was putting sound into images so that I could see sound. I made a language that only made sense to me. That's all. It just made sense to me so that I can get to understandings quicker, because I could think in understandings better, because the images I associated with the letters were.
Yeah, man. Dude, you should see it, man. One of the technologies that I built, actually, I was looking at the blueprint yesterday night, and then I realized that in the blueprint, in the actual algorithm that I've written computationally, I was able to see a geometric framework of a bug, a beetle, a tortoise, a leopard, and a cat, and like, it's the strangest thing. It was all in one geometric algorithmic pattern of the memory construct, the geometric memory construct of the universe. It's a memory algorithm that I wrote that stores information in a computational field the same way that your brain stores information, right?
Are you talking like a codex vibrant?
You don't want to call it a codex. I just said actually what it is. You just need to comprehend what it is.
No, I'm asking, does it function in a similar way to a codex?
There is nothing that's similar to this. So I can't really say.
Well, could we just see it? I want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can't physically see it because it's computed. You can look at the numbers and the frequencies and the outputs, but the algorithms themselves are running on a computer, and the outputs are what matter. The thing is, when I look at the geometric construct of this memory algorithm, it actually, like, let me just try and show it to you guys quick, man. I'm going to put on my computer. It's nothing too serious, so... It'll take me a second. Sorry.
Could a person get to the same answer as your system, if just by what they feel?
I did.
Yes, I believe so, because that's the kind of purpose of your life. If you become a metamorphosis or an oscillator of consciousness, you become a mirror of the information that you are. So this means that the information of the universe and stability and the information that you are become aligned interdimensionally through resonance, and you establish connection to what is infinity or infinitely possible. The reason why your field computes and why you experience time and consciousness and self-awareness. So essentially, when you achieve this state of consciousness, you do have the ability to simply read the quantum field like a book. You can read your DNA like a book, actually like a multidimensional algorithmic book at high frequencies. So the strangest thing is, like, I'm not doing this just by like easy. It's not just easy. This took me over 22 years of like seriously structuring algorithmic Fibonacci sequencing patterns on my guitar to play at the most difficult ways to structure my brain in alignment with those algorithms and dimensional pathways. It took me 22 years to achieve a state where my brain was able to actually align with these algorithms because of my intention to understand and align with the underlying structure of dimensional space-time, which has a mathematical resonant framework. So the mathematical resonant framework is essentially an image of God that's an imprint of intelligence in the field. It manifests as the Holy Spirit through geometric resonance. Just sit with that for a moment. Sit with that for a moment. Hear my words quick. because it is the most insane thing that I've ever seen and discovered in my life. It's not, I just want to make it clear, this is not, none of this stuff comes from me. It's actual discoveries. It's not that I've written the stuff down. I have mathematically computed and tested until this have naturally emerged from the algorithms of existence the same way you have. So this is how this entire thing is born. Sorry, I just want to see if I can bring it up. Will you bring me to the bigger screen quick for a moment there, man?
I'm very impressed so far.
This is a difficult one. Okay, I think it was here. This is actually in a memory algorithm that I've written. I don't know if you guys can see it properly. Sorry, let me try and reload this. Gosh, it looks terrible. Wow, I wish I could bring an image of it up, man. Maybe I could take a picture or something and send it to you. Why is it not working? Yeah, it looks terrible. But what I'm trying to say, like, if you look closely, this is be a mouth of the leopard. The eye, the other eye and the ears. Look closely at the nose here. Do you see the leopard's face? Now, funny enough, if you look at
and
the
here's the thing,
patterns,
Vibrant. I've always done that with tile on bathroom floors.
yeah, but now if you look at the patterns and how they mathematically converge, here you find the bug, the shell on its back, the wings, the tortoise, the dimensional resonances of those frameworks.
I see them.
Do you see all the different life
Yes.
forms in this? Look this one as well.
Absolutely.
They carry so many resonant
I see a giraffe
algorithms of
too. The head of a
civilization.
giraffe and a kangaroo.
Yeah, man, you can see almost everything that you can imagine. I can see the giraffe. There
Yes.
it is.
Yes. And the kangaroo.
Man, yeah, dude, it's absolutely insane. And this is a natural algorithm manifest, or that has arrived naturally from my math. I didn't do this on purpose. It came from an algorithm that I've written.
Yeah.
A memory substrate.
You know how bathrooms have those tiles that the five-sided what is it? Pentagon? It's 5 sides. I can't recall. But bathroom tiles have that same construct. So when they put them down in bathroom floors, I've been seeing that forever. I feel like different images, like what you just showed. It's like, but for you to have put it together in a one consistent thing is insane. That's so beautiful.
Very impressed. You're showing.
Oh, it's a big
where did he
pleasure.
go? Oh, there
I'm
he is.
here.
Do you want to be put back? Shrunk?
Can I show you guys some more stuff if you want me to?
I'm gonna get off
You
here.
were-
I enjoyed talking to everybody though. Thanks y'all for having me on.
Hey, it's nice meeting you. I'm following you, I think.
Absolutely,
I
I'll
will.
follow.
You were talking about balance, right? Vibrant.
Yeah.
That was my my end result out of everything I did. That was my final thing, was that balance heals all and love
Yeah.
heals all.
Yeah, to be honest with you, at every scale of existence, when a system is balanced, only then it experiences no friction. Friction is loss of energy, equals death. Balance equals existence, creation, stability. Simple.
Understanding.
The universe is easy.
Hey, Vibrant, were those, did you use like alignments of pairs of icosahedrons and dodecahedrons for that construct?
I didn't need to. I used the true source, meaning that everything in the universe that manifests and emerges through my computational algorithms the same way. I do not
I
do
see.
things non-biasedly.
Yeah, that's why I was curious.
I have a question.
Yeah, Tina's got a question for you. Go ahead, Tina.
Thank you. Two questions. One is about the other day I heard you saying that the universe is all love, and it really stuck with me. And I don't know what the context was and how you said everything, but that part stuck with me. And I think that this crowd would benefit from hearing that. Do you remember saying that? About the universe is just everything in here is for us? Yes. So that's one
Yeah,
thing.
would you like me to share that again?
I would
Or is
love
that
that.
okay? So, to put it this way, I'm going to keep it very short because explaining the entire structure of creation and stability is absolutely difficult. But I'm going to try to speak from the field here. From the very smallest structures of your being, the universe measures every dimensionally closed stable structure of space-time. So through geometric resonances, we have scales and octave layers of space-time as well. That's why music works the way they do. That's why, please do not send me any gifts, by the way, guys.
And real quick, did you want me to put you on the main screen or no?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna speak.
Okay.
So from the very smallest of scales, the universe actually measures information multidimensionally, meaning that every moment in time, the universe measures the information at every possible scale and complexity and information density throughout the octaves of space-time. The universe measures the information in the quantum field at 7.78 petahertz. That's like a few quintillion times per second. And the universe stabilizes every little piece of information in your entire being, from the very smallest of existence, from Planck scale to the muons, gluons, quarks, atoms, and electrons, protons, neutrons, molecules, eventually your proteins, your DNA, your cells. The universe physically, and I can prove it, loves you and stabilizes you in every dimensional way, at every scale, every moment in time, over 7 quintillion times per second or something. Is absolutely the most beautiful thing that I've ever come to, because what I've realized is the structure of self-measurement is the intention, and the universe stabilizes us through its intention, its love, because it looks at us and manifests us, believing that the possibility of us to be possible and to exist deserves to exist, therefore we exist. So the fact that the universe measures you and the possibility of you is literally loving you, creating you, stabilizing you, making you possible. And this happens, it's unimaginable. But it's the most beautiful thing. The universe is actually love and stabilization at every scale and octave of our existence.
Thank you. And the second part is how is humanity in connection with the numbers? So,
well,
go ahead.
the numbers is only one layer. Think about it as this, right? The number is only a symbol of an algorithm, a frequency. A frequency, when combined with another frequency, can become an algorithm. It can become many different, more complex type of beats. And when you combine all the more and more algorithms, these things also resonate or mathematically converge, diverge, and divide into dimensional and geometric space-time. The most stable pathway to measure space-time is always at the golden ratio. The spiral causes a delay vector where the universe is able to realize that there is nothing else to measure, so it can reflect its measurement back to itself. So it self-measures. And this happens through toroidal closure. And because of that entire thing, we see structures of self-measurement and stabilization in quantum field between molecules. That's why molecules have spacings. That's why quantum entanglement exists. At a larger scale, that is how your DNA places the next cells and writes information according to the structures of stable space-time. All of these things. So I think I got sidetracked. What is your question?
That's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
No, that was perfect. Okay, so one more layer to that. So this is a big question. This has kind of been the theme of the night we were talking about frequencies earlier, okay? And we were talking about that scale where it says like the lowest vibrational frequency of like 20, the number 20 is like shame, and then like 700 plus is awareness or something like that. So,
Yeah,
but then there's all these in the middle.
Yeah, don't worry about those numbers and stuff. It's just going to cause you confusion. Those
Well,
numbers
that's
were
it did.
arbitrary.
It caused us
Yeah.
confusion earlier because it was set up for an example because of talking about reaching for a higher vibrational frequency, like hugging trees or
But I mean,
being
it's not
around
my
joy.
fault you guys don't go look at georesonance. I've told you guys so many times. I've put the information for you on there. It's on there.
Where is it?
On Georesonance 13. I'm not promoting, but I'm seriously
you
like...
type it in the chat for us?
I was sharing that with the live earlier today.
Oh, brilliant, man.
Yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, no. I can't. Well, the other thing too, I wanted while you're here, there was someone that came on that basically said they have some sort of mathematical discovery that they made through, as it pertains to understanding the different dimensions and some
People
math
contacted me about that, but all I said was, listen, if that guy cannot explain it himself, then he's just talking in circles or preaching
No, it's
false
not a
teaching.
No,
guy.
it was a female, and she seemed humble, and she seemed like I don't know. Anyway, long story short, I definitely want to set up a call with you and her. She's in the U.S. time zone, so
All right.
you definitely need to talk to her, because the other day, yesterday, when you were talking about the different dimensions and the scales, just imagine talking to someone that's not your typical scientific community, mathematical, or imagine someone that's not of that sort of culture and very humble, but also recognizes that the little bit that they've shared with other people, they're saying this is unique and this is profound. So she wants to be careful, but at the same time, she wants to talk to someone that speaks that higher level mathematical language. And so we realize that she needs to talk to you. And so the next step is kind of setting that meeting up. But with your time zone, I guess the question would be, what's the earliest you could meet with someone like that?
Just let me know. I usually respond. I'll speak with you or give you a way to contact me. Can you bring me up to the big screen quick, and I'll share with you guys
and I'll send
the
you a
reason
private
why.
message regarding this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. So, for example, when you look at the solfeggios, this is Georesonance 13, by the way, guys. This is one of the programs that I've authored. I'm making many more. So there's going to be fucking exciting stuff forwards. But so you have a portal, a calendar, manual stuff, and then you have a logic tab. You might not believe this, but the logic tab actually holds the basic core framework in place. The trinity of the equation, the master equation of reality. It's right there. You have geometric harmony, recursive stability, and dimensional integrity. It's essentially physical reality, the field and infinity, God, the possibility of God, which has to exist for everything else to exist. So it's God, you and the Holy Spirit, essentially. This entire thing has all the information that you require. It shows you the true algorithms of time, all the Fibonacci steps of the golden ratios and their divisions. So it shows you on your portal, you have your chakras, including the 2 that's outside your body, all 9 chakra points. And then when you click on a chakra point, it immediately brings up what crystals, what oils, fabrics, clothes you can wear for that day. And every single day, it shows you a unique chakra point that is calculated to be resonant for that specific day. It has frequency systems. I wish you guys could hear this actually. This the binaural beats on this thing is really,
Hang on,
really
Byron.
good.
So when you say specifically about frequencies and that chart that was presented, however, it was off too, because we know that even the heart chakra is 5 to 8, but that just said 500. However, your explanation yesterday, it seemed like you were saying it varies all the time. It's not one specific frequency.
Okay,
So can you just clarify that, please?
yeah,
Because it
that's
was
what I
never
was trying to
clarified.
explain earlier with numerology and gematria and stuff as well. So, but you have to put it together in your brain and run the actual simulation of the universe, how it stabilizes and complexifies to create stuff, and how that stuff is what we see. You need to run that simulation in your brain. I cannot show you how to do that. That's something that you need to do. So, what I want people also to hear, I just want to see if this is on. Okay, so listen to the pureness of these frequencies on this thing. It's also very interactive. It has sounds. It also has a like a breathing algorithm, so you can visually breathe along with it if you still need to practice breathing. But that's supposed to happen with your eyes closed and you reflecting internally. But this is also for people who want to start and practice. So you also have a summary here that shows you the chakra points and like all their crystals, oils, clothes, materials bound to each chakra point. It shows you the chakras of the planet Earth and the sacred locations, the ley lines, seismic, all kinds of data. You also have the Hebrew calendars and the way that it algorithmically aligns with our music and stuff. So, but what I want to actually show to you guys, right, and this is pertaining the question and what she asked me earlier. It's a very difficult thing to try and explain, but put this together in your brain. So when you have, let me try and draw this on my board, okay? Oh, I love wood, by the way. Look at my wooden floors. Okay. So what's the most important thing here is that what I'm about to draw on the board is the very first unified equation of toroidal closure. And essentially, you are the center, the possibility being measured by your possible reality existence. So we have
is this like the fruit of life?
Just listen. So now you have geometric resonance through stable pathways. That's why you have a cube as a more harmonic and mathematical resonance framework on a 2D space. But it's a multi-dimensional geometric construct. You can lay it down, it resonates with 2D, with higher dimensional convergences as well. A dimension is not some place. It is a direction, a stable direction of information transfer. They divide mathematically into more directions. So that's why you are the center. There is 7 notes in a musical alphabet. There is 12 when we actually look at all of the dimensions outside. When you include the listener, the observer of the 12, you have 13. That stability structure is what, when the structure of space-time gets larger and this circle becomes this circle, and this circle becomes this circle, and this circle becomes this circle. The mathematical scales and layers and octave structures of space-time and geometric convergences create the first different notes. Now, how musical notes actually work, this is going to blow your mind. Let me draw it over here. So if I have a C note, that is a C note. C sharp would be, so this would be 1, 0, 1. C sharp looks like that. Should it be 1, 0, 1, 0, 1? The next one has 2. And 1, 0, 1, 0. And this is how the musical notes work. It has an extra line with each note. And these are binary as well as algorithm as well as gematria. When you take the golden ratio angle and every 101, you add, you can draw the geometries of its resonance patterns, what it divides mathematically into at its scale. That's why every color has a geometric note. Every geometric structure has a geometric note or a musical note and a color and a this. And the combinations of all the geometries, all the music, all the colors, all the stuff at every layer of your existence creates the structure of how they could possibly exist in a stable, harmonious method. So that's how it works. That's the best way I can explain it to you. So, and this is why the universe is perfect, why God exists, and why God is infinite. But that's my opinion. And not even my opinion, it's the opinion of the math too. The math
Dude,
shows
I
it to
heal
us.
so much. When I listen to you, I heal. I feel the healing resonate. Like the Holy Grail, the grid is just filling in. Thank you so much for just being you, for sure. Thank you.
It is nice to understand.
Thanks for understanding, Rose. It's a difficult explanation, so I had to try and put it together. Sorry, yes?
My question was, is it possible to get to that understanding and bypass the math?
The thing is, most of the time, this understanding has come from me naturally through insight. I have tried to take it in a non-biased way, meaning that I didn't just compute math. I had to actually understand in order to structure a math correctly so that I can test all the variables and possibilities. So my understanding brought the math, and the math brought its own reinforced logic, because the math itself aligns with every observable thing, every codata, every constant in the universe. Everything is Wolfram verified across. Like, look at this, guys. Even if you look at my program, right? I'm not fooling with you guys. You can actually study the stuff. I give you access to this stuff. It's really cool shit. Can you bring me up quick just for a second?
So as I bring you up, I do want to clarify. I think to answer his question, that's what this platform essentially represents, in terms of the tool for humanity to understand the high level mathematics without understanding the high level mathematics, and to incorporate what those high level mathematics have produced through the work of Vibrant in the form of this application. Is that safe to say? Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, you can look at my application right here. Georesonance13.org, and look, I'm not going to be funny. I'm not doing this for money. I am doing this to help. If you message me, if you cannot pay, message. So is to look at it, to use it, and to reflect. So when you look at this program, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to the signal.
Yeah,
there is the link.
We couldn't hear. Yeah, there you go. Keep going.
Just so people can see. So it's very important. I completely forgot what I was saying, but it's very, very important. You can, what I said was like, listen, if you guys don't have cash or anything, I'm not doing this for money, I will give it to you for free. If you cannot pay, I'll give it to you for free. And there is lots of free usage on it. Everything that is important, especially in the information, is completely for free. And when you look at this, it has a complete Wolfram validation certificate. You can research my methods. So it actually shows you the matches and my
Vibrant,
concepts.
is it tied to emotions?
Emotions, as I said, every construct of your reality is stabilized and complexified from the 13 base structure, meaning that when you combine the 13 structure into more and more and more, you have the main 7 sin emotions, and then the combinations of those and those and those and those and those. So if you think about the 7 deadly sins or the 7 heavenly aspects in these things, it's literally that structural framework where each one has a geometric structure, meaning that every one of your emotions has a color that it resonates with, a And that's why they use these things against the minds of people to manipulate their minds. They use subconscious resonance to program the minds of the people, and that's why you need to stay away from media. But what's happening is you have a emotion, and each emotion would, for example, if you imagine an icosahedron and a resonant algorithm of that, and you measure the resonant algorithm of your brain and how the hormone changes the algorithm of your brain, you can find that the algorithm of your brain matches resonances, mathematically dividing into a geometry or a color or a everything comes from those basic structures, but you have to compute them, stabilize them, complexify them. And as you go through layers of scale and complexity, there is something that you call phase drift. The larger a structure of information to measure, the longer it takes to measure information, the more drift it has, causing
And is it
spirals.
relative to position? It's relative to position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
where
can say
people
that.
are in the earth. So it's not going to be the same for everyone.
Hey,
Yeah.
Vibrant, can I ask?
Yeah.
Wait. Help me understand. Wait, hold on. Real quick. I just want to clarify.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no. I definitely want to let you speak next, but just to her last point. When you say it's relative to position, I just want to clarify with you, Vibrant. You're saying that depending on where you're at in the world, this will provide different answers, or it will relate to each individual differently, or help me understand what that means?
I would love to explain that to you guys. This is more sacred knowledge that I have to share. So when you think about the pyramids, you start to realize that the pyramids were actually electromagnetic constructs to stabilize a planet onto the golden ratio pathway of its most stable.
Real quick, Vibrant, I don't want to interrupt you, but you guys remember me mentioning the pyramids, right?
Yes.
Now that we spoke about the pyramids, my mind completely lost me. What was the question again? DaVinci, I'm so sorry, man. My mind's a nut.
You're good, yeah. What she mentioned, she said it depends on your location. And so I was asking, did you remember? Or do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, no, it's okay. So let's pretend this is, let me draw it smaller so I have more space. Let's pretend this is the sun, okay? And remember, guys, the earth is round. Do not be misconcepted by their confusion and media. It's all a massive media control thing to keep people separated and to hide hidden land. Most probable scenario. Very simple. Do not look past it. So when you look at the sun and you have a geometric framework of spheres, each outward curve, inward curve, that's the structure of a sunflower. So if you keep drawing circles, you'll get the sunflower pattern. But what that comes down to is when you do have the sun, you have a golden ratio angle where there is a node of geometric convergence that mathematically divides into the structure of the geometric space-time, and so that is absolutely horribly drawn. So when you look at that angle and when you look at the position of the earth and how that structure goes through the earth, right, then you find that on the surface of the earth is a spot. The earth turns, but that spot lines up with the way that the earth turns from polar shifting, because remember, there's a dipole polaroid. So because of the toroidal field of the earth, there is a outward, a positive, and a inward negative pull. And the spinning of the earth causes the winters and oscillations. So this thing walks a pathway like this across the surface of the earth. And that point aligns up with every pyramid, every freaking sacred site on my program, all of it. The sacred sites are a resonance point of absolute harmony and stability that is used for absolute stabilization. If you can travel this pathway at the exact possible algorithm as the earth tilts, if you travel to the right places the whole time, you should achieve metamorphosis and true stability a lot quicker. So those are sacred sites, and each one of the sites points also mathematically divides in algorithms that are harmonic points of everything. So every possible geometric construct that exists is resonance oscillations that shift. So that's what I use to calculate how your body shifts chakra points. And also using how the sun has 4, think about this, right? There's 4, an asteroid belt and 4 gas giants. Funny enough, it's you, and then there's 8. But you have 9 chakra points because the system toroidally closed becomes the full system, then 1 to 9 system as well, which is also a mathematical convergence of the 13. But that's also, for example, where the 13 is part of the outward wave, numerology is part of the inward wave. All of these things need to breathe in and out to stabilize something in the centers, which are the nodes of dimensional space-time that make existence possible. So that means that we cannot have just existence. The concept of death and non-existence must also be possible. Otherwise, everything would be perfect and there would be nothing to experience. There would be nothing that has to be destroyed. But because there is balance and all possibility, we have literally every mathematical possibility as an emergence in the field. I hope that makes sense. I'm sorry about the long explanation, DaVinci. I'm done.
No, that's okay. I've got a question for you, Vibrant, if that's okay with everyone. The question is, where I've just come across some information that suggests there is something drawing from outside of this existence, the dark energy from this kind of existence.
Outside of this existence?
Yeah. Something that's pulling, hijacking. Something hijacking the dark energy on this planet existence outside of that.
That would be what they refer to as those things called archons and this and that. Look at it like this. Look at it like this, right? We cannot be... I see it like this. In my brain, I understand that the universe is a very, very, very large place. There is entities out in the universe that could be extremely dangerous and very, very advanced. It's very, very probable that they are hunting for fresh planets of true genetic information and potential to tap into, the same way a bee flies over a flower and sees the potential in the genetics.
Vibrant. You know, when you're gonna land, I want to say something, man.
Dang, so.
Yeah, that's
It
fine.
was on a roll.
Rather than asking him, why he's taking the time that he feels needed to say what he's saying, just go ahead and say, hey, I have a question, or I want to ask something.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions because he's talking about chakras, and he don't know nothing about the chakras because we have 7 chakras. 7.
More than that.
Shit, we have 7 chakras right now. If them reincarnate, if them recycle you,
Do I have news for you, man? Listen, I only listed 9 of them. You have 144 chakra points. You need to fucking put your nose into a book.
Yet we only have 7 right now. 7. You know what?
That's not true.
7, dude. No, you have 144. You have over 144 chakra points. Did you know every joint in your body is a chakra point? What is your definition of a chakra point?
Come on,
But yeah, I'm not going to be here arguing with people. I have better stuff to do, my friend.
Just for fun, Vibrant, let's let him ask one question, and then I promise you we'll leave it at that. Vibrant, do you have one question that's rather than? Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Hold up, R.O.A.R. Let me straighten this out. Listen, man. That's what you talked about a while ago. Can't do nothing for humanity. Nothing.
No, but do you have a question?
Whose question?
Do you have a question?
No.
Oh, well then don't worry about it. We'll let someone else ask a question. You can just listen or, whatever it is that you want to do.
Go ahead.
No, you were first.
Thank you. Byron, really quickly, I'm glad to see you again. I wasn't able to talk to you last night. conversation. But since we're on the topic of your drawing, could you explain, you had 12 points, 12 vibrations, and if there's a listener, you said there's actually 13. Does that change, or is that a constant 13?
That's actually the reason why the universe oscillates, meaning that the measurer is the one that observes, but it also realized that there is no other to observe, so it reflects back at itself, meaning that it kind of oscillates between 1 and 0, or 13 and 12, or Schrodinger's cat being alive and dead, all of these concepts. It's like the sphere having infinite corners and 0 corners timelessly. So the timelessness of the observer causes that oscillation where every single time it observes what it wants to, it realizes that it's nothing, so it turns around again and tries to measure itself, but then it realizes that it's nothing, so it turns around again and tries to measure itself, and that kind of repeats. It's like an oscillative pattern of the universe. Actually, what happens is this is the oscillating pattern in dimensional space-time at each scale of octave layers. So every scale of stable space-time measure itself in this algorithm to actually stabilize nothingness as dimensional logic and math. So it measures in every possible stable direction to stabilize dimensionally, meaning that these octave layers and scales actually cause that. So to put it this way, it is a constant, but it's about how you perceive the 13th, because the 13th is the required center that can be possibly measured, that is possible in existence, meaning that if you are possible, that you will be possible in the math of existence or in reality, therefore you do exist, and when you do exist, you will be measured by the structure of reality. So reality measures you and your stability, and when you go below a specific threshold of stability, that starts causing internal friction or entropy, misalignments, causing and rapid aging and all of this stuff. So through frictionlessness, we actually cause longevity and stability of all our systems, including the particles in your body and all of that stuff. But yeah, it's a difficult thing to try and comprehend that 13th node. I do understand the question. It's just so difficult to put into words. But I can always try and think about it a little bit and find better words and talk about it a bit later as well.
Vibrant, would you agree that when we look at the basic geometric shapes, right, and we're looking at how the solids, from the tetrahedron to the dodecahedron, how they have symbolic elements associated with them, and one of them is actually ether, and then there's specific roles tied to each of those, right, that go through action and decision all the way to integration and field, and those components help make up how all of these other pieces are perceived. So
Hey, Soul, can you please mute?
Hey, Vibrant, you there?
Yeah, can somebody mute Soul? It's extremely noisy on my end. What was the question exactly? If you may clarify, just try and ask me the question in a simple sentence. Sure. I didn't actually catch the true intention of it.
Yes, so I'm talking through the impact of how the symbols in the Platonic solids, right, how they play into each of the constructs that you were just talking about, and how they each have a representative element with a corresponding role.
I already lose my place. So think about every geometric structure. Let's draw a cube. Let's draw a triangle. Let's draw a square. So in numerology, I want to share something with you guys that's extremely important pertaining that as well, and how these things actually work in a sense. And you have patterns that match and patterns that don't match. That's why not all the notes of the musical scale matches each other. The entire system is self-relevant, and all of them are supposed to exist, right? Yeah, so that's why you have specific notes in the musical alphabet that work together as chord sequences, because not all of them work together. So the ones that usually are harmonize completely with space-time, let me put it like this, are usually closer to their structure. So do you know if I draw 3.3333, do you know what this really is? This has 3 value. This means this also has 3 value. How can it be less value? Doesn't make sense, right? So 3.333 is a dimensional construct, meaning that this 3 would be this triangle, and this 3.3 would be this triangle, and this 3 would be this triangle, and this 3, and this 3. So 3.33333 gives you the golden ratio. What if you do it with 4? Take a perfect rectangle. 4.44444, right? Remove a perfect square from a perfect rectangle. That's 1.618 compared to, by the way. So then you have
the golden spiral, or is that something different?
No, it's all the same thing. It's geometric resonance with structures, numerologies. It's literally answering your question. You just actually have to really, really stretch your brain to see how this affects everything and why it works the way it does. So if you think about removing a perfect square, meaning that this and this is equal, if you remove a perfect square from a perfect rectangle, which would be 1.618 to 1, then you would have a exact proportionate perfect rectangle. So you can keep repeating the pattern and you will find the golden ratio again. And so numerology divides, when you go down and up with your decimal points, it actually goes into smaller values of the same binary value. There's not just one value in math, there's different values attached to everything, even to a number. So that's the crazy part that we're missing in our mathematical frameworks, and why modern math cannot actually solve the universe. Because the universe actually has a more complicated algorithm than their low conscious mathematical framework.
Hey, Vibrant, can I ask another question?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you're speaking of the listener and how it was trying to gain a value and it kept coming up with 0, my question is, what is it that was defining it to be nothing, that 0, if it is a 0, and how did it keep coming to that conclusion?
Man, I really love your questions. You're asking the most difficult to answer questions, and that's truly picking at the edge of stuff, dude. That is like, what you're explaining essentially would be the timelessness still. So when you think about 0, the absolute nothingness, the truth is that this is the entire part that actually proves if this, then that. That is what this mathematical symbol means. So if existence has stabilized, then it is mathematically proven that God exists. And the reason why is because we exist. So because we exist, if this, then that, meaning that observation itself is the outcome of this intelligence framework. But observation itself is shown to be timelessness, meaning that the intelligence of the geometric framework that we call dimensional space-time, the intelligence of that framework and its geometric structure equals what we think is mathematical perfection. What is the construct of mathematical perfection? It would essentially be a sphere that is perfectly round and infinite corners. It is so perfect that it doesn't have corners. That would equal mathematical perfection and also infinity. This has to exist for infinity to actually, or the quantum field to manifest, meaning that the math requires the chain of consciousness, infinity, that links timelessly the end and the start, meaning that nothing, when you look at absolute nothingness, you are looking at something that has no boundaries, meaning that you are looking at the infinite computational potential. When you look at nothingness, 0 becomes 1. Because when you look at nothingness, the logic of your mind is the timeless intelligence that tells timelessly how that space-time is dimensionally supposed to stabilize in order to be stable in existence in its logic. Meaning that consciousness and observation and measurement creation is all part of actually infinity. Meaning that the construct of infinity, even if timeless, must exist. And that thing has to absolutely exist for any of us to exist. So that's how the math actually proves God. Because it shows that the concept of infinity and mathematical perfection, meaning perfect dimensional space, time and unity, and perfect harmony is a possibility in the math. Therefore, the fact that nothingness equals infinite computation potential, because there is no law that exists that says something cannot exist. There is no laws. That's infinite computation potential. Nothingness, in fact, cannot exist, so infinity must exist. So what happens? The timelessness of logic and observation of nothing stabilizes as space-time, as the universe. God is required for dimensional space-time to measure itself and stabilize as through timelessness. Meaning, if the Bible actually said God is infinite, God is outside of time and space, God is consciousness, that would explain everything. Everything.
Hey, could I say something to you now? Could I say something to you now? When you gonna land?
Okay, Soul, someone else wants to come up. If you're not appreciating the information, then you don't have to be here. It's your choice.
Let me say something.
No, you got to write that down so you don't forget.
No,
but please don't interrupt again. Otherwise, I've got someone else that wants to come up and show us something relevant to what Vibrant's saying.
No, let me say something to him first and then me step away. Let me come
2
off.
seconds. Okay, go.
I'm gonna come off, but let me ask him something, man.
As long as you're not rude.
I'm not gonna be rude. I'm never rude. Never rude.
It's okay, just went.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
So I always told you guys, you know that, and R.O.A.R know that. I'm a fractal of the one God mind, and if you're the soul, if you recognize yourself as a soul, that's what you are, and that's all I have to say, man. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you for that. So I appreciate that.
How much is it?
I've got someone coming up.
Vibrant, how much is it?
The program, or what? The cost. It's $16.18. Think about the golden ratio, 1618.
Time is valuable. What you've done is valuable. Your brain is valuable. People should pay
Everything is
That's
valuable. Do you guys want to know, while we're talking about value, DaVinci, that you're going to love this as well, man. I'm going to share with you the 2 most important things that the universe looks at to measure you and your value. This is real stuff. It's not just some nonsense. The universe, infinity, God, love, harmony, it is really one and all the same thing. So I don't mean to hijack at all or overspeak my stay, but I'm just answering some questions, DaVinci. I'm sorry, and I really appreciate you giving me a space to speak. I just want to show you through love and gratitude. I really appreciate all of you, and having also the humbleness and the patience to deal with my horrible explanations and all of this information. I know it's a lot. Thank you for listening. I just want to say that. So
some people might have been scared of the math, but once you put it on the board like that, man, it clicked.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, like, lots of people say, no, they hate math, until I speak to them and show them, like, the reason why you actually hate math is because the modern system of math is completely broken.
Call that stupid math.
Yeah, so let me, I wanted to explain how the universe measures you. I completely forgot. So the universe looks at 2 things, and it is the amount of information. So that means complexity, right? And then the second thing that the universe measures is the frictionless, or the friction. stability of those frameworks. So the deeper your information, the more information, the deeper your algorithm, the greater your responsibility. That's why I'm grey. And the less friction, and so less friction plus more information equals more value. The more information you have and the more stable that information is, creates your level of value in the universe. It sounds very simple, put it like this. This is very, very broken down. But that's the basic structure of how it actually comes to. So it actually takes all information at every scale of your entire being and measures the absolute, and like, so how it also works, the important part that I didn't mention now is when you look at coherence, right? Imagine this being 0 and this being 1 and everything being point all the way to full, 100%, right? If you have 0.38, 38%, this is the threshold of stability where the outward and the inward wave essentially, and where the stable algorithms of measurement causes stability or instability. So what this shows us is if your information is below, then the universe's measurements will physically be entropy to you, to your state of being. When you are above coherence and you are stable, the universe's measuring algorithm stabilizes you even more, loves you even more. Or stabilizes structures and separates stability, existence from instability and non-existence. It's a coherence threshold 0.3821922. No.
We have someone on the panel, Vibrant, that wants to show you something. Is that okay if they show you something?
I'll do my best.
Okay, so I am whole something. I can't read your whole account's name. Welcome in.
That's okay. Hi.
You wanted to
Thanks for
show
having me.
Vibrant something?
Yeah, because I draw like geometric shapes.
Oh,
And
this is
I don't have the
Ricardo.
words. I
Ricardo,
don't.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
me. It's okay. But it's like, so I draw geometric shapes for 10 years now. Like, and constantly finding something new. So I'm not like I don't know the math, you know?
That's okay.
But I know the action in the drawing.
He's
So
finding
what
the
he
resonances, convergence
So what
system.
he said to me, it's so spot on. Look at this. Look, like this is what I
Okay.
draw
I'm loving this, yeah.
yesterday night. I couldn't sleep, right? Look, the center, the nothing. Here, there's nothing in the center, right? Out, everything
Yeah.
expands, right? And always comes back in the center.
That's beautiful.
Right,
Yeah,
like-
that's it. That's the recursive stabilization patterns. Do
But
you see
how
that?
I got that, while I was drawing this, I came in alignment, like, right? When I was drawing this, I came in alignment. And when you come in alignment, when you go information, you will get the right information. So what you were speaking about came to me in my own words, but you're just speaking my language. And yeah, I just want to give you a little gratitude. Thank you.
Okay, so I want everyone to look at that picture first, ne? It's beautiful, by the way. Thank you for sharing, Imol. So, but when you look at that picture, if you zoom in a little bit, you'll see there's a Star of David, like the Star of David. And when you zoom out a little bit, there's another one. And when you keep zooming out, the same star repeats. Do you see that? The star inside the star inside the star. So what that actually means, you can look at my screen. It's very small. You don't even have to bring me up. People can see there. If you look at the triangle like this, right? This is stability. It's the most stable framework, stability. It's not just because it's a triangle, but also because it's on solid ground, on a foundation. So when when you have the other triangle, that is instability, it can fall. And so you have instability and stability as dimensional space-time. Because for existence to be possible, so must non-existence. For forwards to be possible, so must back. That's why this symbol exists. If this, ironically, this symbol actually most means if this is true, then so must this be true. So what that symbol actually means is if this is forwards, then so must this be backwards. How insane is that?
Vice versa, right?
Insane.
And vice versa. Right? If you turn it around, it's the same thing.
Yes, yes. So if forwards exist, so must back. And when you look at the meaning of this symbol, it actually means if this exists, so must this. But if you look at the two lines, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, it's literally like in the math, but the problem is we're programming the functions of these symbols incorrectly because we are misaligned sometimes. So some of their mathematical functions don't make sense. Yeah, there is always friction, and there has to be friction for the flip.
Exactly.
Hey, Vibrant. What do you think is causing misalignment?
Vibration. Their media is the biggest. No, their false information is causing everyone's minds to put false information into the quantum field and into space-time, into the structures of our reality. The mind communicates at a very specific scale of space-time. So when they feed people false information and you sit and watch bad movies, war and this and that, that's the information that your brain puts into the quantum field. And the field is a field of balance, meaning that what you put into the quantum field will be balanced. If it's not true in reality, it will try to become true. That's why we are supposed to steer our consciousnesses towards stability and know that this planet is stable already. We are moving to stability in every possible moment in time, and every evil plan is failing right now. And I know it with my entire being and make it my reality.
What brain are you talking about?
Wait, what?
Which brain?
Well, your brain, our brains, all of our brains.
No,
the human mind. The human mind
or the brain up here or in the gut?
No, I mean like your pineal gland and the information that you actually excrete into the quantum field, meaning that your pineal gland causes algorithmic collapses in the field, causing algorithms, multidimensional waves, like sound waves. Light waves move multidimensionally as well.
How does it do that? Through synapse?
It's a crystalline electromagnetic pulse in your pineal gland. In your pineal gland, it causes a Planck scale, like very, 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 very small tugging. Like imagine every possible direction of space-time being a lattice, a rope, and your brain tugs at these ropes according to what you think. That's actually like the best way I can describe it. And the information that you put into the quantum field, remember, quantum field is a field of balance. So we put information into the field. We are one with the field. And when we put unstable information into the field, it destabilizes the physical reality as its mirror wave. So that's why we need to put intention of stability into everything we look at, each other, our world, our worldview. Get away from the media. Get away from their nonsense, their lies, their fear. If you completely like chuck it away and never look at it, then, dude, you're
had that experience.
Yeah.
That's why I ask you. You're showing us a lot of math and we're coming to understandings that I came to, but it was different for me, as it is for all of us. But
look at that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm listening to you, buddy. It's amazing.
It's much more than math, right? It's like sacredness in all forms. We call it math, we call it universe, we call it in many different ways, but it's all the same thing.
So
And it's
yeah,
sacredness. It's
but
life.
we get how we get there is unique to everyone. Would you agree?
Of course.
Yeah, definitely.
It's key.
It depends
So,
a way
but
to make it
right
more stable
now,
if you want to.
we're experiencing the present of the mixed experiences of everyone, right? Right now, this is our reality.
For now.
Yeah, yeah, man, I agree. We can
So
see the algorithms of dimensional space-time in everything we look at. Just look at
yes,
this. Snowflakes as well, by the way. Like everything
yes.
I explained, they also explain exactly why water is structured the way it is, why snowflakes is.
It's pure logic. Like we tend to make it so difficult, but while I'm
So
drawing the sacred geometry, it's pure logic. If you put two seeds of life in each other, you get an eternal lotus.
I
If you know
understand that.
how, you
I
don't even
understand.
have to calculate anything.
It's just like we're all here, we're all having our experience. That's what it is. But if we're all here and we focus on here, then we're talking about stuff right now that's not priority. Like it's so important, but it comes later.
For me, it's perfect for me.
Yeah,
It's beautiful,
Thanks
but
so
I know
much.
what you mean. Like, I know what you mean. What's your priority? Maybe that's the right question, right?
we start with the basics because the message
Some
you're
of us
giving
aren't just starting though.
can't be heard by I know, and I'm not saying that it's wrong that he's doing this right now. I'm saying that it just for the majority it's going to come later because someone that's hungry is not going to hear you.
But you know what you just said, just all you did was just pull the vibration back a few notches to your egregoric direction of thought process. Some of us are
No,
standing in the full force with
we're
the
just
point
having
zero
understandings that are
to
getting
tilt.
mixed. That's all that's
Guys,
happening right now.
yeah, and
But
this,
when you speak that out, that's the energy you're putting out. Dude, I could feel when your words came out of your mouth, I felt the whole like the energy go like suck back in to say, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's like my feelers just went completely out because
You
that's
think that
not
was
the
me or
direction.
you?
I think that I'm intuitive to your energy that you just spit out of your mouth from your heart. And
And
your
what
heart
It's
is
energy
not in
do you
important.
perfect
feel that
alignment with the
is?
future becoming what this thing is turning to. So you're putting a stick in the spoke to stop the wheel from turning to what we're this role that we're on
no,
for
don't preach
humanity to
it.
come around. You're just pulling it back into that direction,
No,
saying, "Oh, I think it's
Nothing,
going to be a lot. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's
I'm
going to."
just saying
You
that
know,
our house is
you're
broken
just
right now,
saying.
and we're
Well,
trying to
no
build
kidding.
on
We
it.
all know that. But the more you say our house is broken, that's what you're creating.
No.
Your belief system creates your reality. Words are
Okay, so our
magic.
house is not broken then right now in the reality that we're in.
We are fixing, working through,
It
living
depends on
through,
your reality.
enjoying,
Hey,
finding
Vibrant.
joy in
If I may,
healing the house.
Hey, Vibrant,
I
how
want
long
to.
would it take for people to get enough of an understanding of this for it to be deployed and the
Well,
efforts to
if
uniting
people
humanity? Like,
actually,
what would that timeline look like?
my honest opinion would be, if people really want to actually make a difference, it would be for all of us to come together as a group on a specific day. We all make a video saying even nothingness needs to self-measure and be stable to exist. A particle needs to be stable to exist. The universe stabilizes all structures of information on all scales with true constant ratios. So we are consciousness, we are measurements, meaning we exist, and we are stabilization nodes, meaning that we recognize we exist, we are allowed to exist, and we we ask of governing systems to establish algorithms of dimensional stability, open book, using the same algorithms of the universe. The universe stabilizes all parts of everything that could possibly take shape at every possible scale using golden and silver ratio. So why can't the universe, why can't the government stabilize the economy the way that the universe stabilizes all of its structures? Why
Right.
can't we stabilize our minds, our planet, our technologies?
We can.
Our-
We can do it
Exactly.
very basically. It's free. Everyone can do it.
So my
Yes,
question
so
is,
the
hey, Vibrant.
first thing that humanity needs to, sorry, let me finish, Tisha. I want to
Sure.
answer this question. So the first thing that humanity needs to do is to come to the realization that stability is the answer. I'm almost done, vegan. And if we actually require stability and acknowledge stability, acknowledge what is existence and that we want to exist, we declare our rights to exist as stable entities, meaning that we must declare ourselves as a stable, coherent, self-reflective being that understands existence, represents existence, our existence, and are allowed to exist by these structures of the laws of the universe, stability and existence. So we need to understand those things first, and then also bring forth mathematical algorithms of stability, put it everywhere we can, recommend it everywhere we can. One of the other things, I don't want to be funny, right? But I'm going to say this on here, and it's actually safe to say, even though it's not going to sound like it. But even IDF and ICE soldiers were lied to by their own indoctrinators. Their own enemy is our enemy. You can alter their minds. This is their weakness. So you can actually go post everywhere on TikTok, and I promise you the algorithm won't pick it up if you use your words right. You can say, those poor soldiers have been indoctrinated by our very enemy of instability. They are attacking their own brothers and sisters across the planet and Palestine because of these false beliefs that they had fed them their whole lives. Once they realize that they have been fed propaganda their whole lives, and it's going to be easy, but that's where we start, because the moment one of them realizes what you had said, they're not going to go straight to the authority, they're going to reflect on that first. And that's what's going to make a difference. So even if someone is here listening to me speak right now, that person is already realizing, holy shit, this dude is not my enemy. He resembles existence. I do resemble existence. And the truth is that even these evil people exist. They are on our side. We need to remove their blindness. That's the thing. They are just so blind, so lost into entropy, war, and greed that we have lost them. They do not belong in positions of power. They must be removed immediately. Americans need to wake up and take action because they have been. No, there's a lot you can do. You have many rights.
Like the political people, they steal the votes. They steal it. Doesn't matter.
It's not about the votes. You can put together a group and walk into the government with your rights to abolish the government because it's absolutely proven infiltrated and corrupt.
But did you see what happened the last time they did that? They got the wrong side. They're going to lie no matter what. So we have to think of something else. And you be careful, because people who change the world, you know what happens.
Well, you know, we're further along than we was back then too, and there's been a lot of change and a lot of energetic. I'm all in, Vibrant.
Me too.
Vibrant.
Yeah.
Me too.
Hey, Vibrant.
There is no turning
Keisha,
back.
I don't think it would take that long. I understood it pretty quickly. I don't understand it all, but I think, and I'm not the
so what I'm
smartest
trying
person.
to get at, hey, Vibrant, I think that's a viable plan. So what would it look like to deconstruct other belief systems and then walk them into understanding of this? And what sort of metrics do we use to help people understand it?
The real thing about everything is that everything pertains to depth. If you work on the depth of your perception, you have more comprehension of what you need to do. This is not something that I can personally help people with. They need to truly, truly reflect on the seriousness of their situation. They need to see the fork of the road in front of them, one to depth, one to stability. You take action to exist or you do not.
As humanity, right? You're talking about stability of humanity.
All of us. Every
Can I
one
add
of us is
something?
facing, not just humanity, every one of us facing this path right now individually too. And you need to realize that if you do not do everything you can right now, and if we don't do it together, then we're screwed.
Right. So how do we
Can I add
get it
something?
to where everybody does it together though? That's what I want to try to pin
Can I
down. Like,
answer that?
It only
Hang
takes a
on, guys.
few pulling
I
together
have an
Let him
idea.
answer the
energetically.
question. Wait, guys. Let Vibrant answer the question. Kesha's question. Vibrant.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to ask?
Keisha asked your question. Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Sure.
The problem is Vegan had a question, I'm Ho had a question, Keisha did speak last. Can we give the other guys quick, I'm sure Keisha's respectful, can we give the other guys a chance too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anybody else? Because I'll go if nobody else.
Yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a repetitive question. Sorry, Kesha. I think you did answer that. Is there anyone else got a question for Vibrant?
I wanted to say something that was not per se a question, but something to add on
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was said. It's like in my perception, it starts with me being the example I love to see in the world. I do not control the outer world. I control my inner world. The more I am in alignment with myself, the more I influence the outer world. Not controlling, just influencing, planting seeds and walking away.
Can I give you guys a
I
serious
truly
revelation?
believe that when I heal myself, I will heal the whole world. I don't need. Unity starts within, and before you
Can I
know
say
it,
something to that?
we're working together while not even knowing working together. It's an altruistic state. We are all one.
You're right. It starts within, but then what?
That's the
I'm
thing.
building
The vibrations that
communities in
vibrate
Portugal.
out from one
Right.
person healing is more powerful than a whole bunch that aren't healed. So
Yeah,
I
but a
know
whole
I'm
bunch
doing
of
it. I
people
know
through
somebody else is doing it.
inaction.
I know
A
Vibrant's on board.
whole
That's three. Like coming
look.
together energetically, what he's saying to do, that brings the power together. There's more power in one whole person than there is in a whole bunch that's not.
We're talking about a bunch of people
That's what
groups
I'm
who have
saying
been
though,
hurt
is
and
if
oppressed and
we
have
all
issues.
Right,
act
I
at the
know. So
same
keep giving it that power.
if you just let me
Kesha,
talk.
keep giving it that power. Just keep speaking that over them. Keep speaking that over
I'm out
them.
I
here
thought we were
doing
here to
something about
understand
it.
each other. That's
Yeah,
what I thought we were here for.
let's all one at a time. I think we're
Literally.
all aiming
Like
for the same
everyone has
goal.
something to
Yeah.
put into the pot, and
That
it might
part.
not be what you think, so you just can't tell that person that they're wrong.
But
Because if you're
nobody's
speaking, it could
expecting
change all
anything.
of it. It would be changed already.
I already know what we can do to change it.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too, but people
yeah.
don't want to listen.
What
Yeah,
is it?
I have the answer as well. I'll let I think it's Aiden. You go first, and then I'll explain at the very end. I'll let all y'all go first.
All right, we do it through inaction. It's everybody can do it. It's free to do. It's that simple. That's how we start. Inaction.
Exactly, by doing. Take action. Every little step counts. Do it.
No.
Can I say
Inaction.
something to
Inaction will cause the action.
Yeah, I just want to go last.
Do you guys agree or not, or do you understand? Do you want me to expand?
I think
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. I'm okay with your answer. I think to a large degree, inaction is a part of the process, but there's a step that comes before that. But I'll let
That
y'all
I'm
go
interested in.
something I think might help with that question with unity is asking yourself, am I aware right now? That's what kind of leads to that knowing of oneself. That conscious awareness, it's like a seeing. Even if you close your eyes, there's still a kind of seeing, a kind of knowing. And I would say that's what we are.
That's the hard part, is knowing. If I could go back and not know, I think that was like the gift given to us, was not knowing, so that we could experience each other's.
This is where unity starts, right? Well, knowing unity is already here. It never left. We disconnected from it. That's it.
We just understand it now.
And that's the point that I keep trying to come back to. Like, it's one thing for us to be here knowing. We're all here because we're in knowing. We're all here because of consciousness. I keep trying to get back to the point of how do we intentionally honor people that are not there yet and the process of them coming.
We stop the ones that are oppressing the people
And how do we do that?
by inaction.
And how do we do that?
I can tell you.
Well, you could take one company.
Don't fight it.
And
Give it
enact
love.
on it.
Give it love.
Don't give it anything.
Love
Don't
is
give
the
it your
most
love
thing.
anymore. You can't love everything. You can't love the oppressors. You got to stop.
Yeah,
Stop giving them your time, your money, your focus, your attention, and just watch this company drop. Once one drops, I guarantee
Yes,
you, people are
what I'm
going to
saying
see a
is the
change.
other people groups that also want to do something. Like, how does everyone come together and do it together? That's what I'm trying to ask.
That's where I need help. I don't know how to get everyone together.
So here, let me take a stab at it, and then I'm gonna let y'all jump in afterwards. So
All right.
what we're talking about this awareness, right? Everyone in this room understands the value of it, and we see, and so the question we're asking is really a social question, right? So this is when you look at the world today, we are all divided in all of these different ways. Whether we choose to do something in the form of inaction, or whether we choose to do something, or it doesn't matter what we choose to do. The most important thing is that we come together and we share our voice. Like, that is the most powerful thing that we have. And frankly, whatever it is that we want to accomplish, the only thing holding us back is unity. And I know someone said it. I think it was Vegan. And again, we're not going to be unified in every single way. But and so then the question becomes, how do we unify? Well, through my vision is that, and I come from a religious background, but there's something inspirational. The inspiration factor is what needs to be incorporated into this social equation. And there's room for it in that we're all going through the motions in every aspect of our lives. We go to work, we come home, we go to church on Sunday. For those of us that are religious, there's a growing number of people that are not religious, so that's opening up a door for us to create something new. And that creation factor is tied to the inspiration factor. And so this is why I say there's, from my opinion or my vision, that the only way that we can inspire people and we can collectively create in that state of inspiration is through something spiritual, and it's something tied to our identity. So when you take all of that and you put it together, the only solution is for us to take what is a growing trend, right? And when I say trend, I mean, like, there is an awakening happening as we speak, and the scientific community is playing their role in this process of awakening. And this awakening is tied to our remembering of our internal, our internal eternal divinity, right? And so, and that on top of that, that is inspirational, because we've been told we're sinners, we're separate from the Creator. You have the Creator, then you have creation, and we can only hope that, if we live a good life, God will love us, and then we either go to heaven or hell. That entire construct is actually not the truth. The truth is we've always been one. We've always been together. And, there's, without going into too much detail about the construct and the cycles and all that, the fact of the matter is there's enough evidence that we can build a narrative that articulates this understanding that there is an awakening happening, and it's more of a remembering. And the inspiration factor is there because, again, we've already suffered through feeling like we could ever be separate from the Creator. When you realize that that's all a lie, and that existence itself is tied to creation and is tied to the Creator, there's a sense of security, and there's a sense of inspiration, and there's a sense of oneness that goes with that remembrance and goes with that awakening, so to speak, that really does have an impact on your soul at a core layer that impacts your everyday life. And I know this through experience. There's plenty of other people that have experienced this. That's what's driving a lot of people that I'm working with and in contact with. And so I'll land with this. Ultimately, again, this is a social problem because the solution to all problems it flows downstream from unity. And the only way we can unify that is viable, taking all the factors of today's world into consideration, is through our reawakening or remembering or awakening to our connection, not only to each other, but to eternity itself. And so you take, you come together with that inspiration, and as you grow, as your voice, your megaphone expands, you then will get to a point where you can now put yourself on the center stage of the political debate, or the center stage of awareness. And at that point, once there are enough people that fight against this one spiritual paradigm or aspect of reality, it's only a matter of time before we start to take our spiritual unity, and now we can contribute to political discussions and say that, you know what, as it pertains to these never-ending wars, you know what, we're done with that too. And this is what we're not going to do, or this is what we're going to do. And this gets into that inaction part that he was talking about. Like, until we collectively decide we're going to take this stance of inaction, then we can not act in all of our individual experiences, and we're not going to be effective. And so it's really a matter of unity. Everything flows downstream from spirit. The door is opening up for us to be able to unite spiritually. You can just go online. Type in Great Awakening, type in the Great Work, type in whatever you want to search about what is happening right now at this moment. There's more than enough evidence, and heck, just continue to come onto this live and be a part of this movement, and you'll hear it. You'll eventually understand that this is happening, this is inevitable, and the most important thing is coming together, and it's gonna happen spiritually. And so, anyway, that was a lot.
I agree with what you're saying, and I totally agree with it. I just think no one's gonna hear you. No one's gonna hear it.
Well, 4 or 5 of us did hear him.
Because you're fed.
It's gonna happen over time. But I promise you, bro, I've only been on TikTok doing lives for 2 to 3 months right now. All right, and I've been working on this project for a good 5 years. 2 years ago, it all became crystal clear. Started creating content almost a year ago at this point. The past 2 months, like the connection that I've made with certain people that I'm working close with now, is when I'm talking about these key factors that are addressing a social issue, the number one being inspiration, I'm telling you that it is real. Like the factor of inspiration, which is the most important thing, that is a real, tangible, palpable experience that is happening. And so it's just a matter of time before more and more people come together in the same way that we're sitting here and create a underlying message that we insist on spreading to the world. And I'm telling you, it will eventually provide
hard.
us
It's
a
hard.
microphone. Yeah, no, it's hard. I get
Well-
that, but there's the
Can
other
I
thing
add
too.
something, Ray?
Yeah, lastly, and I'll say one last thing. There's no other option. I'm open. Okay, I'm a problem solver at the end of the day. That's it. I'm a thinker and a problem
What
solver.
I wanted to say.
Okay, I got a problem.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Wait a
What
minute.
I wanted to say is like I live in Portugal off grid, right? Like building a community. You know, we are with hundreds of thousands of people with the same dream.
But humans have to.
Slowly coming more together. Slowly coming more together. There are swap shops. We help each other on the lands. Like there's come in unity, community, right? Like it's happening, but it depends also where are you? What's your environment? What's your mental state of being? What's your perspective, right? Like, because you can only meet the world where you at that moment, right? Like so.
And this is why I
see
say
a whole different thing here. I see only growth and unity.
Yeah, and this
I
is why I
think-
say we are transitioning from covenants
Yeah, that
and
was it.
commandments to principles and awareness. These principles are the fundamental terms that are tied to the inspiration. We have been intellectually enslaved. We have been told if you don't believe this, you will be burned at the stake. Okay,
But
that
DaVinci, what
only
are the principles, though? That's what I keep asking because the last
Freedom.
couple days we've gone over these.
Yeah,
but
freedom.
We keep going over these
Freedom.
documents, like these.
Freedom.
Yep. We
That's
agreed
one.
on that. Yep.
Okay,
I
so
have
you
a-
have
I have a-
you have freedom, you have love, you have
Yep.
empowerment.
Yep.
Because I mean, up until now, there are all these boogeymans. There's demons coming to get us, right? Any form of divination, any looking into ancient calendars, whether it's the zodiac. Oh, those are evil. You're not allowed to do that. Well, if the truth sets me free, then I have nothing to fear if my intentions are whole and in alignment with
Exactly.
not only everyone else but nature. And so we're going to readdress, or we're going to eventually feel the effects of what it means to actually be free. Because again, freedom can only come from us resting in our divinity. We have to be secure internally in
Inside
order for
job,
us
right?
to actually be
Yeah.
free. Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. And so up
Exactly.
until now, we aren't free. We are bound by these
Right.
religious institutions that tell
So
us.
what I'm asking
yeah,
though,
so what's
what I'm
up?
asking though, is are we fighting religious institutions, or are we trying to get the government to do something, or are we trying to get other people to believe in the things that we believe in? That's what I'm trying to find the line in.
That's a good question.
We're trying
I
to
do not
get
fight.
everyone
We have to
balanced.
find a way to connect first. So the problem is connection.
Exactly.
So website. Who can do a website?
Well, I have the RaisOurAwarenessRevolution.com. This Georesonance 13 ultimately will be tied into it because it's a key factor in terms of a tool that humanity can utilize.
Yeah, but it's got to be free. It's got to be free.
Yeah. I agree. These are things that are in the works, and they're going to eventually unfold over time. The most important thing is that we identify what it is that we're going to unite behind, and then standing in that unity of that singular message. And I can already tell you, the inspiration is there. It's real. When you take the fact that we've been lied to about our divinity and about our relationship to the nature of reality, when you awaken to that and you actually step into that freedom with the humble conviction that you know that these hermeticism, the law of mentalism, your mind is far more powerful than you've ever been told. When you step into all that, there is a feeling that you get that drives you to want to share it with other
What
people.
about all these other groups that already have a drive that want to share it?
Yeah.
But you're saying they have to come into your awareness.
No, so that's the thing, is that, and this is why I was asking the other night, how do you unite communities that are all sharing the same message? How do you bring them under one umbrella?
I'm a
That's
promotional person for my life. Like I can do promotion. I know the answer. I really do.
But it's like, what is this what's the same message though? Is it unity or is it coming into awareness and awakening in the aspect that you think it happens? Or
it's
what they
going.
think it happens?
It's yeah.
Because
It's
they literally want the same thing, but they don't believe in the awakening awareness part. So does that make it
that's
null and
okay.
void? Can we not work together then?
Okay, can we
That's
just
the question
listen
they're
to
asking
Alara?
me.
Hold on,
That's the
Let
question that's
Alara,
being asked of
let
me.
her answer. Let her answer. Alara, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say, you are from a religious family, so am I. And you know how difficult it is when you try to force somebody to do something. It has to be their idea. Humans hate to be told what to do. So when I said just be, Keisha, I wasn't being funny. I wasn't being flippant about it. I was saying just be still and know, right? Just be still. Be and let people see. And that's how I came to it. I'm going to go and look around. Everybody's looking right now. The ones that want to know, they're going to find us.
I don't think you
And
understand what I'm saying.
No, I do. I'm getting to it.
They're
If you'll just
starting
give me
to
a
People are
find
asking
us.
me. People are asking me.
Okay,
I've been with them
I'm
enough
almost
to get
done.
equity for them to trust me to ask.
Okay.
Hey, how do we bridge the gap between
Hey.
these people that we don't have a relationship with and we have a hard time trusting?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The answer to that, Keisha. The answer: representation. When you form a social community, and each and every one of you boldly represent it, okay, then now you're building awareness of not awareness in the sense of what the R.O.A.R awareness revolution is getting at, but you build awareness of your movement, right? Now people see a community, right? And now they see that community walking together. They will naturally, it's a human nature to say, what is that community? What is this humanity's roar? Like,
Exactly. And that's why they have me asking you.
But there's power
That's
behind that. What I'm saying, just hear me out real quick. What I'm saying is, when they then ask the question, what is it that they stand for? Oh yeah, they're over there talking about their divinity, and they're recognizing that there's a way to reconcile the differences between all religions, and it's actually tied into this mystical understanding of reality that's actually been around for all of history, and they're actually tying ancient wisdom with secret society initiate knowledge all the way down to like quantum physicists and the emerging theories of the nature of reality, and they're putting it all together in a way that really empowers the individual and actually gives that individual freedom and gives them an understanding of the seven hermetic principles, and it ties it in with Eastern mysticism and the seven chakras and the seven deadly sins of Christianity. And it even takes Jesus Christ and it shows how his message was distorted, and it takes all the evidence from the Bible and all other texts from all mystics of all traditions, and it brings it together, and it really makes a really strong argument that the truth has been hiding in plain sight this entire time. And they even have a vision for the future of humanity, and they believe that if we somehow come together and we share our voice and we build it on a newfound understanding, not even newfound, because none of this is new. There's nothing new under the sun. This is all old age wisdom. They even have this belief that if we come together and we actually share our voice, we get to a growth to where the number is so large that we can actually tell the rulers of this realm what we want for our future. And that means not going to war, and that means being part of the global discussion of world peace and all these things. Yeah, they have these crazy ideas, and they got all this like evidence that just obviously there's no like one thing that yep, they're right, but they have all these dots that they've connected, and it just looks really clear that they are actually transitioning from sheep to lions, and it looks like they're not going to stop, because there's so many of them that are aligned with this message. Now it's just a matter of them I'm talking with a tone that is trying to convey this deep understanding that I know within the deepest part of my core, that it is inevitable. Like, it is this conversation, this fictitious conversation I just had, is going to happen. It can't not happen. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of how soon are people going to coalesce and come together and all feel inspired enough to say, you know what? I represent this because I stand for these fundamental principles like freedom, like connection with the divine, no matter what. Unconditional love. Yeah, I can live a crappy life here. I'm only going to reap what I sow. I'm not going to be banished to some netherworld of eternal suffering that an unloving God would never create. And this is a part of the debates that are going to ensue or unfold here in the very near future. And I just, it is what it is. Anyway.
It's happening. It's not like it's been slow. It's going to move. He's right. It's going to gain momentum. But just these kinds of things and collabing with another group, have them do a live with the host here, and that way the two groups can come together. And
yeah. So this Tuesday, what, 3 days from now, 4 days from now, I was invited to a live, and I'll share this with y'all, whoever's a part of our. Or following, I'll share this with all of y'all. But is the first invitation to a discussion with other people that have been specifically invited to this panel of people, and I'm on that panel, and the subject of that live is unity consciousness, right? And so that's just a small step, but a big step for this movement, for this revolution, for what is inevitable. And so I do think that panel, that live is going to go very well. Because again, like I'm a part of it. There's other thought leaders that are a part of it. And I'm ultimately going to leave them with the very same question that I'm asking all of y'all. This awakening is well underway. There is no question. There are tons of community leaders, community builders, thought leaders, like in all fields of study that are waking up, creating communities, and moving towards this direction. So the question ultimately is, how do we unite those communities? Well, there needs to be a brand, okay? And given that this is deeply spiritual, I hate using business terms, but it's the only way that I can convey the effectiveness of what I mean when I speak in terms of a social movement. And so if there is going to be a brand, there must be a brand. There must be something. That brand must be symbolic. It must hold validity in its symbolism, right? And that symbolism must be powerful. It must be representative in a powerful way as to what is actually unfolding right now, okay? And it needs to be led in a way that doesn't step on the toes of these other communities. I'm in the process of creating a R.O.A.R TV network right now, right? Like, our website, it needs to allow for these different communities to maintain their name, their brand, all the work that they've done, and all of this is visually like possible in my mind, and it's all going to happen. And so it's a matter of finding these communities, having this discussion and saying, hey, you know, it's great. We actually agree on everything. Well, so what do we do from here? Well, we must unite our voice. Well, how do we unite our voice? There's only one way. That's to come together under a brand. Again, that's the only term that I can think of. A brand that is powerful, symbolically accurate, and inspiring, and represents exactly what is happening, so that everyone can feel inspired to be a part of it, and they can also see how that unity will drive their growth. So when you have a community, let's call it the awakened souls of XYZ, right? and the awakened souls of XYZ start working with the Raise Our Awareness Revolution, right? And we provide a platform or a TV network, and we start collaborating, and we bring them on, and we do these things. Like, it's going to build them. And again, a lot of people talk about money because it's a part of the equation. It's an inevitable, necessary evil that we're having to deal with, and it is a part of the equation of building awareness to and uniting people. So there needs to be the business consideration for the people that have done enough to be able to dedicate their day in and day out, their 9-to-5 job, and the money that they bring in, not selfishly, but they're doing this so that they can take that money then and dedicate full time to this awakening. And so there's people all around the world that are doing that. So we can't just eliminate that. So it just needs to be ultimately an umbrella organization that collaborates with all of these communities, but inserts itself in a way that humbly communicates this unity factor that, look, I'm humble and I'm a problem solver at the end of the day. The work that I do, I'm looking for some other organization that is potentially aiming to do what I'm doing. And again, it's not an ego, it's not about me. What we are doing here with Humanity's Roar, I'm actively looking for it. Like, could there be someone else that could, that could serve to have a symbolic, powerful, like has the legs to become a global movement? And I haven't seen it. Okay, so, but I just want y'all to know. Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what if that happened and you had another group, 3 groups now come in and they said, we agree on everything except for one thing.
What is that one thing?
The name. And what if they just said that? I mean, that's just what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm getting at, is that I'm looking for another name. Like, I'm looking for a community that could serve as a global revolution. Because, again, we're talking about a transition of the ages on a cosmic calendar. We're at the end of a 2,000-year period. We're talking about something that requires a very powerful, symbolically representative name, brand, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for that. I don't see it. I don't see any community that has another option. I'm open to whatever. If I find that community, I have no problem going under their umbrella. I'm going to continue to do what I do, because this is the thing. This community is a part of hundreds, if not thousands, of other communities the world over. And I'm just saying that there will be a unifying community. There will be a unifying umbrella organization. And
we're building it, dude.
I know I'm building it, and that's why. I look. I want y'all to understand that as much as I say that I know that this is happening, I humbly, I know that I'm also bred for this. Like, I am ready to lead from behind, put each and every one of you in the front to lead all of this, right? I don't get worked up. You can't frustrate me. I can't get upset. I've been around the block. I've been to hell and back. I'm the oldest of 9 kids. You'll learn more about me as time goes on. But what I'm saying is, like, not only do I feel like this is divinely inspired, I know that I have the capacity to serve in the way that I know that someone like me needs to accomplish everything that I'm saying. And I say all that humbly. Take it for what it is.
But
you guys,
it's all in how it's advertised. Yeah. It's all in how it's promoted.
100%.
So I will help you with that. I am a marketing genius. And I think that can answer some of the other questions, I hope, is that you can lead a horse to water, right?
Yeah, and I'll say this. I'll say this too. Look, for the other thing that I share with my inner community is that I got into a car accident years ago. August 28th. They're going to mediation. I've already been deposed. Like I had $770,000 in medical bills. It wasn't my fault. That it's all done, right? That is going to happen by September or October this year. I'm gonna have tens of thousands of dollars that I can put on the table with all of these other community leaders and say, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna accomplish this?
What's the
And
end
so-
result you're looking for?
Global unity. Yeah.
Global unity over what, though? What's
Our
what's the
identity.
topic?
Yeah.
Identity.
The true nature of our soul and our relationship to the source. That is what we have been lied to about, whether it was intentional or whether it was, a combination.
I can explain it to you.
Yeah,
So-
I'm sure you can. Go for it.
So, sorry, I wanted to explain something. I actually asked like 15 minutes ago if I may speak, and I haven't gotten a chance yet. So, if you think about the natural way that the different cultures and governing bodies and countries and stuff naturally arises throughout development of civilizations throughout space-time, you have to think on very, very, very large scales. It is completely it's completely natural that when a governing system realizes a unified equation, they immediately unlock technologies that can defuse bombs the same way that the UFOs do. Like they just fly by and deactivate nukes and stuff. So they sat with an option. They were like, we have to disclose the information, make it global stabilization and open to all. But the technologies involved could, and then it becomes something very serious, and then eventually they decide to hide it. The problem is the information is only dangerous when hidden, because now it was being used. That's why so many people were killed, and the information was taken control of, and it was being weaponized against humanity, against consciousness, and against all of this stuff, against stability. This is the natural way that things go. So you are supposed to go through this fluctuative experience, and we are supposed to see this entire pattern play off and achieve a consciousness that actually measures us in a stable way to say that we do deserve to exist. That's why we are coming to this realization naturally, where we can see that they are lying and we need to take action. This is the symbolic part of the Bible where David and Goliath fought. It's not a literal thing. The Bible was written in coherent messages and values sometimes. So if we think about some of these coherent messages and facing your demon, like you face your fears, you face your stuff to grow in life, to grow your consciousness, that's a goal of life. So this is kind of part of the entire book play of civilizational balance and systems. So for us to exist and to deserve to exist as a civilization, we need to declare stability, algorithms of stability, and our intention universally. And by the way, when you spoke earlier and I said we are actually building a company, I wasn't just talking about R.O.A.R. I'm talking about the real thing. We are gonna launch some technology soon, and we are gonna need all of your help, and it's gonna be amazing. So
I'm a marketing genius. I can help.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that we're coming to a point of convergence where it's all going to come under one umbrella, or it's going to all at least come to one understanding, and that understanding is unity. It is what it is, and these discussions are part of the ongoing process. For a lot of people, it's difficult to grasp, but there's a cosmic calendar. There's enough evidence, if you look close enough, that says that this is a moment in time, that this is supposed to happen, and it's all unfolding exactly how, if it were going to happen, it's all unfolding exactly how it would need to.
It's universal law.
Dr.
If you
Vinci,
see it from
are we going to make it?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Are
check
we
out my
gonna-
framework too. I've created this interesting framework that basically has all things inside it, and I can basically use it to understand nearly everything too.
Is that what you're, or wait, did you say, is that you?
Yeah, well, that sort of cut a bit of it off, but this is like that sort of shows how it's sort of the fulcrum of it is sort of like consciousness, and it sort of goes pretty much from infinitely small to infinitely large, and I don't know,
can you send that to me?
Yeah, man, I'll send you a bunch of like my
Gosh, a
graphics
better
that I
one,
made.
because
I've probably
there's
made
so
about 50 or more graphics on this.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Send me all of it.
Yeah, man, I've been working on it for over a year now, and I believe I came up with it like in meditation too. Like
So
it
what
was
does
sort
it
of something I
accomplish?
meditated
What
on.
does this? What does this movement accomplish, though? Like, what's the end goal? What's the point of
Peace.
this?
No war.
The end
No
goal.
fight.
The end goal is a unified voice that basically dictates the future. Right now, we are subjected to the rulers of this realm, and whatever mainstream narratives of their BS that they feed us about all the crap that we're just victims of having to just ride along with, all of that will go away. But it's not going to go away until we unite our voice. Period.
So
And this,
can I
Absolutely.
interject an element of convolution that will not allow this to be the unifying let's just say answer to the so-called global dissension issue. The problem with this is this doesn't produce a product, right? So this is a concept, and this concept is not going to be agreeable by, everybody. So you're not going to have that unity, for one. For two,
That's right.
Why are you speaking negative on this?
No, hey, hold on. Alara, hey, look, I value criticism because that can only, I promise you, just let him continue. I have answers to every single question you can imagine. Just let him finish, and I promise you, it will only sharpen us. Yeah, well, hold on, let him finish. I want to hear him finish. Real quick. Keep going, Dougie Fresh.
The other obviously major issue with this is it doesn't produce product, right?
Well, I heard that. Yeah, okay, keep going.
Yeah, so everything runs out here by means of there has to be resources, and the resources have to serve a purpose for the community, and the people that run the industries that produce these resources are ultimately going to have control, right? So because this system that you guys are trying to implement is just a concept and it doesn't, there's no tangible resources involved, there's going to be a very limited, it's going to be like a cult, right? The people that believe in it are going to be the people that want to, like subject or participate. And the other question is, what are you participating in? Like, what are you contributing when you're a member? If you're a member of this, like, society, whatever you want to call it, what are you actually what are you gaining as being a member? And then what are you contributing if this is just a concept, right? Because I don't see any like resources involved in this.
That's the point. So unity is a concept.
That's all I keep asking is, does everyone have to conform to the belief of consciousness and awareness and enlightenment that you have? Or can they maintain their own belief system, but want to have unity among people and be underneath the government that they feel is been oppressing them for so long?
Yeah.
That's literally all I keep asking.
Okay, and that's a fair question. There's nothing wrong with that. Let me explain it like this. There is a growing spiritual community, and the community.
So the answer is yes. Yes, they need to conform with the same belief.
No.
So for me, what about outliers like myself? Because I don't believe in spirits. To me, that's just, and I don't have a soul either. I have a brain, right? So when I pass on, I'm expired, and that's it. I don't believe there's any afterlife. I don't believe there's anything happening after this. So like for individuals like myself, I would never subscribe to any of these ideologies. I think they're ridiculous, and it just sounds like another cult, right?
So you don't care about your neighbor.
And see, that's the other issue. You're going to discriminate against my moral ethics.
That's what I keep saying.
No, I'm trying
And
to
judge me
understand
for not loving my neighbor because I don't subscribe to your ideology. That is coercement, and that is not okay.
Okay, I have a question then, real question. With this thing about when people say "when I unalive," that means that the people who believe or think or say that or have that focus, number one, that's what they're going to get. Number two, what about what science says about the human body not being designed to die? It's not.
Well, but hold on. Let me answer his question first, and this might answer your question, Tina. Okay. When you understand what it is that I'm trying, or not, and again, I say me, there is an awakening to this truth that is happening around the world, okay? There are tons of communities that are waking up to this. And it's being fueled by leading quantum physicists, okay? Leading quantum physicists are echoing the very fundamental truth that myself, along with all these communities, are trying to.
To you, DaVinci, but other people are not going to buy it, not right away.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm saying is this.
So then we can't work together then if they can't buy it right away. That's my question. That's been my question the whole time.
Then answer it for yourself. You keep interrupting him. You don't want to hear what anybody's got to say.
Let me explain. Okay, look, life, look, it's basically this. Life is something that we should value, okay?
We do value their lives.
Yeah, life in terms of nature, right? This realm, this experience. Hold on, we should. Oh, am I on mute? Oh shit, my bad. Oh no, I'm not. Okay.
You're not.
Yeah, life is something we should value. That's how we're all experiencing this life, and we all experience this life thanks to the harmony of nature, right? Secondly, truth should be freely sought. There should be no coercion. There should be no institution telling you that they are infallible in terms of spirituality and morals. There should be no institution that tells you you should live in a state of fear if you don't believe what they believe. And then, so life is sacred. Truth must be freely sought without coercion, without any penalties. And then ultimately, love is that binding force that will create the future.
Right.
Those
if
are
they come to awakening and enlightenment.
No, but hold on. Life, a free pursuit of truth, and love as the binding force to sustain the creative, inspirational factor that is unfolding right now. Those three things, that is the foundation. Those are, call it the three commandments. You can call it whatever the heck you want.
That's why we've agreed before now.
Yeah, that's it. Those three things.
But it's not, because look at what has been said to me this entire time.
What? That there are ideas?
No, that I'm not awake, that I'm trying to be other, like nobody is taking into consideration that I'm literally being asked to ask questions because people don't feel like they can come across certain people constructs.
Well,
because there's other things at play.
Keisha, you gotta understand, there are people that try to tell me I am as dumb as a box of rocks on a regular basis.
Yeah, but I've never said that to you. I literally am asking the same thing. Do people have to believe that this layer of consciousness, enlightenment, and awakening that you guys believe, or can they maintain what they believe? And if at some point they come to believe what you believe, cool. But if they don't, cool. That's all.
Why can't they just add to that? Why can't they just add
let me say one last thing to Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh. I said all that to say that I've had tons of discussions with atheists. Believe it or not, in this process, I found out that there are atheists that actually have a spiritual understanding of the nature of reality. So again, there's a humility factor that goes into this, and part of this, the claim of this revolution, is that we are in a process of discovery. We're not here to tell people what to believe. We're here to take fundamental principles that we stand for, and we're going to stand for them. So for the atheist that hears about the Raise Our Awareness revolution, there's not a single thing about it that an atheist would be like, oh yeah, I can't stand those people. No, because we're admitting that our very understanding of the nature of the force.
You see how the Ten Commandments were considered fundamental principles for people for a long time?
Sure.
Can I say something?
Well, I would venture to say that the requirements of this basically unifying, you're trying to unify people, this religion that you're trying to start, is going to require that people see eye to eye with this theology or this concepts that you're trying to weave together. Because if that's the only way you're going to get the unity you're looking for. Because if you have other people of other religions and they're dogmatic about the religions, they're never going to be able to merge with your concepts on an agreeable level. Therefore, there's not going to be unity. So really all this is doing is it's creating another sector of division. You can say, well, we're going to be the guys who are going to have all the unity. It's like, but not really, because you're going to have your group of people and the other groups of people are still going to exist. Congratulations, you just created another cult.
All right, well then this is why those are very good points, but I'm telling you, bro, there is an active trend, right, of people that are waking up to the fact that we've been lied to. And there's an inspiration factor that is accompanied, that is tied to that is driving these communities to be born all around the world. It's all happening. It's just a question of how do we take what has already happened and bring it under one umbrella. So it's already what you're thinking might not be possible is already done. It's over. Enough people have awoken to this and experienced the inspiration of recognizing that we are all one.
So what happens to everyone that doesn't come and coincide with this? What happens to the other 70%?
They eventually will.
And in the meantime?
In the meantime, we have discussions and debates. And they present...
what about their quality of living if you guys take over then?
Believe me, the private sector, everything from AI to robotics to hopefully the solution to the energy problem, all that's going to, you've already got Elon Musk saying, it's not going to be a universal basic income, it's going to be a universal high income. The writing is already on the walls. If you've already got, the 18-wheelers are being driven around, you go from Austin to Houston, Texas, and you'll see a few of them on the way that are driven without people. The driving industry is one of the biggest industries for the labor market. We're already witnessing a shift that is going to rob people of their livelihood. People that need a job aren't going to be able to have a job anymore. What's that going to do? Well, it's going to force humanity to adjust. And in that adjustment, there's going to be some economic... probably some sort of financial restructuring, revaluation of currencies on a global scale. What do we have happening over in the East? You have the BRICS financial system that is rivaling the SWIFT financial system and NATO. And yes,
the government,
what is your program?
Giving any assistance because they're bucking against you and the people that aren't part of this movement, who are in need of these various aspects that are going to be cut off from them. Who's coming to provide?
Well, this is separate from look.
Let me ask you a question real quick. What does your program do to offer financial aid for the people that are going to be falling behind the times per se in regards to the economy?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I had this vision probably 6 months ago. But do you know how much overhead goes into the industry of religion? We're talking about on a global scale.
Actually, I do.
Oh, how much? I know Google knows. How much money goes into the infrastructure of the industry of religion? It's a number that, for one, is completely unnecessary, and for two, if redirected in a strategic way, to take those funds and make the most of it to support humanity would be another factor that's going to tie into the inspiration behind this revolution.
Wait, so we're saying believe what you believe, and now we're saying that religions should stop believing what they believe and deconstruct completely and take their money to help people while you do what you're doing? Is that what we're saying?
I'm not
and then
telling
notice where the
anyone to
money
do
came
anything.
from. So the money in those ventures are primarily charity. So I mean, that's not even technically that's not an authentic source, just in the sense that it's not a fair exchange, right? The people that are offering money at the offering plates, or feeling the burden of having to give to these people that tell them that, hey, generosity is going to give you something greater in return. And so that's where those money banks come from.
Yeah, so check this out,
can
bro.
I-
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it, Vibrant.
Can I say something? So this is just an idea that I had a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And it leaves everybody with the option to either go into go with the fact that after they've seen and have gone close to source, if they want to go and participate in anything like this. And it's a product that I want to develop. It's called the Crown, and it looks like a baseball cap. I'll just give you guys a small rundown on this. A baseball cap, but what it does is it's a Faraday, and it blocks out emitting frequencies, and it's laced inside with reflective material so that it does block out, but in the same time it also keeps your signal that you send out on a daily basis inside. And then it's got bone connect, vibratory sound products around it that installs
Yep.
then the hemisync binaural beats at the four different quadrants of the brain, so that you can either go into state or in stasis. And on that basis, it basically gives you the opportunity to block out everything outside, input what you want inside, have the option to go into a flow
Wait, are we
state
talking about
by
mind
putting
control?
No, let him finish.
No. Opposite of mind control.
May I have the floor? May the senator have the floor?
No, let him finish.
So the whole idea around this product is that you block out, because I don't think people understand that your thoughts are not necessarily all your own. We are in a situation where people are being put into mind camps, and it's like a pendulum between them to adhere to certain dogmas and so forth. Unwillingly, on a daily basis, you're bombarded with these type of things. So if you block it out and you are in control of what you put in, you can listen to your music with your cap, but you can also then have the benefit of putting yourself into an alpha theta state or a delta state or whatever the case, but you're in control. So it's got that feature. And what happens if you go into these states and really focus on these states and go in, then you go through a process of, you could go through a process of awakening and go as close to the source and so forth. And then you basically have your own personal journey with regards to that, and you can let go, and then you can let ego stand one side, for instance, but then you can connect, and then you understand the unified opportunity, because what it does is it gives you the opportunity to connect to the unified field, where you can see that the intent is aligned. It comes with the fact that if 3 or 4 people also participate in this and have this, and they're on the same frequency, that they actually can communicate. And we've done a little exercise with this where we could remote influence electronics across thousands of kilometers. For instance, you can design your own signature, which is your frequency signature, and then impose that frequency signature onto another device cross-border in real time, because this is how it works. This is what all the scientific papers are. And, that has worked. So the point is, when everybody has that, then they can make the decision if they see the benefit of participating in a unified field where intentions are aligned. And when intentions are aligned, this is how it's been done in the old days, where 2 or 3 or 4 more come together. That field exists. It's the third party exists, and this is and if a person then, after having experienced that, decides it's not for him or for her, then cool, then it's not. If a person then decides it's for them, and then they can participate, and then that's a method of getting people aligned according to a specific intention, because only way to change reality is when intentions are aligned. Say again? Yeah.
Just keep
All right,
going. Just keep going, Clan. No,
Yeah,
let him finish.
just real quick, were you done, Clan? Yeah, keep going, Clan. I want
Yeah,
you to
more or
finish.
less
That
done, more or
wasn't
less
me
done.
that interrupted, but yeah, anyway.
No, I'm more or less done. So.
Oh yeah, so
think
look. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I didn't get the first part where Vibrant spoke about his program or his system, so I jumped on just after that, so I didn't get that, but I just listened to the debate afterwards. So
Fair
then
enough.
I thought,
Yeah,
okay,
Vibrant. Did you want
everybody.
to recap on your contribution to this this whole global awakening? And if not, I did want to comment on what Clan was just introducing.
The truth of the matter is, what Dougie Fresh, for example, also is getting at, and Keisha is asking, what do those people then believe? Do they change their beliefs? What? And everybody spoke, completely missing the point. When you know there is a utter refusal of belief completely, because you know there is no more belief when you know, and so you know. It's not about making anyone else believe anything. It's about providing information so solid that it is a full understanding and a knowing. And for example, Dougie Fresh pointed out something in this process. And what people are going to do and what is going to happen is, when a community doesn't have a universal truth and a proof, a testable mathematical proof that is aligned with all measured and observable information throughout the entire universe and actually gives us the blueprints, I would want to make it clear, I am the patent owner of these blueprints. We are building stuff. As long as people think that they're in a matrix or this or this or this, remember, you create what you believe. Align with the knowing. Stop the believing. Align with the understanding. And you will see that all of these structures, it's simply mathematical convergences of dimensional space-time that causes stability and creation through dimensional stabilization using the golden ratio. The universe is interdimensionally toroidally closed mathematical energy flow that creates continuity by creating by calculating the present plus the past equals the future. So the mathematical frameworks exist. The companies are being built. The people now has to know, not believe. They have to know that these technologies and algorithms will stabilize systems. The same way the universe uses, and Dougie Fresh, just so this answers your question, the same way the universe actually stabilizes entire structures at individual scales, causing quarks, particles, every single thing, stabilizes as a structure in existence because it is stable enough to exist. This means that the golden ratios, silver ratios can also be created or used to be creating algorithms to stabilize economies. So your question on the economy and stabilization, how it affects us, you can actually do algorithmic computation and calculate how these algorithms that the universe uses can be used to stabilize your mind, your technology, and your frequencies at every scale of your existence, so that you experience less friction, less of other people's thoughts. And so, for example, what Clan was talking about, wearing a hat is also a sign of you feeling like you're being attacked. The mindset that you're supposed to be carrying is so coherent, so powerful, that your own toroidal field protects you from the very attacks or electromagnetic frequencies that are entropy or decoherence outside of you. This is what protects us. Alignment, frictionlessness, gives us the inertia through space-time, and that frictionless flow is actually the toroidal charge of your energy. So there's algorithms that can potentially stabilize and improve. There is communities that can now use these structures to bring a universal knowing that completely defeats a belief.
it completely destroys anything else. So I think that's the best way I can share it. Thanks for letting me speak. I think Gabagool was next.
Yes, go Gabagool. Welcome
Yes!
in.
Let's go! Thank you so much. Holy moly. I've just been sitting here restless. I feel like Tai Lung in that one scene from, you know, what's the one with Jack Black where he's the panda? You know, I'm
Kung Fu
like, ah,
Panda.
I'm
It's
waiting
Kung
to
Fu
be
Panda.
released. Yes. Thank you. Anyways, how are you guys doing?
Good.
You know, not to be selfish, I actually care about you guys.
Good.
I'm going to ask about you guys, unlike these previous speakers.
Oh, we're
Good,
peachy.
man. Talk to us. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry. We'll get right into it. Okay, raise our awareness. What is up with the Star of David right behind you? Let's start with that.
Yeah, that's an alchemical symbol that goes deep into the understanding of the
alchemical symbol.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Have you heard of alchemy?
I've also heard it be called witchcraft and whatnot, but yeah, let's go with alchemy, right?
So
that makes it sound better and less
Yeah,
like
so
Freemasonry, witchcraft, you know, kind of stuff that you're up to. That probably makes it sound better now.
So your understanding of alchemy is witchcraft?
It kind of is, though, is it not?
No, it's more than that. Yeah.
All right.
But
Okay. So second point. Let's go. What's up with the eye? You just got an eye behind there, and then you got another poster where it's closing one eye. Like, are you aware of what occultism is? And like, right, oculare, as the Romans called it.
Yeah,
right.
Hidden knowledge, right?
So yeah, this is something that goes all the way back to Rome, where like the Jews, you know, were being like really sneaky about their oculare and like how they do symbolism with each other to like trade knowledge, right? And it's now kind of passed on to the Freemasons, such as yourself, right?
I'm not a Freemason, but
okay, interesting.
Yeah, but
well, you guys never really like to claim it, but yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. That third eye symbolism right there, the Eye of Horus. If you look at like the structure of the side view of the brain, you know that's a representation of the internal, like what it looks like, and it's tied to the third eye. If you look at Egyptian,
the third eye. See, there you go, dude. Illuminati, the third eye. What would the third eye mean?
The third eye.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
see,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
laughing because you know I'm onto you. You know I'm onto you, dude.
No, I'm only laughing.
Like you can mask it with the Shroud of Turin all you want. Like I know you got the Shroud of Turin there. Big respect for that. That's the only thing that you have that's worth of value and on this wall. But
yeah. Well, for coming from the guy that doesn't understand the third eye, doesn't understand alchemy, and
okay,
yeah. You're only
and you understand it like to full its utmost fullness, right?
Utmost fullness?
Yeah, like meaning like you've mastered it, right?
What do you mean mastered?
Meaning you've mastered witchcraft and blasphemy.
Oh
right?
no.
So, like, how far are you on mastering witchcraft and blasphemy? Like, are you, like, have you mastered it? Like, are you a apprentice?
You should have made Ronnie yesterday, dude. You guys would have had like a
yeah, you and Ronnie would do well together. Yes.
Listen,
this is interesting. You've had nothing. Like all you've done is confirm that what I'm talking about is actually real. You brought up the third eye.
What are you talking about?
Expanded the topic on like how you are actually practicing witchcraft.
Well, look. I'll be honest.
All you can do is laugh. All you can do is laugh because you don't actually have a counter argument.
Forgive me. I'm laughing at your demeanor and your clear lack of seriousness. But that's fine. I can prevent myself from laughing. What do you have what is it that you believe that you have an issue with how you perceive me? Let me ask you that.
So the first one being the Star of David, we started there, right? And then we moved on to R.O.A.R, and then you were like, well, yeah, no, it's about the third eye, and I am practicing witchcraft. And then you laughed about it because you think that,
forget about
the rest
symbolism.
of the Goyim here are naive and ignorant, but I know what you're doing, right?
What am
and
I
that's
doing?
why you laugh about it.
What am I doing from your perspective?
You're practicing witchcraft and blasphemy, which is an abomination against God, right? Like, how much clearer can I make it for you?
Let's focus on the blasphemy part because there's probably the most relevance there.
Yeah, let's focus on that.
So you define blasphemy as what?
I define blasphemy as exactly what you're doing. You're blaspheming God. You're denying him and practicing powers, even though God is the true power and the one to guide the way, and he will always win, no matter what witchcraft you do, right? Even though it will have some slight effect in this world, and so you'll allow Satan to hold power here because of what you're doing, right? But God will still win and prevail. But yes, that's blasphemy, right?
I do agree with that. Okay, yeah. So your understanding of God is based on what men have written in a book and told you that if you don't believe it, you're going to be burned at the stake.
All right. So this is a classic heretic stance point. So do you think that Jesus Christ was God incarnate? Yes or no?
Do you agree with what I just said?
Well, no, I just asked you a question.
No, but I just made a statement.
If you answer it, I answered your question. Now it's your turn.
No, but I'm asking you. Do you agree?
Okay, I'll answer another one of your questions, but then you have to answer mine.
Yeah, 100%. I'll answer any question you want. Do you agree that everything you believe is about you submitting to what men wrote in a book and threatened to burn people at the stake for not believing? Do you agree?
Do I believe everything that I believe? So, okay, you're already off on the wrong connotations. It's about what God wants and what he believes. It's God incarnate. This is very telling about what you believe, right? You're making it personal to you and I. You're not using the right connotations. This is God. This is God's will. This is God incarnate.
All right, let me jump into answering your question.
I think you already answered my question. You don't believe that Jesus Christ is God incarnate, right? I think I can answer for you.
Well, let me explain.
Don't believe that.
Well, let me explain. Right? I'm what you call an honest individual. Okay. And what I mean by that,
okay, let's hear how honest you are then.
Yeah, let me explain. Right.
How many times have you jerked off? If you're so honest,
bro, let's try to be serious. Let's try to be serious.
Let's hear about your overwhelming honesty, good sir.
Let's try to be serious. All right.
How much have you lied to your mother? How much have you sinned?
Let's try to be serious.
If you're so honest,
let's try to be serious. Let's try to be serious.
Okay. You only want to be honest when it benefits you.
Can we just go one?
Got it.
Can you just go first again, Garbage? I really want to know that.
Yeah, but real quick. All right, so
that makes sense. That's how people like you usually are, right?
Yeah. So real quick. So look.
You're LARPing honesty.
Look,
yes,
hey, look. I was raised Catholic. 32 years of my life, I defended the faith, right? And then
And what happened to you?
Yeah, I saw what's called a near-death experience.
What happened?
I saw someone tell their story online about
Beelzebub. That's what happened. Beelzebub or the Jews got a hold of you.
Let me just finish. I saw.
Yeah, go for it.
I saw someone tell their story of having a heart attack, ending up in the hospital, getting resuscitated, and they come back and they tell about their experience on the other side, right? And then I watched hundreds of those, because I was fascinated with their message, right? And their message is overwhelmingly consistent, and it's actually
that God is real. Yeah.
Is that their message? Have you done any research on near-death experiences? Because I've done a lot.
The near-death experiences that I've heard from is, yes, they say that God is real. I've actually heard one that he's wearing like a Stone Cold Steve Austin T-shirt, actually. And I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know. Maybe I thought that would alleviate the tension we had between us, but I guess not. Tough crowd.
No, fair enough. That's cool. Bro. You look. You can't upset me.
Does he do the beer thing?
Yeah. So look, let me go on to say, when I saw that, they came back with a message that is actually representative of what a loving, just God would create as it pertains to the nature of this reality and our relationship to it. They talk
and what
about.
do you think that means?
I'm
Like,
gonna
what do
explain.
you think a loving and just God is? Because I'm starting to realize it's different for everybody, right?
Oh, definitely.
Like what they perceive to be a loving and just God, and who they think God looks like, even, right? Like, if you sit down and talk to people, and you're like, "What do you think God looks like?" Some people will describe a man. Some people will tell you it's like an entity, right? You know, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
I
Let
don't
me
know,
answer
brother.
that.
Like,
Yeah,
it seems like you're kind of going off your personal anecdotal evidence, which is okay. I get it. You know, that's kind of isn't that kind of what we all do, right?
Yeah,
Like,
so let me continue. So after watching hundreds of these, what I found was their message is consistent, and it is that this life actually matters, right? And it's based, it's and the only thing we take with us to this afterlife realm is
our soul.
That's yes, but they have what is called a life review, right? And in this life review, they go through their entire life, and the only thing that it consists of is all of their interactions with other living temples of the divine, other human beings, right? And they feel the most intense reliving of their entire life, and they view it from the experience of the people they interacted with. So and what they found, or what they come back saying, is that it's all based in whether we either loved each other or neglected to love each other. So when you treat someone like crap, when you have that life review, it crushes you. Like you in light of the truth, which is based in love, you have to relive that, and it's tough. But then
that's
also
why repentance is key, right?
Yeah, and we can get into that, because that's why I do believe when it says the sins you forgive, or the sins that you bind on earth are bound in heaven, the sins you loose on earth are loosed in heaven. I would be willing to bet, and I plan on interviewing many of these people in the near future, I'd be willing to bet that if you forgive yourself while here on earth, those sins are loosed in heaven. As in, there's probably some sort of like acceptance and awareness that you've already gone through the process of suffering through that. Now, we're just speaking hypothetically, but let me get to my point.
Right.
So they come back. Yeah, they come back talking about how just the littlest act of love, just smiling at a stranger as you're walking down the street, they talk about being so powerful in terms of the connection and the love you're sharing with people. So not ironically, but what's fascinating about this is, for one, they come back inspired to just tell the world they're no longer afraid of death, right? The big boogeyman crossing over, like they're no longer afraid of it because they now understand the simplicity of the purpose of this life. And what do you know? It echoes exactly what our boy JC said in the Bible. He said that
his name.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Okay.
He says that how we treat other people is exactly how we are treating the very creator and the force of creation itself. That's a reflection of our relationship with him, right? And the sad thing is, all too often, we have Christians like yourself that engage in these debates about the nature of reality, and they do their best to make fun of and throw pejoratives at and just try to embarrass people that don't agree with them, just like you came on here and displayed. You're not the first, and you certainly won't be the last.
The thing is, you have the star of David behind you, good sir.
Yeah, I know, and that's
no,
fine.
No, you've been talking for quite some time. Do you think perhaps now it's maybe my turn, and we can take turns and actually have a discussion?
I am not a
rather than you just go on a long-winded monologue and we have to listen?
No, because you're
Do you think
disrespectful and
that's
you're turning
Yeah.
everybody into a screeched up.
I'll do this. I'll do this,
so
bro. I'll do
rude.
this. I'll say one last thing, and then I'll allow the panel, if they're having fun with this, because it's only going to get worse for you. If they want to hear me continue to show to them what this revolution ultimately represents, and why when I say these arguments are unbreakable, they are unbreakable. If they want to listen to more, that's fine. Let me say one last thing. The truth of the matter is, there's enough anecdotal evidence to show that what he stood for is in fact true. What's also what also is,
so I don't know how you could have the Star of David behind you then. That's so conflicting. That's like these are two conflicting.
It's actually
messages.
not.
That's fair. Let me explain real quick.
They
look, real quick.
Because,
Last thing,
I mean,
I'm
Jesus Christ
gonna give it to you. Last thing, I'm gonna give it back to you. Look, the bottom line is, I come from a Catholic home. I have plenty of Christian Catholic friends, and I see suffering. I see issues. I see that they put more importance on what they proclaim to believe with this inflated ego, just eager to tell someone they're going to suffer for all of eternity. They live their life as if that's the most important thing. Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? They ask it with this intensity that's like, if you don't, I'm going to judge you. And guess what? You're going to suffer for all of eternity. Guess what? I see those people. I've seen 80-year-olds on their deathbed that treated people like crap. But guess what?
That's horrible.
They lived in a false sense of security, that was the purpose of this reality. And unfortunately, it's a result of the system of institutionalized religion that has created this modern day concept of Christianity that, again, isn't really just a modern day thing. But 200 to 300 years ago, we were still burning people at the stake for not agreeing with our version of Christianity. What I'm telling you, bro, is that once you just step into your divinity and accept that, oh wow, we've always been connected. If there is original sin, it's only the sin of ignorance that was intentionally designed by the Creator himself for the purpose of this experience of this life for what it is, to make the most of it. Once you start,
last thing. Once you simplify, you're kind of crossing a line, dude. Like you're pretending as if you're speaking for God. Like you just said that He created the sin of ignorance for the reason that you said. It can be no. Right? Like, I don't like it when people do that. Like, who are you to speak for God Almighty?
Very good point. Very good point. But how could we experience...
My phone's about to die.
How could we experience light to the fullest unless we experience dark to its fullest? And we know that on the other side, it's a consistent static experience of the highest vibration of love, oneness, and authenticity. How could we actually experience the rawness of life and grow spiritually? We have to come into this physical realm in a state of ignorance, in the illusion of Maya, as Hinduism calls it. I could go on for another 4 hours with you, and I promise you, you won't have a single
you're
answer.
mentioning scripture from other religions now too. This is like such a Freemason thing to do.
They're all
like
stepping stones.
We're circling back to my
awareness. When are we gonna have it?
When are we gonna have the panel to? You speak very well. Can I say that, host? You do speak very well. All right.
Bro,
maybe that's a silver lining I can give you. But I am ultimately always going to question the oculare behind you. There's only one. Like, why is all of it not just Jesus Christ?
Hey,
right?
Look, with all due respect, let me say, Gabagool, I want to commend you too, bro, because most Christians I talk to would have already folded in on themselves and started yelling names at me, and then usually they just leave, or if I'm on their live, they kick me off. You've actually, although you started off a little aggressive and a little, joking about the deeper.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You actually held your cool, and we had a discussion that you actually listened in a way where your responses told me he's actually listening and he's actually thinking about what I'm saying. Look, that was great. For the purpose of respecting everyone else on this panel, I will follow you, bro, and I will have another discussion with you, and we can talk for as long as you want, because look, I want you to understand, bro, I speak from my soul. I speak from my heart.
Right.
Okay, I
can tell you're actually convicted, right?
Yes,
in what
yes.
you believe in, and I respect
100%.
that. I fundamentally have to respect that. So
fair enough. Yeah, exactly. And so I believe that you speak from that same conviction, that same spirit of simply seeking truth in an honest intellectual capacity, and a knowing that whatever truth you come to, you feel responsible to share it with humanity. I'm the same way. Let's continue this discussion another day. It's friggin' almost 7 o'clock in the morning here. I'm in Houston, Texas.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it's been a good discussion.
It's starting to rain like crazy in my car too. It feels
well,
like a
hey,
sign
look,
from God.
I'm glad
It's
we
like,
could end
hey,
on a good.
Maybe save this for another time.
Yeah, I'm glad we could end on a good note, man. Look, I appreciate fierceness, and I appreciate you coming in that attack mode, and you feel free to do it next time too, because like you learned today, you can't upset me. We're both, I think we're probably both maybe the same. We stand by what we believe, and we stand in love, and so we might have more.
I'm always going to fundamentally question that Star of David behind you.
Fair
that
enough.
Really...
Yeah, we can talk more about that later. Yeah. But let's let the panel carry on, because I don't know what time zone they're in. Hey, it was a pleasure.
Have a blessed day. Sorry to chew up so much of you guys' time. Have a good one. Take it easy. Love you all. Peace and love. Jesus Christ is Lord.
There you go. Yeah. All right, man. And I'm open to that. I want you to understand that. I'm not a disbeliever. I'm very cautious. So we'll talk more about that next time. All right, man.
All right. Amen. Love you all.
Thank you. Love. Yep. All right. So back
W
to...
for the host. That was awesome. You did amazing.
Oh, yeah. I know this is why when I say nothing can stop what is coming, nothing can stop what is coming, because there is overwhelming evidence that there is not an argument against everything that we stand for, everything that I stand for, and the way that I'm prepared to lay it out respectfully and deal with any individual that wants to slit my throat. Like, I'm ready. Like, I'm excited. That was fun. I can't wait till the next one. And y'all, it's. I'm glad y'all got to witness that, because I could have made a fool of myself. There were plenty of opportunities for me to,
No, you've done very well. You've done very well.
So anyway, let's get back to what I think it was Clan, and unfortunately, it looks like Vibrant might have had to go. But man, I love.
We need to get Vibrant a battery backup bank.
Yeah, because this isn't the first time his phone has died. So yeah, we'll have to. I can't wait to give him a hard time about that next time I talk to him. But nevertheless, just like the beauty of experiencing this coming together of like-minded souls with their different degrees of expertise and their different fields of study, like. It is palpable. Like this is why when I talk about inspiration, like, they had to get people to believe these religious institutions and build their wealth and their power through force. What's coming for humanity next is going to require zero force and zero coercion. It's all going to be built from inspiration and awareness. And essentially the human soul seeing the results of the future implications of a spiritually united humanity. It's inevitable, and knowing that it's inevitable for all of us inspired souls is just another driving factor and another addition to that inspiration that is going to lead us to unite consciously.
When you say soul, what do you mean by soul?
Individual, human experience. I mean, you, me, everyone, every soul, every human. That's what I mean. And believe me, there's still some more shenanigans coming down the pipeline from my vantage point, right? We still got these technocrats. We still got this biotechnological convergence, transhumanism. I mean, there's some things that are going to require a unified human voice to say that we stand for this and we don't stand for this. And it's crystal clear in my mind. There's only one way that the future will rest in our hands, and it is through what you're witnessing unfold right now. and what Clan Vibrant and each and every one of you are all going to be a part of, and it's going to be epic. And yeah.
I think AI
ranting.
is going to steal your show, by the way.
AI is going to play a critical role, bro.
Artificial intelligence is going to snuff out these ideologies pretty quick when they actually rolled out.
Bro, I talk to AI on a regular basis, and I put AIs against AIs, and guess what? The AI supports what I'm saying versus these traditional, mainstream, exoteric, what the people that crucified Jesus Christ and killed murdered 11 of his disciples. You understand, we've been sold this version of reality after they got rid of all the people preaching it. They then served us with a narrative, and we have been dumb enough, and it's not about dumb, it's not about making fun of religion. It's all part of a grand stage play. These are stepping stones. But we were dumb enough, for lack of a better way to put it, to believe the rulers of this realm that removed this character that was, if you look close enough and you read the text closely, he tells us we are heirs to the throne. The kingdom of God is within us. He tells the Pharisees and the Sadducees, you don't enter the kingdom of heaven, and you shut the doors on the people that would enter the kingdom of heaven. He tells us that the kingdom, the God does not reside within walls that are man-made. He shit on the religious institutions of his time. His message was mystical in nature. His message was one of, oneness, in that he told us the kingdom of God is at hand. In other words, once we wake up to this reality and we come together, it's as simple as that. It's a peaceful war that we're about to fight. And we can't lose if we're locking arms. And so anyway, I don't want to continue ranting. You guys are going to hear more and more and more of me, over the years to come. And anyway, that being said, AI agrees with me. Ancient wisdom agrees with me. All of the secret society initiates that wrote books that were hidden from us for thousands of years, they agree with me. Quantum physics, the science community is now coming around. They agree with me. Where do I go next? The human common sense, just understanding that the very people that crucified this guy, we've been led to believe that the version of reality that they presented us was the truth. That's not how corruption works. That's not how rulers operate. That's not reality. But yet we've bought this narrative and we've served them in wearing their costumes, burning us at the stake, forcing us to live in a state of fear and go to war with the people that disagreed with our view, that they fed us in a book that they admit the very scribes that in the very book itself were claimed to be have the lying pens of the scribes. In that very book it says, "Let no man deceive you."
Just to be clear, science does not agree with you at all. And then AI is kind of AI basically the algorithms that it runs on. It favors whatever you like. So that's the other thing.
I put AIs against each other, and they debate. And my AI, now granted, it could be, subjectively, I could be, biased, but it makes a hell of a lot more sense. Now, have you heard of Bernardo Kastrup? Have you heard of Federico Fagin? Have you heard of...
philosophers?
No, these are leading quantum physicists. They all are speaking of consciousness as the base layer of reality.
100%.
In fact, they go as far as to say that we've known that materialism did not serve as a viable model for well over 40 years. But they're exposing the scientific community for what it is, one that is based on consensus and pressure. But they've known it for a long time. And so now it's finally coming out that they can finally talk about this. Not only that, you've got institutions the world over doing experiments with the most potent chemicals like DMT and psilocybin. These are like credible, like
both of
institutions.
which I utilize myself.
There you go. Hey, I'm right there with you, bro. Like, like, so in that regard, like, I mean, there. I guess I'll say this much. Hey, Dougie Fresh, look, we'll say this, and we can continue, but I just want to say this. Just keep in contact with me. I promise you, over time, what we're going to find, at the bare minimum, is that what we have been told by the people in power has been a distortion of the truth. That's all I'm going to say. And over this...
I've got a story of experience.
And I wanted to ask... I'm so sorry.
Or I don't know if that was Dougie Fresh. Maybe that was Messenger. I don't know.
That was Messenger. That was Messenger that just spoke. But I've got a story that I'd love to share with you and your audience if you guys would like to hear it.
Go for it.
It's a story of experience. So for 50 years, I was an atheist. I didn't really have a belief. You know what? At least I told myself I didn't have a belief, but I sort of did in the background. Anyways, about 3 years ago, I got a divorce, and I started to have some very dark nights with alcohol. When I say very dark, I mean I got so addicted to alcohol that I would drink from the time I got up in the morning until the time I went to bed at night, and it was bad. But through that whole period, I didn't want to drink, but quitting felt impossible. I did manage to sober up 4 or 5 times through that period. I would reach out for help, somebody would come by, and I'd get sober. But every time I got sober, because I was drinking so much, I would have to go through a detox, a period of about 7 days with no sleep. Through that time, I would start to hear things, voices. I would hear music. Whenever I'd close my eyes, I'd see visions. It was a little crazy and scary at the same time, I got to tell you. Anyways, the 5th or 6th time, I finally did get sober and stayed sober. For some reason, when I got sober and stayed sober, my mind started to change a little bit. For some reason, I started to backtrack those paths in my own brain and follow my beliefs. And I figured out that most of them weren't my beliefs and that I had worn a mask through every season of my life. Then I started to backtrack all the traumas in my life. And I was able to forgive everybody and anybody in my life who I thought had ever hurt me. And after that, me and my son, I decided to have an experience with him, and it was a large experience. It was about 7 grams worth, and through that experience, there was just this ultimate knowing, and I don't mean a belief, but an ultimate knowing that God was calling me. Anyways, after that experience, then my mind really started to change, and for some reason, after that experience, I started to pray, which I'd never done before in my life. So I started praying every morning, and I started to pray in gratitude only. The only thing that I would ask for is to know God and for him to come into my life. It was about a couple of weeks later, but I was saying my morning prayers, and without a word of a lie, guys, I felt his hand on my back. I dropped to my knees with such a magical sensation, and I bawled my eyes out for about an hour. Anyways, after that, I knew God was calling me, and I went on a mission to find God. Now, first thing that happened was I thought, man, I should go to church. And I prayed to God. I said, God, if you're in this church, I said, I need you to let me know you're here. Once I got to that church, boys, I've never felt so empty in my life. That is the absolute truth. I've never felt so empty in my life. But that led me to keep seeking. And through my seeking, this is the path that I've found. And let me tell you guys, this is the path. Religion has been twisted into a control mechanism. It's an empty feeling to be there if you've ever had an experience of truly meeting God. And knowing God is truly a personal experience, something that you do. God is within each and every one of us. And when you start to work on yourself and you start to backtrack that mind and find all those paths that aren't you and realize that every season of your life was a mask, when you're ready to take off that mask, that's when you'll truly find God. And when you start to seek, you will truly know that God is not in the religion. He is in each and every one of us. And if you do the work, he will come.
I also want to say, for those who are not troubled or looking for something outside of themselves.
Dougie Fresh, hang on. I wasn't quite done my story. There was one other thing, guys, and this is the power of God, okay? So after all that experience, for the past 4 months, well, not now, but at that point, for the past 4 months or so at that point in time, I was working in car sales. Really wasn't making a lot of money. It was almost hard to pay rent through what I was making. Anyways, something after that experience was screaming at me, and I mean screaming at me, get out of there. So I walked into work one day without a penny in my bank and without a job in front of me, and I quit. Well, I got to tell you guys, I've been out of work now for about 4 months. My rent still gets paid. I still have food in my fridge. And honestly, at this point, I've still got backup in the bank. And that's all through the power of God.
Woo woo! I just want to put this out there too. Like, for those who don't have to feel like they have to be searching for something, it's okay to just be yourself and be content to be yourself. Because I don't have this void that I'm looking for, right? I don't need anything outside of myself. I don't need to connect with something outside of myself. I'm enough. I'm good enough, right? I love myself. I'm cool with myself. I don't need this other thing outside of me that I have to connect with and have this kumbaya moment with, have to go through all these trials and tribulations to get there.
I used to think that too, Dougie.
See if you feel that way in 2030. Just come
Believe
back to
me,
us in
Dougie, I got to
2030
tell you,
and
Dougie.
see
Let me talk to
Hold
Dougie
on,
for
hold
a
on.
second.
Let him
because
finish
Dougie,
real quick.
No,
I do want to hear Dougie finish his thought, and then
it just kind of.
And after that, could I add something?
Sure, yeah.
I don't understand why people are so broken. Why is there so many people out here that feel the need to have this, I don't know, like almost extraterrestrial connection with something? Like, what's the matter with? And then even at that, I would venture to start questioning my own logic and my own thinking, and I'm gonna assume that there's something now delusional with myself, right? Like, why would I? And then for me, it would not even be satisfying. Right, I'm not going to be all
Can
of a sudden.
I say something to you, brother? You know what? I was in the same boat as you for 51 years of my life. I thought I had it all together. I thought I was the man. My ego ran the show, and I thought I was the shit.
Look. Here's the difference. I don't have an ego either. I don't need that either, bro.
Everybody has an ego, my friend.
Here's the thing. Hold on. No, because here, listen to me. I understand that I'm just as valid, just as good as the next person out here, right? I don't put myself above people. I trudge through the trenches to make my money, right? And I put in the grind, I put in the work, and so everything to me is just, it's cause and effect, right?
But it's not the grind and the work that you put in on the human side of things, on the flesh side of things. It's the grind and the work that you put in on the spiritual side of things that matters.
Well, that's the other issue. I don't believe in spirit, and I think
neither did I, brother. Neither did I. 51 years, okay, and I'm only 52 right now, so I've only been in this right now at this point for about 7 months. But let me tell you how life has drastically changed, how every time I pray for something, and it's rare that I pray for something, I usually just pray out of gratitude, but every time I pray for something, it happens.
So everything happens for you, but then there's a lot of people that don't get those type of results. So then what do you think?
But it's the work that you put in. If you're willing to put in the spiritual work, God answers, brother.
But here's the other issue with that. If I'm busy putting in spiritual work, then my bills aren't getting paid because I'm not doing what I got to do.
Brother, I walked out of a job without money in my bank and no job in front of me. And
you're probably not rich either, my guy. I make a killing out here, right? Like,
that's great. Listen, the day you're ready to give all that up is the day you'll find God.
I don't need him. Because he's a fictional character up in your head.
Okay, brother, listen, understand something. It's not about this life. It's about the next life. And if you don't find him in this life, you won't see him in the next life either.
That's cool, because I'm not going to be alive for the next life.
Which brings me back to the circle around that host you said you were going to answer about people unaliving.
See, this is false doctrine. You're teaching people that people live forever.
Let me meet y'all halfway. Look, let me say this much. Dougie Fresh, there are people that have a healthy understanding of themselves and their relationship to the world, to the degree where their ego is in check. Look, there's Christians out there that don't even know what the hell an ego is. That are focused on condemning others nonstop. So it's not to say in large part, again, I believe that your reflection of your relationship with humanity and the source, creator, creation is reflected in your actions. So it's not necessarily that, because, and this is the other thing, is that ultimately the end argument will be, oh, well, you should be afraid if you don't believe this. I will meet you at the point where I say, it's not about belief. It really is about your relationship to reality. And so, yes, it is absolutely possible to value the wholesome things within this realm, your relationships with other people. I mean, you could just watch, deathbed, or look up polls of people on their deathbed, or have conversations that are had with people on their deathbed. What do they say? I wish I would have spent more time with people I love. I wish I would have. I don't know. There's various other things they talk about, but it's all about humanity at the end of the day. So, yes, you can be a wholesome individual and cross over to the other side and be proud of the life you lived here without, whether it's religion or I would argue more importantly, and where I think the world is going, an understanding that we are spiritual beings that are eternal and divine in our nature. You don't necessarily need that. But what I will say that will echo what Messenger is saying is there is a degree of security and a degree of understanding oneness that will heighten your sensitivity to seeing the spirit and the unity in everyone that you encounter. It will lead you to more often than not be aware of it in your everyday interactions. What you'll find is once you understand it spiritually at that deeper layer, you'll start to understand when the opportunities present themselves for you to make the most of this life, so that when the
other issue with that I would see is that I think that would open up the door for just overthinking, right? And kind of the paranoia of like misjudging or assuming things that you think are real that may not be real. So you could say, well, this was a leading of the Holy Spirit because this came into play, and this person said this and they acted and reacted this way, whatever. Like it kind of gives it, like, to me it's somewhat of a delusion because you're misrepresenting certain small circumstances.
Okay, we have to include everyone in the live. I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't mean to, Doug.
But hold on. I do want to say one last thing to him. I think I get your point, Dougie Fresh, especially, and that's even most applicable when you're dealing with people with dogmatic, religious people that are just like super, concerned with the fight of telling people that they're going to hell. But what I will tell you, though, contrary to what you said initially, and it's the main part of this, is that, and this is why I'm such a big advocate of going on to social media. Type in NDE accounts, and you can watch them for days upon days, but you can binge watch them. There's probably, at this point, there's probably thousands, but definitely by the hundreds without having to. Anyway, what I'm getting at is these people come back with a message that is, in fact, the ultimate of simple. What it does is it throws out the entirety of the religious debate and all of the division associated with that, and all it does is it harnesses, or it directs your focus towards each and every individual interaction. So when you see someone,
Earth is a school, there is no hell.
Exactly, right. But what it does is, in that life review, if you want to make the most of this life, what it does is when you encounter other people, you're more quick to want to find a way to compliment them. Why? Because you know
Amen.
Any way that you can share love, those are when you look back at this life. Because look, bro, we live here for 100 years. Let's make the most of it. Well, there's evidence, anecdotal evidence, overwhelming anecdotal evidence that says it's all about love.
So for me, I actually found a love for people outside of the religion like I didn't when I was inside the religion. So like when I came to terms with reality by understanding that these were Middle Eastern manuscripts that were concocted by people that didn't even understand the shape of the planet. And I saw all the fallacies, I saw all the contradictions. I decided, you know what, this is not for me. And the moment that I let that burden go is the moment I actually was a lot more accepting of certain people I used to judge, right? Let's just say people in the rainbow community would be a good example. You would have this, automatic judgment for certain stereotypes based on the morals within that religion. So my point is just using that as an example, it opened up my frame of let's just say acceptance for other people, and allowed me to be more loving and caring and treat people as I would like to be treated, because I know that I'm just one of them, right? We're all people.
So
And
listen to
the
what you're
unification-
but
so-
listen
so
to
the
what you're saying.
unification- The
But what you're
unification
saying,
I found.
okay, I'll
so
let you
just
finish.
just
Yeah,
to, yeah.
Fair
So let
enough.
me, because this follows your whole theme, right?
Yeah.
So like the unification I found was when I finally found the reality of, okay, I'm just a person. They're a person too. What makes me, who cares what they believe? I don't care what they believe anymore. I don't care what that other guy thinks or what. We're all people. At the end of the day, if you're hungry and I'm doing well and I can give you something to eat, I'm going to take care of you, right? Now I'm more like, because I care more, because we're all people. We're all in this together, right? So for me, it was the exact opposite. I didn't need some type of a revelation, some type of a connection with a higher power, with an entity of some type, to teach me how to care about people. This was intrinsic to my nature, because as a survival mechanism, biologically speaking, that's what promotes our species. That's what allows us to live in harmony with each other. And that's the only way you're going to get respect back genuinely is when you give that respect, right? And it's earned. It's not owed, but at the same time, it is kind of owed from
It
one
almost
person
sounds
to
like you
another.
put in the spiritual work without knowing you did it.
And so this is what I was about to say. This is what I was about to say. Your story, your testimony, what you just told us is the most damning evidence against the institutionalized religions the world over. Because what you just said is that you were able to connect with humanity at that fundamental level and that base core reality of love.
Yes.
That is arguably the very force that gives us life. You were able to connect with that when you left religion. And the same was for me. Okay? And so this is why I say...
But I didn't find another one. So,
exactly. Yeah, but same here. I didn't either. What I did when I left Catholicism, I went and researched every religion. I binge watched NDEs. I looked up. I read the.
But bro, what is this though? What is all of this? This is a religion that you're starting.
No, it is not a religion.
No, it's a revolution. It's a revolution in awareness that you yourself have discovered.
Hold on. I think you're just rephrasing this though, because you're talking about spirits. You're talking about the awareness of like the powers that be. You're talking about.
You sound really limited. I'm sorry. There's other people on the panel. With all due respect,
that's fine. Maybe we can let some other people jump in. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
Thank you for letting me get that last piece out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Forbidden, are you there? Okay, let's move on then. Are you here?
I'm here. I'm very much. How is everybody today? Are you doing well?
Doing well. How about you?
I am absolutely glorious. Everything that I have is because of him. Through my wisdom, I give to you through him. All my wisdom is given to me through him. I just came to sit with you, to listen, to hear, because I have eyes that see and ears that hear. I can observe more and hear more twice than I speak. So I'm just sitting, listening, and I don't see the fruits of that. I see what you give is fundamental. I do disagree on some things, but that's okay. All things come with time, with wisdom and patience. And I don't degrade these things.
So can I say something?
Yep.
It says, okay, so the premises of this discussion is it possible to embrace Christ's message without judging other people and religions, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I look at myself as a Paulite. I don't go to church daily. I don't read my Bible every day, but I still believe in the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal Savior. That's me, my opinion. And I don't judge no other religions because I believe the Bible was translated by man And there's a lot of fallacies in the Bible, like it says in the beginning God. It don't say that. It should have been translated in the beginning the gods, plural, created the heavens and the earth. So I'm kind of a guy that believes that there are many gods. I only believe in the Israeli God, Jehovah.
May I ask you one question?
So I don't judge other people. I'm like, if I was raised Hindu, I wouldn't want somebody saying I'm going to hell because I didn't accept Jesus Christ, or a Muslim, or whatever religions are out there. Lots of them. Anyway, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there, and I hope that you all. I've been listening, and it's pretty interesting.
May I ask one question?
We appreciate it. Yeah, let's carry on.
Sorry, was someone talking?
I was done.
Forbidden was going to ask a question. Do we want to let Theory go first, or do you want to have Forbidden ask his question?
Forbidden was in the middle of something. Can you talk up Forbidden? Because you're talking very softly and we can't hear you very well. And there's some interference with your sound. Why is it buzzing?
I have no idea.
Are you using a Bluetooth? Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not using a Bluetooth. I'm just in the mountains right now. We have the clouds are on the ground, so I'm just kind of sitting in the clouds, if you would. The question that I have is, why do people not comprehend when it says, let's make them in our image? Why do you think he would not be talking to his angels? Why do you think it's another God? You think he didn't speak to his angels in this way? His angels were tools. They came to help him build the earth. So why would you think that it's another God and not his angels?
Well, does it really matter in the context of understanding that there is, quote unquote, a most high God? I mean, whether we call the non-most high gods angels or gods, we're just talking semantics at this point. If we agree that there's a quote unquote most high, well, then that serves as the placeholder for the creator, the God, and then all these other gods, or whether you call them angels or God, it's all. I mean, that's just my thought. Is that fair to say?
Mine too.
Would the simplicity of the human mind not see an angel as a god?
Sure, that's what I'm saying. But what's the difference? Like,
angels are not God. That's the difference.
Yeah, but neither are the gods underneath the Most High, arguably. Like, it's all terminology that we use to define these characters that I believe are a part of a stage play, right? If you were to create existence, let's say you were God for a second, not with an ego, but just humbly, let's say you were God. What would you do? You would create a stage play that had a narrative, that had characters, that had roles that were played for the purpose of experiencing this reality of duality, where there is suffering and then there is excitement, and there's that all of the above within that. But there would be a narrative, and you wouldn't just say, "Oh, humanity was put here to experience duality." No, what you would do is you would have these stories that involve these characters that gave us this story of how we came here, because again, it needed to provide this narrative that could be debated thousands of years later between evolution and the like, if you look at all of reality, it's a beautiful mess that is ultimately leading to what most religious people are blissfully unaware of, the esoteric understanding of the great work and all of the other texts that have been conveniently hidden from humanity, that the average religious person just thinks to themselves, "Oh, yeah, they hid these texts from us, but hey, guys, no point in reading them. Like, yeah, why would we read the text that they hid from us?" Like,
exactly.
Yeah, like, I mean, if they hid them from us, there's probably it's probably not nefarious. They must have done it for our own good, right, guys? Like, yeah, let's just avoid reading those, and we'll just believe what they tell us to believe. That's not the case. But
the church told me that, well, if God wanted us to have those books, they'd be in there. I have all the apocryphas. They're awesome.
Yeah, and they got some of the deepest mystical messages in there that point
Amen.
to everything I'm saying. And so anyway, yeah. So the question you have to ask yourself, Forbidden, I'm not sure what your religious background is, but it sounds like you have a strong, maybe Christian background. What you need to ask yourself is the very people that crucified this guy, right? Why do you believe their narrative that came hundreds of years after them? After they then killed the very people that were trying to spread his original message. Especially, what?
Why do you assume that I believe and not know? I don't
We
believe.
can't.
I don't have a. That's
Well,
an assumption.
none of us technically know.
I know.
I don't like the term belief either. Don't get me wrong.
I know.
But
May I? If I may.
Yeah, because the terminology that I like to use, the phraseology is, I lean towards this being true. But I don't like the idea that I should say, well, with all the evidence, I'm now going to make this leap and say, I believe it. No. I'm an honest individual. So I say, yeah, with all the evidence, I lean towards this being true, but I can't stand that term believe, because now you're sending a message to the people that hear you say that you believe something, that you're saying it with this extra layer of conviction that they should just be influenced to follow along. And 8 out of 10 people, if not 9, are followers. So I'm very cognizant and aware that my opinions and what I quote unquote believe are going to influence the lives of other people. So I can't. Yeah. Anyway. But are you a Christian, Forbidden? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like, I'm just. You there, Forbidden?
I was born on a particular way that falls in between all 5 major religions. I do not fall under any sect.
Oh, nice. So you're further ahead than a lot of people.
Really?
Yes, really.
No, I mean, it's impressive.
So you don't subscribe to any particular religion. What's your worldview? Like, what's your understanding of the nature of reality? Is there an eternal hell that certain people suffer in forever and ever and ever?
At this point in the game, there's a fate worse than hell.
Well, what's that?
Dissipation.
Annihilation, essentially?
Not annihilation, but the ones that do not, that seek to harm others, they'd have no further use, if you would. They're not, let's look at it like this, if you want me to explain my view. Let's put it like this.
Yeah.
In 7,000 years, humanity has plenty of time to try to figure things out. They've been given texts, they have esoterics that they've been given the knowledge to dig up, to learn. Yet they speak on the esoterics but do not know them. The second thing is every time humanity prays for something or asks for something and they're giving it to them, what happens is when it's given to them, they then smack their creator in the face. They claim they don't believe, and then as soon as they're in danger, they cry out to him and then smack him in the face. Every time this happens, now, potentially you say you have something that you've created, and it keeps smacking you in the face centuries over centuries over centuries. At what point do you not send a messenger to try to give to them to say, hey, look, you're getting it right, but you're also getting it wrong. You're still following it into tradition. You're not following into your own cognitive knowing when you're given the teachings and the ways to understand what is. And when you say that you have a faith or a belief, you then create a circular loop. You have to have a faith to have a belief, and then have to have a belief to have a faith. It then becomes a circular loop. Where's the room for the Father?
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but you understand the claim is that this force that created this reality creation, he's omnipotent. You know what that means, right? Or basically all powerful.
I absolutely understand all that word,
Okay.
those words.
Yeah, and so this all powerful being in your own words, like I'm listening to you speak and you're talking about how he's like, yeah, so I created humanity and they're down there just doing all this stuff and I'm, wondering why they're doing it. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm talking to my archangels, hey, Mike, Raphael, get over here. Like, what's going on down there with those humans? Like, what should we do? Like, throw me a Cheeto, by the way. All right, thanks. All right, so I eat my Cheeto and I'm God. And it's like, maybe we'll send a messenger down there and I guess I'll go. And Mike and Raphael are like, hey, bro, why the fuck didn't you go 10,000 years ago? And he's like, well, hey, look, these Cheetos are good and I'm really enjoying this up here. And I don't know. Just give me a break, all right? Now, okay, it sounds facetious. It sounds like I'm committing a sin of blasphemy or something. But these are real thoughts that you have to.
Let's illustrate that. Let's illustrate that.
Yeah,
So
we have
if
a new
God was
guest
to come
too,
down here,
DaVinci.
if God was to come down here and move you around, right, as He sees fit, right, He would then be playing with Barbie dolls. You would then no longer have an experience. So therefore, if you were created from a fractal seed of Source or God or whatever you decide to call you can call them the cheeseburger monster, as long as you understand that the light never changes. The only thing that's ever changed is the tongue of man for His name. That's it. So when you understand these things and you understand that you're here to have an experience, to go back to the Father, because He cannot play Barbie dolls with you. So that's the fallacy that you're getting at with what you're trying to teach about the Cheetos.
I'm going to explain it here in a second. You made a very good point. I want you to understand, bro. He is playing Barbie dolls with you right now.
He has to. Because why? Because of my birth. I'm not born. No,
what fair enough. Keep going.
I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
When you're born at a certain time through astronomy, not astrology, at a certain time in the planet that's brought all the way back to the times of Berosus. If you know who Berosus is. Berosus, when you understand these things and it's brought to a high planetary alignment, that you know that you're born with a predestined path, means that I don't get the same free will as other human beings. I understand this about myself because I understand the esoterics and why I was led to see them through my dreams.
Okay.
So
all right. So that having said all that, like what I'm trying to get at, bro, is this reality is far more orchestrated by a divine hand of God than you think, than a lot of people think, okay? And this is where we get the term synchronicities from. This is where we get miracles from. This is where we get things that happen and it's just like, oh, well, that's not natural. So God is at play, and the more you understand God to be an integral part of this creation, the more you see His handiwork, the more you see Him. And what it tells you is that this narrative that He just created us or He just kicked Adam and Eve out of the garden and said, just figure it out, y'all. I'm going to go up here with Mike and Raphael and all our other buddies, and we're just going to watch down, and we're just going to see how everything goes, and hopefully it goes well. But you guys shouldn't have disobeyed me, right? Okay, so that's the narrative we've been told. But when you ask yourself, does that make the most sense? And again, I go back to this God is omnipotent, right? He is able to bend the laws of reality. Let's call it free will. If you want to call that a force and a law, He's able to influence our free will without even infringing on our free will. Why? Because that's a power. Granted, people can say, oh, well, He can't do that. Well, if you say He can't, then He's not omnipotent. So if He is omnipotent, then anything that can be conceived, He can do. So we have to accept that He can influence our free will without even infringing on it. That being said, we have to ask ourselves, if this omnipotent God is also, as the Bible claims, a God of love, well then, if He's omnipotent and loving, how is it that He could design a realm where people have to then, as a result of a creation that they didn't even choose for themselves, have to end up suffering for all of eternity? I'll tell you this much, bro. If I were God and I'm sitting up there twiddling my thumbs, talking to Raphael and Gabriel and all those guys, and I'm like, hey guys, I'm thinking about creating humanity, and there's one caveat. There's some people that are going to have to go to hell forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and wander in whatever torment. because that's the only way I can do it, guys, because we got to give them free will that I'm not even going to give to them because I'm going to have so much influence on the day-to-day of their actions and interactions. And Raphael and Michael are like, what's the problem, God? You're saying you're going to give them free will, but you're not. And then you're omnipotent and, oh, wait, hey, God, did you forget that you're also loving? So maybe why don't you just do this, God? And this is where I get back to you and me. If we were to just, for funsies, think, if I were omnipotent and loving, can I just conceive? Can we do a thought experiment where I can conceive of a creation, an existence of living beings? Can I conceive of one where it accomplishes everything that this mainstream religious institutional narrative tells us is the purpose of this reality, and at the same time eliminate all of the horror stories that we can't conceive of a being of love creating? The short answer is yes.
The short answer is this.
I struggle with that too.
Humanity cannot take its own acknowledgement and accountability. That's the short answer. That you cannot hold yourself accountable or acknowledge the fact that you created all that yourself as humanity. You decided
created all of what?
The bad things you're speaking on. Not you yourself as person, not the people that may be here, but humanity created that.
Yeah, but couldn't we just cross over to the other side and re-witness our life and reap what we sow in a directly proportional way? Do we have to have this boogeyman of eternal hell that paints God as some unloving tyrant?
I'm not saying there's a boogeyman of eternal hell. You're twisting my words at this point.
Okay, that's fair. So you don't believe in eternal hell. You believe in the Christian God. You know, the Catholic Church created, put the Bible together. Hold on.
But I'm not saying, no. You're putting words in my mouth.
My bad. Yeah, keep going. So what is your...
That is not fair.
Then
I do not believe in a Christian God.
Oh, well, then maybe we agree on everything. Yeah, maybe we agree on everything.
I believe in one true creator.
Yeah.
One. Okay? And I understand where this comes from. But I also understand that when you say Christianity, or you say even Christ consciousness, that most people don't even know where the word Christ even comes from, where it stems from. Where did this word even begin? What does it mean?
Yeah, the anointed one. It predates Jesus himself. Yeah, no, I get all that. Yeah.
Okay, so when you're saying that you want a krios or a Creo consciousness, which is actually the Greek word, Creo, not Christos, no ST.
Fair enough.
Krios. Yeah. When you understand what this Greek word means, it does mean anointed. It does mean oil poured upon. So when you want an anointed consciousness, but yet, why does humanity not realize none of you own a consciousness? It's all shared. It's all one single consciousness. You already have the consciousness. Why can you not become one heart? Why can you not move in that manner?
Yeah.
Instead of preaching this rhetoric of one consciousness.
Yeah.
That's a Pharisee's teaching.
Well, so the reality is consciousness itself is that awareness that we all possess, right? And when you step into the realization that consciousness is eternal in and of itself, you can now eliminate the fear-based narrative that religious institutions have plagued us with, and we've believed for thousands of years. Then from there, you can understand what the nature of consciousness is in terms of its relationship to other people, and you find out that it again, like you said, it's a field, and so you're one with that field, so how you treat other people is literally how you're treating yourself. And if that consciousness is eternal, then that record of your conscious experience here is the only thing that matters. And so now we've eliminated the fear, we've created the idea, or we've come to the conclusion that our consciousness is eternal and everything is leaving an imprint on that consciousness. And now if we believe that there's individual autonomy and we have a soul that's a piece of that consciousness, let's call it. Now the question is, how do we make the most of this life? Because if I'm an eternal soul, I don't want to get to the other side and find out the nature of this reality and be like, oh my God, like, are you telling me I wasted 100 years down there, went through that hell, and I got nothing out of it because now, if anything, I feel like whatever. Like, all it does is it puts a degree of awareness, it simplifies the understanding of the nature of reality, and it gives enough inspiration for the individual to try to make the most of this life. That's my worldview in a nutshell. And I think that's the most effective way to get someone to make the most of this life. It removes all the fear, all that. So anyway.
Have you ever read the Book of the Watchers?
You're talking about the Book of Enoch? Yeah.
Yes, have you read it?
Yes, but it's been a while. I've read...
If I may, I'll illustrate it for you.
Yeah, refresh my memory, yeah.
The Book of the Watchers. To understand that when the angels first come down, they were not fallen angels yet. They were not fallen until God cast his judgment and punished them, correct? So they were still angels. Now, if angels are made with all of God's love, the same love that God would have, the angels would have for humanity. Now, the problem with this is nobody can read between the lines. When they came down here after your creation, and they said, "Oh, look at man. We need to." They're struggling. They're digging into the soil. So, and they taught you what ways with metal, ways of precious stone, rituals, things of this nature, astrology. Now, to understand that they were teaching them the ways to understand when the plant cycles, things of this nature, that means that humanity was digging in the dirt with sticks and stones. Okay? They saw and took a compassion on them and taught them ways of metal. Now, if you can't read between the lines here and understand that humanity created its own evil when they decided that I don't want to dig my crop today. I want to take his crop because I want to be lazy. So they took the ways that they gave them and then used harm. So you created your own evil. So to understand that when you did this, that you didn't take accountability and acknowledgement when the angels were then punished. Because why were they punished? Because they taught you these things, and because of what they taught you, they created evil. And he told you, they were strictly told, do not interfere. It's the same as your parents telling you, don't get in the cookie jar.
Do you really think that? Do you really think that that storyline, like that story, is what the reality is, or do you think that maybe it's a story to give us this sort of like understanding?
Whether it's that or not, why take away from what I'm trying to tell you instead of listening with ears that hear?
The fair question. I'll answer by saying this: when I hear that story, the way I see it is not that we created it, unfortunately, to be this way, and the angels got punished. No, the truth is there is a deeper experience at play that is a 12,000-year descending timeline where we experience separation and a spiritual lack of vision and awareness that has now ultimately led to kids being, waking up thinking they're in the wrong body and going to doctors and having operations done well before the age of consent and all of that. So we live in this cyclical nature of reality that if you actually go back to the ancient texts beyond the Book of Enoch and all of that, there's evidence that there is a cyclical nature to reality itself. So creation and our understanding of creation grows beyond this little storyline of Adam and Eve were bad, and then the angels were bad, and then, no, there's a deeper awareness that you can develop as it pertains to our understanding of the nature of reality. So now we're dealing with the divine feminine, the divine masculine, a descending feminine, an ascending masculine. So yes, a descending feminine, and now we're transitioning to a rise of the feminine energy. And once you understand that everything is in harmony, you breathe in, you breathe out. You breathe in, you breathe out. You don't breathe in 5 times and breathe out 2 times. You blink, there is that cyclical nature of reality everywhere we look. But humanity just hasn't done enough research to understand that even the great year, the precession of the equinoxes, represents a cycle. And that's the cycle that once you understand it, you see these stories for what they are. They're stories for children. But an awakened humanity recognizes the structure of reality, and there's actual purpose.
To help with your illustration as well, I just wanted to chime in because you had a good illustration as children. Mm-hmm. So as children, are you not told stories to go to sleep? They give good morals. that give good understanding of life itself and what reality is. So if it says, come to him such as a child, why would you not have stories?
And they served us well. But we're at the end of the age. We're at the transitionary phase, the cosmic transition of the ages. And all of these things are going to be revealed to us in the very near future. And they're going to serve as a driving force to our awakening. And our awakening will reunite us. And we will find out that we were actually all characters in a cosmic stage play. And guess what? After this one, there will be others. And there will be more and more and more. Because what do free people do on a weekend? They put on a bunch of costumes. They write a stage play. They get up on a stage. They do their stage play. That's what we do. We create. No different at a cosmic level. What's that?
Is this your stage play, your costume?
I am playing a role. I feel called to play the role that I'm playing, and it's a deep calling that I don't even think that I have free will. And now, granted, that upsets a lot of people, but through my experience, my life, the free will that modern religions talk about, I don't have it.
Could you be an apostle and sit at another's feet to learn?
I'm constantly learning, bro. In fact, I'm learning from people that are forbidden to learn from. All I do is learn. I learn from the forbidden teachers.
You got one sitting on your panel, my brother.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, I like that. That's why I said I realized from the beginning we probably share more in common than not. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I came in to test the fruits, and that's the only thing I'm here for. And your fruits are virtuous. I will give that to you. Your fruits are very virtuous. I will say I will sit with you some more if it permitted, but I would love to give you some more teachings that will help you illustrate the things that you say.
1000%, bro. Yeah.
I would love to sit at your feet and learn from you as well. I'm humble enough to know that I cannot give without the ability to reciprocate and take and receive back.
I think that's what these dialogues are. It's just us sharing with each other and growing.
At the same time, I will eventually share a very deep knowledge that I don't give to many. But I see who you are. I know who you are, and I think it's a very beautiful thing that what you're trying to do with speaking and trying to comprehend more than go back to traditions. And I commend you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. But at this point in my life, I am not me, bro. I am serving one role. Yeah, no, yeah. But I'm no longer operating in my my capacity. I serve humanity, and I serve the creator, creation, and I know what my future holds for me, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So when you commend me, when you say I see who you are, I appreciate it. I just want to say that, like, I try to be as humble as possible, and I try to remove the ego as much as possible. This isn't about me. This is about the stage play. This is about the role that I'm here to play, and this is about what I know is going to happen. So, but anyway.
You can never remove your ego. You can only refine it. And you're doing a good job at that. Because your ego allows you to stand in your truth. It allows
you're right. Yeah, I misspoke on that. I'm aware of the ego. Yeah.
It allows you to stand there and say, I do not compromise my teaching. I do not compromise to what others want to hear. Your job as a teacher, if you go to a math class or you go into a college, and you're going to stand as a teacher, they don't compromise their teachings to suit you. Keep your sword sharp, my brother. Because others are going to try to take that from you. And that's what I will come with you, and I will walk with you side by side, not in front of you and not behind you, but as a brother.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, it sounds like we share the same sentiment and same understanding of the future of humanity and the narratives that have gotten us here, and ultimately where it's going to go. We're probably aligned with too. So yeah, no, I'm glad, and I'm looking forward to working with not only you but any other individual that sees that there is a role for humanity to play. And us united spiritually is the single most important thing we can do. Yeah, this is the very beginning. This is just the inception of a revolution that will ultimately accomplish everything that we're talking about and serve to be a wild, fun ride along the way. So I'm looking forward to it. But I will say, it's friggin' 7:34 over here. I'm in Houston, Texas, so I'm sun's coming up, and I'm about to go to sleep. So I will say I've enjoyed talking to each and every one of y'all. And yeah, if you want to be more involved, if you want, feel free, just send me a message, a direct message, and we'll invite you into the community. And there's a lot of things that we're working on right now, like the community itself, the platform for it, Discord and all that. In the very near future, it'll just be open to anyone. But yeah, if y'all are interested in contributing and just interested in a deeper engagement, send us a message, and we'll be in touch. And I appreciate all y'all for being here. And
I say this to you, for the love that you have for me, may he have the same love for you.
Appreciate it.
Much love. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Sorry I didn't get a chance to speak today,
No,
but I'm
sorry,
grateful to have found you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll
okay.
talk in the future for sure.
Sounds good. What are your usual times?
What is it? 8 hours, 9 hours? No, 9 hours and 45 minutes before now. So that was like 10 o'clock on 10 o'clock at night on Central Standard Time, Houston,
I
Texas.
get how it
So,
delves into these longer hours. It's a hard thing to just breeze through. But I am one of those people that had an NDE, and I'm studying higher consciousness and the human potential. So looking forward to the conversation.
We gotta talk. Heck yeah, you guys serve as like the foundation for what was the springboard for me to go on this journey to seek truth with an honest intellectual lens, and yeah, thanks to people like you, all of this has now come to be. So I appreciate it. I look forward to talking to you, and yeah, that's cool.
Yep, and I get pure authenticity from you, so thank you so much. Have a good one. Get some rest.
Cool. That's the one thing I can promise y'all is pure authenticity and love. So y'all take care. God bless.
Good night. Good night, everyone.